Hello everyone, welcome to part 4 of building this mernstack series. We have been on this journey for close to a month and now we are on part 4. So I'm so excited to see that you are still with me on this journey. In this section, we have a ton of things for you to learn. Here, you're going to be building the product details page, upload images to Cloudinary, resize those images using the Cloudinary URL gen. We're going to learn how to drag and drop items to our application and even to change the position of those items using drop zone and React-beautiful-dnd. We're going to updating our user profile data like the passwords, their emails, their profile picture and their banner pictures. We're going to be creating and editing our products, and we're going to implement the protected route section. So this is just a recap of what we're going to be building in this section. So this section is packed with ton of materials, ton of new stuffs which we can learn. So without wasting much time, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please you make sure you subscribe to the channel before you continue, and you turn on your notification bell so that when we drop new items you'll get notified, and don't forget to give a thumb up. So now I'm going to show you the after and before part of this section. So before we began this section, we all had a bunch of endpoints, and those endpoints were, for example, the home page here. We had the home page here, and we had this infinite scroll. We could click on this button and we load the next product until we reached the final product. This button becomes gray, and when we scroll up here, you see that we have added some new products to our catalog here, and we could register for a new user, log into the application, and reset our password. All of that was done in part 3. But now in this part, we have taken things to the next level by implementing the user's profile. Yeah, this user's profile, we have implemented this user profile page here, where user can click here and change their profile picture. User can change their profile picture here to whatever they want. So this is the profile section here. You see, data updated successfully. So here the user can change their store name here too. User can change their store name here from, you can change from hand store here to, let's say this. So data updated successfully. This is now hands instead of hand store. You see, it gets changed there. User can change their profile image. They can change a lot of things that here. So this is what we're going to be building in this section. And here we also have the section where user can, if you click on individual product, user can click on an individual product here. For example, if user click on this product, you see we have various products that are related to this product. You see this carousel here. You can go back and you can go forward to see the other items of this carousel here. You can even shift the container all the way to the left, so you can position it back to the center here. So this is the application. This is what we're going to be building. This product details page here. You see, this is the seller who has this product. There are 5 products in the catalog. This is the seller order items here. You have the recommended product section here. You see, and you can see this effect here where we scroll down to the end of the page here. You see this bar gets pop up. This bar gets pop up here. So this is what we'll be building, and yeah, this is all of it. And we can also sell a product. You can sell a product. You see, you can sell a product here. You can drag and drop our images here. We're going to do this using the React-beautiful-dnd. We can drop our images here. You see, the images got applied here. You can even delete the images as well if you want. You can delete the images. See, image deleted successfully. See, they've been deleted from Cloudinary, directly from Cloudinary, and you can edit the product. When you're editing the product, if you delete the image and update the product, it gets deleted and updated in your database too. So that is it. This is what we're going to be building. So we can cancel this request to come back to the home page here, and if you click a product, if you check a product that is being uploaded by this user, you see you will have a button here. Instead of to buy or to like a product, you see these buttons here. You can change the state, but you can edit this product. If you click on edit product here, you see you can edit this product. Instead of Air Max, instead of Nike Air Max here, let's just give something random here. Let's say an Air Max black. Let's say black. So with this, you can change the position. Where if we see we don't want this image to be our first image, you can just change it back and say, oh, we want this image to be our first image. So we can hit update here. Yes, our product updated successfully. If you see that we have white air marks here and the main image is still white here. If you want to confirm, if you come here, you see this is the image which we just changed. Now is this white air marks, which is our new image. So okay, now we can go and build our product details page. Before we go to that, I notice we have some error here, because if you go to application right now as it stands, yes, look, we're on the first page, but look at this button is grayed out. That means we already reached the last page. Our logic here is not correct. When we disable this button, we are certain if it's not fetching the next page. But right now it is not fetching the next page. So this here only comes true when we click on that button and it is fetching the next page. So what we have to do here is we need to say if it doesn't has a next page instead of fetching next page. So if it doesn't has a next page, then that's when we want to disable that button. Let's go back. Yes, this is it. If you click, get this page. You click, get the next one. You click, get the last one, and it becomes disabled. Okay, that one is solved. Another thing I noticed is if you look here at the categories page here, where it's a .txs. Yes, it's .txs, but we don't want it to be a .txs because we're not working with TypeScript. For this project, we'll not be working with TypeScript, but in our next project, we're going to use TypeScript and React and Next.js. So here, what we're going to do is, let's just replace this TXS with JXS. Okay, and let's just write our loading component here. While we are in the component folder here, let's just write our loading component. Let's call a new file here and we call it spinner. Let's say spinner.jxs. Here we're just going to have a div. Let's just say we're just going to have a div here, and this div, let's set the width to full, the height to screen, and let's say it's going to be flex, item, center, justified, center. Let's say yes. With this, we can here. Let's say let's come here and we need to give a span here. In here, we need to say this is a span and give a class name of that span of loading, and we say loading spinner. We make it to be turning, and the text here is going to be arson, and width is going to be with touch, let's say 36. Yes, 144 pixels. Okay, let's test this. Let's test this loading spinner here in our feature product. Let's say yes. With this, we can here. Let's say let's come here and we need to give a span here. In here, we need to say this is a span and give a class name of that span of loading, and we say loading spinner. We make it to be turning, and the text here is going to be arson, and width is going to be with touch, let's say 36. Yes, 144 pixels. Okay, let's test this. Let's test this loading spinner here in our feature product where we are putting this text loading. We can just say yes, 144 pixels. Okay, let's test this. Let's test this loading spinner here in our feature product where we are putting this text loading. We can just say if it's loading, then we will say loading. We'll say spinner. Sorry, say spinner. Or let me see. Okay. Yes, we just wrote this. We need to create this. Have to be a component. Sorry, guys. This has to be a component. We'll say rfce, and here let's just cut this. Control X. I'll paste it here. So if we go back to featured products here, if it's loading, then we want to return a spinner. Okay, let's refresh. I think you could see the loading spinner here for just, you see, a second. If we throttled our network, you might be able to see the loading spinner there. Let's throttle our network. If you come to network here, from no throttle, let's set to, let's refresh. I think you could see the loading spinner here for just, you see, a second. If we throttled our network, you might be able to see the loading spinner there. Let's throttle our network. If you come to network here, from no throttle, let's set to fast 3G. Come back here and fetch. You see, that's a loading spinner there. Okay. Let's close back this. Okay, with that loading spinner now, we can now come and create a new folder here. This is product, and now we'll create another folder here. We'll call it details. Okay, let's go and see what we will be building in this section. If we go to the original application, here you see, if you click on one of, now this is not the original application, this is the one we are currently building. If you come here, you're loading. Yes, this is a particular product. This is an individual product. So what we want is that when we click on an individual product, for example, this product, so we are being directed to this product details page. So we have this image here with these buttons. We can click back and forth. So this is like a carousel. You can click back and forth. But we are going to be doing all of this is going to be custom. We are going to code this without any library. We're not even going to need the help of daisyui. So we're going to build this. And here we have the description details page. On the right here, we have the description details, the price, these buttons to chat, to pay, and to like and unlike a product. So you see, we also you have these tags. These tags are working. We have the shipping information, delivery fee. So, and down here we have the seller of this product, their details, the profile. You have the ratings, the number of products they have, and you have a button here to follow or unfollow that user. So down here we have seller other items. This seller, the other items the seller have in their store, we display the other items down here. So that is it. So if you look here, when we scroll down here, you see this bar appears up here. When we scroll to a certain height, this bar appears up here. It contains all the information of the products which we are currently browsing. Yeah, so we're going to implement all of these in this section. So without wasting any time, let's go and begin implementing that. So if you come to our application here, what we're going to do here is we're going to create a new folder here, and let's call this folder product details. Create a new folder called product details. Now in this folder we're going to create a new file, and let's call this product details.jxs. Here we just bootstrap a new React component called product details. So here let's just rename this to product details. Okay. So we can now come to our route here. In this route, let's copy this. Let's just duplicate this down here. Okay. So here, instead of reset products, we're going to have product details here. And here, it's just going to be a slash the ID, because we need to navigate to a particular product. So we are just passing the product ID here. So with this, let's go and try and see if this is going to work. Let's go back to our main product. Let's click on an image. Let's check. Let's try this. Yes, we have product details here. So let's go and begin creating this product details section. So what we can do is, before getting into this product details, let's say header. Here we already created our header in the component section, and here we just say dot, give a div here, and below this div we just need the footer here. We already created all of this, but this header, it's expecting a user to be passed here, and we already know where we are going to get this user from. So you say const user is going to come from user. Here we're going to wrap this user in, oh sorry, user. Okay, and we just need to pass this user here. Okay. So what we can just say here is, let's just this is going to, let's just say this is a section. Yes, this is going to be a section. We want to define the section class, and we'll say normal. This was this normal flex, I think. Yes. So normal flex responsive. Normal flex responsive was the class, and here we're just going to say flex is going to be start. No, item start. Items start. Yes. This, and here in here we're going to create another div, and let's give a class of width full on smaller devices, while on bigger devices we're going to give a width of 50 pixels. So width dash, this is going to be 500 pixels, not 500 pixels. Yes. So this is, you can say self start here. Okay, let's just duplicate this. Here we say this is going to be the left side, and here we're just going to put the right side here. Let's go and see how this is coming. Okay, here we have the left side and we have the right side here. We're divided this container into two. Here, okay, we are going to have our images here and the user's information here. So yeah, this is, let's say, to divide this container, let's not put 500 pixels here. Let's just put let's put the half, which is going to be half of the container. Let's put the half, yes, which is going to be 50 pixels, 50%, sorry. It's going to be 50%. Okay, it's okay now. Yes, I think with this it's okay now. So what we can do at the moment is, let's just go and get our products first. Let's go and get our products first. So if we come to agent file here, if we come to the agent file here, we'll say get product, products details. Remember that our product detail is expecting an ID. So yes, we need to pass the ID there. Say request dot get is going to be a get request, and we're going to be, we say slash product. This, and here we just pass in our ID. This, yes, I think this is it. Let's check in Insomnia, get a single product here. Let's see. Okay, we are just passing the ID, and we are returning a single product with this in this product property here. So with this, let's go back to the product details folder here, and we create a new file. In this file, we're going to call this product details api.js. Here we just export from here, say const, and we'll call this product detail. Yes, this is going to be an asynchronous function, and it's going to take an ID. So let's just wrap this in a try catch, and here this is error. We can now throw the error down here. Here you can throw this error, whatever that error is going to return, and here say const, the response is equals to await agent dot product dot get product details, and the product details is expecting an ID. We pass in that ID there, and now here we can just return rest dot product. Okay, yes, this is what we are going to do. Now let's create another new file here. This is going to be for our hook, which is going to use our React query. So here you can say product detail.js. Okay, product detail.js. Here you say export const. You say use product. Let's just call it use product. So in this use product function here, we're going to destructure say use mutation, no, use query. We are not doing a mutation, we are getting the data. So we're going to use query, and here we need to first give the query function here. Query function is going to be our product details. Product detail is coming from product detail API, and it's expecting an ID. So we need to pass an ID here, and we take that ID from this method here. So let's just pass the ID up here. Yes. Now we need to pass our query keys. Here we just say product. And don't forget to pass this ID here. Let's pass this ID. So here we can just destructure data and let's call it product. Yes. Data is going to be a product, yes, and it's loading. And now here we just need to return that data and is loading. Let's swap this in an object because we'll be returning an object. Okay, so this is not data, this is product. We're going to be returning the product, not data. So product is loading. So with this, yes, I think with this now, let's go back to our product details here and let's call that function. Say const, we're going to get the product and is loading from use product. And here we're going to be passing our ID. And where is this ID going to be coming from? Say const, let's say params, use param. This use param is coming from React. It's coming from our React router DOM. Yes. So use param. This is it. Use param from React router DOM. So if you lock this use param to the console, you see that it's going to give us an ID property because we are passing an ID here to this product details page here. So it's going to give us an ID. So here we can just say instead of putting an ID here, we just pass the params here dot ID. If we have an ID, we pass it here. And let's just lock this product to the console. Okay, we are having our product as expected. So you see, these are product and these are the images for that, for this particular product. Okay, we are getting the products, everything, shipping fee, and everything concerning our products, we are getting them here. So what is left for us to do now is we have to send this product down to this left component here. We have not yet created the component, but we'll create a component that's going to hold our images. So let's go and do that. Here, let's just cut this left from here. And in this product details here, we'll create another file here. We'll call it product images. Product images.jxs. Yes, product images.jxs. Let's see, yes. And here we say rfce to bootstrap a new component to come back to the product details here. And we just have to pass that product images here. And these product images, we're going to say product, we're going to pass down our product as a prop here. Pass our product as a prop here. And we just receive it in this product images. We just receive it in here. So here we say product. Okay. I think now we are having the product here. We are locking the product here, but let's just cut it from here. Let's cut it from here and come to the product here and lock it to the console here. Say product and see if we're going to get the product. Okay, we are having the product here. Now we can begin working on this component here. We can begin working on this component here. I'm just going to return a fragment for here for now because we are going to have that big image and we're going to have our thumbnails below. So first we're going to give a div. Let's give a margin bottom of 4, relative, and a width of full. And beneath here, we're just going to paste our image. We're going to give our image tag. The source, our source is going to come from product.images. And we just want to take the first, we just want to take the first image. The source, no, we already have the source, the auth is just going to be the product.name, product.name, title. Product doesn't have a name, you just have a title. Okay. So here we can give it class. I give it class, width full, and let's give a height to this of 500. Let's give a height of, let's say 500 pixels. This is going to be, I'm giving 500 pixels here because we are going to, when we are creating our products, we are going to be resizing our images when we create our products so that our image have the same sizes as this 500 pixels here. So that is what we're going to be doing when we create for a new product. So that's why I'm putting the height there as 500 pixels. You can just say object to contain. Okay, let's see how this is coming. If I thought it's working. Very good. It's working. It's coming very well. So let's go and continue. Beneath the image here, we need to have another div that will hold the navigation buttons here. So in the class of absolute, because we're going to position this absolute to this container here. We're going to position this to the absolute to this container, relative to this container here. Sorry. So here we say absolute flex. Absolute flex is justify content center, no, between. Justify between. Yes. So now we're gonna have a div, and we're gonna and we're gonna have another div down here. Okay, inside these divs are just going to make this div act as our buttons. So there's a btn dash neutral. Here we say the same thing, btn dash neutral. Now we can get some icons from React icons and place them inside these buttons. So I'm just going to say bs chevron bs chevron left. Yes, I'm going to get this icon. Let's just copy it, and we get the right side of this icon. Instead of bs chevron left, we say bs chevron right. Bs chevron right. Okay, great. Let's just give a size of, say, let's give size of 25. Let's just copy this. We'll do the same. Give a size of 25. Let's see how this is coming. Okay, we have the buttons here. Okay. Actually, I want these buttons here to be circles. I want these buttons here, they should be circles, so that we can position them up here. So what we're going to have to do is, instead of neutral here, we're just going to say circle. Let's check. Okay, we have them here. Now we have to position the buttons here. Let's position those buttons there. Since we are giving this container as absolute, here we can just say, let's say left. Let's shift this container to the left by 5, and let's shift it to the right also. Right by 5 still, and let's give a top. That's from up to down. We want to give half of this, half of the height of this container, which is going to be 1/2, which is 50%. And now we want to, let's see us coming. Okay, we have them here, but if you look very well, these icons, they are not actually really in the center. So we need to stretch these icons, like we need to stretch these buttons across the y-axis. We need to stretch this button across the y-axis to actually center them. So for that, we're going to use transform. Let's say transform, and minus translate. We're going to use translate too. So I'm going to translate into y and half. Okay, with this now, I think those buttons will be actually centered. Yes, you see as they moved up, they're now in the center of this container here. Okay, we are done now with this. What we can do is, let's just minimize all of this. We need to create now our thumbnails. We need to create our thumbnails, and here we're just going to have a div here. We'll give another div here, and we just say btn ghost. It's btn ghost. Yes, and here we're just going to give our bs chevron left. Yes, let's give a size. It's going to be 23. Okay, let's duplicate this down here, and here instead of left, we just say right. Yes, in the middle here, we need to give another div here, and we call carousel. So this is going to be a carousel, and width is going to be full flex. Yes, give a gap of 2, and an overflow of X scroll. This is it. Okay, so in here, this is where we are going to put our we're going to put our images in here. Now before we put our images in here, guys, we're going to have another div here. We're going to have another div here. In this div, now we can now paste our images in here. So go to product images, dot map. Here for each image, and the index. Want to take the index also. We're just going to render the image. So render the image, and we'll give a source to that image. Is going to be our image, and we need to give an alt tag to this image too. And the alt is of course going to be as a product, and here we just put the index number. So okay, now here we're just going to say display. This will be flex, and here we just give a gap of, let's say, like 2. This image will have also a class. In this class, we are just going to give a width of this image to be 120 pixels. Okay, 120 pixels. So let's check how this is coming along. Okay, see, this is how it is. Now we just need to position these buttons right along the same line with these images. So to do that, we'll have to do that in this here, this main container here. Let's first give a margin bottom of like 4 pixels, and width is going to be full, of course. It's going to be hidden for smaller devices, and let's give for the bigger devices, we're going to say flex. Okay. If we're saying flex here, just item center. I want to give everything to the center. Let's see. Okay, it's not being centered. Okay, we are giving that item centered in the wrong container here. Let's X, we'll put it here. Okay, see, our buttons are nicely centered here. It doesn't do anything now. We just need to go down and hook this up with our logic in order to scroll this container here. Yes, so we'll just go straight to it. The very first thing we'll be doing here is we're going to be getting a reference to this container here. We're going to be getting a reference to this container here, and we'll do that by using useRefHook. So let's come here as a const container ref. Here we say useRef. Here, and let's just set to null by default. And we need to create a state here also. So const. This state is going to be our scroll. We're going to store our scroll position. The state is going to store our scroll position. So we say set scroll position. And here we're just going to set the scroll position to 0. At the beginning, it's going to be 0. So now we can begin working on our logic here. Let's just remove this lock here. Okay. So here, say const. Let's give scroll. Let's just scroll left. Well, let's just scroll container. It's a scroll container. This is going to take a direction. Let's give a direction to this. This can either be left or it can be right. So if direction is equals to left, then we want to do something. I want to set the scroll position. If direction is equals to left, I want to set the scroll position to, let's just say 120 for now. Because why am I putting 120 here? I'm putting 120 here because I need this 120 is the size of each of our images, the width of each of our images. So that's why I'm putting 120 over there. So say else, or let's just say yes, else if direction. If you write else if, that means we're going to need an else block in order to close this. So you can just say if direction is going to be right, then we need to set scroll position to 120. Okay, let's just set them to 120 now. We'll come back to this later. I just want to give us a starting point. Yes, give us a place to start. So what we are going to be doing here is we're going to try to get the width of this container, the width of the container which we are going to be working with. And where is the container? Yes, this container here. We're going to try to get the width of that container. And to do that, we're going to be using the get bounding clan rect method, which is available on HTML elements. So that's the main reason why we need that useRef for, in order to select that particular element which we want to get the elements for, like the width, the height, the x and the y values for that that particular HTML element. So we're going to come into this container here, and here we'll just say ref, because this is a container which we'll be referencing. We say ref is equals to be container ref. There's a container ref here. Now we're going to come and create a distance here. Let's say const distance is equals to, let's say container ref dot current. If only we have container ref dot current dot, want to get the bounding client rec, get bounding client rect. Yes, it's like this. Make sure you spell it correctly. So let's first log this get bounding client rect to the console and see what it contains. There's a distance. Okay, you see immediately it gives us this. So you see this is the x-axis. What we are interested in is this x-axis. This x here is the distance from the viewport to the left, and this y-axis is the distance of the viewport from the top to the top of the container. So you also have the width. It also have the width, the height, top, right? So we can use most of these values here. But what we are interested in here is this x value. You see, this is the height of our container. You see, this is it. The height of our container is here, 120, because we define the height of the image to 120. So the container is just going to wrap around that image. So okay, now let's see what we are interested in is this x value. So let's just get the x dot x. Good. So we are locking this x value here now. So now this x value here, it includes, wait, let me show you, it includes this button. Yes, it includes the button, but we do not want to scroll with this button. So what we'll do is let's just inspect this button here. Let's inspect this button. This is the button ghost. You see the width of this button is 48 pixels. So what we're going to do is we'll go back to our code here. We're just going to minus 48 pixels from here. Yes, from this distance. So this is the actual distance now from here to here. So you see that's going to be the actual distance now, because we are subtracting this width from that viewport. So now, I mean the distance from here to here. Yes. So the distance from this viewport here to this angle here. Yes. So that's what we have to remove this button. So if we come now to our application, we have the distance. We have the distance now. What we can do is scroll. If the direction is left, we need to set the scroll position to the width of our container plus the distance plus this distance here. Yes. And here, if we are scrolling to the right, we need to set the scroll position to distance minus to 120 minus our distance, just like this. So now we have this scroll container. We can come now and hook them up with these buttons. This button, this is the button for the left. So now you can say on click. Let's just create like this, and we set container scroll. No, this is scroll container. How did we call this? Scroll container. Yes, say scroll container. You need a direction, and let's just say left. And here, let's copy. I will say on click. Instead of left, we need right. Okay. Now we are not yet done here. We are not yet done. The way we are doing this right now, it is not the end of things for us. What we have to do is we need to actually shift that container with CSS. Yes, we need to shift that container with CSS. So if we come down here, where are we targeting the container? Okay, this is it. We need to let's create some custom styles here. Let's say translate. Let's say transform. Here, okay. I'm going to say translate x, because we're going to be translating to show the x-axis. Here now we're going to translate to the x-axis. Remember, this is a function, so you need to call it like this. And now you pass our scroll position here. We just pass our scroll position in here. And please don't forget to put pixels behind here, because this scroll position is actually going to be in pixels. That's why we have to pass in pixels here. So with this, let's add another property just to make the scrolling smooth. It's a transition. We're just going to say all. It's going to be 1 second. 1 second ease, and it's going to be ease. Let's see how this is coming now. Okay, good. We have our scrolling. This is great. Now, the next thing we have to do is when we hover over one of these images here, what we want to do is we want to display the image here, and that is going to be very easy to do here we're just going to say const. This is going to be, let's say, index, and we set index to use, let's set this to use state, and the initial value is going to be 0. So now when you come here, when you hover your mouse over that button, when you hover our mouse over that button, we're going to call a method here. We're going to call a method on each of these product, on each of these images here. So here we can just say on mouse over, or let's say on mouse enter, because yes, on mouse enter, we're going to, on mouse enter, we're just going to set the index to be whatever we're receiving from this I here. Just set it to I. Okay, let's try and see. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, that seems to not be working. Let's see. Okay, that is not working because we need to, there's one thing we need to do up here. There's one thing we need to do up here is the main image. Okay, here, instead of getting the image, the default image, we just have to pass the index here. Yes, like this. Okay, now when we hover your mouse over, you see the images change up there. So this is the effect we're looking for. What is this XD here? We need to have done something down there. Here we need to remove this. Okay, let's save. Okay, that's the effect we have now. What we can do is, if you look at our original application here, when you hover, you see we have this blur background. We have this blur background here. So how can we achieve that in this? Here we can just filter, yes, and so blur is going to be SM, and we're going to say backdrop. Backdrop of, let's say, backdrop brightness of 25. Let's see, 50. Let's just say by the brightness. Let's say brightness of 75. Let's come here. Come to application. Okay, you see, all the backgrounds are blurred out. All of them are blurred out now because we are applying everything on the image, but we need to do that dynamically. So what we're going to do here is we're going to wrap all of this in here, and let's remove this. I'm going to remove this. What we're going to do is we're going to check if index, if the index we define up there is equal to this index here, that is when we are going to be applying these filters. Only then are we going to apply these filters here. So let me copy them. So else we're just going to give an empty string there. Let's check now. Okay, you see, this is it. This is the effect we wanted. Yes, was calling. Great. Fantastic. Now, what is left is these buttons here, these two buttons. We want to be able to click on these two buttons to go back and forth. Let's go and do that also. So we are done with this distance. We can safely remove this distance from here. Okay. So how are we going to approach this other section? Here, we're just going to create a method here, just like this one, this code container. Say const, and let's say handle change image. It's also going to take direction. It's going to take a direction, which is either going to be left or right. We say if direction is equals to left, and the index is greater than 0. This constraint here is just to make sure that when we reach the last item, we stop. So here you just have to set the index here to whatever are taken from the index here. So index is going to be index minus 1. So we just want to remove the 1 from this index value. And here we say if direction, let's just copy and we paste it here. If direction is equals to right here, and instead of index greater than, here we're going to check if the index is less than the product images dot length. Product dot images dot length minus 1. So okay, in this case, instead of subtracting 1, we just want to add 1 to it. So here we could also get the length of this product from this container ref here. Yes, but it's good that we already have the product here, so we can just get the length from here. You see, length minus 1. Okay, with this now we just have to go and hook this method on these two buttons here. Say on click. Here we just have to say handle change image, and here we just put this to left, and we copy all of this, come down here and paste. Control C. Let's copy this, come here, paste, and here this is going to be right. So let's see. Okay, it's changing, you see, and also the images are changing down here too. So this section is complete. Let's see on smaller devices. Okay, you see, on smaller devices it is going, but we do not have that thumbnails down here again. So this is exactly what we wanted. So this part here is complete. Next, we're going to look at this right side. Now, before we go to the right side and we put the product details to where they belong, there is one other thing we need to do. We need to put the owner of this product down below this product thumbnails. Let me show you. If you go here, this is our application here. So you see below this product thumbnails, we have this line here, this divider, and we have the product here. We have the user's information. The user who owns this product. We have the information here. So you see the name, the number of products they have installed, and a button to follow and unfollow this user. So we're going to write this before we come to this section. So let's just go ahead and do it. So we are not going to do it in this product images. We're going to product details directly under the product images. That is where we are going to put this. So here, let's just give another div here. Let's give a div and say it's going to be a div and the class name of divider width is going to be full. Yes, so now we can give a comment here. Let's say user sharp just so that we know that this section here is for the users. So I'll give a padding of say 2 and normal flex justified between. Yes, and here let's give a flex gap of 1 item center. Here now we'll come, let's give a class of avatar. We're going to give another div here. This is going to hold our images. This div is going to hold our images, and we need to give a ring around that image. All of this, we are doing this because we are using daisyui classes here. So width, let's give a width of 2.4. No, it's not 2.4. 2.4. Yes, rounded, full, and ring. It's a ring offset. This is going to be ring offset base 100. Yes, and ring offset 2. Okay, like this. And in here we can now have our image here. So the source of this image, of course, is going to come from our product dot user dot photo, and alt here, let's just say avatar. So here is the avatar. That's our avatar there. And down here, after this avatar, let's put another div. Let's give it a class of flex column, and we have a gap of 1, 2. And now here we can put those links. Not really links. We have the user's name, the number of product they have, and the ratings. All of them can go here. So here, just going to give it an h3. Let's give an h3. here we can say product dot user dot we have the store name. Store name, and down here we're going to have a p tag. This p tag, we just have to say sales product, and now here let's give a strong element here, strong, and in this strong now we can give the number of product which this user have. So product dot user dot non-products. Okay, so after this number of products, what we have the ratings. So with the ratings, I'm going to give a div here. It's a flex so that they fall horizontally. I will give a gap of 2. Yes, in here I'm going to have array dot from, say array size of the array is going to be 5 dot map to map over all the arrays. So rating so here we just, let's say BS star field, BS star field. This is going to give us those stars, and it's coming from material. It's coming from React icons, sorry, not material icons. It's coming from React icons. So key is going to be, let's say, ratings. The key is going to be ratings, yes. And let's give a class name here, text dash primary, size is 23. Okay, with this, let's see how it's coming. Okay, we have this user have 14 products. Now we need to give this, we need to make this gap a little bit and reduce these stars here, they're too big. So with this, we can say the stars here, they just say 20, yes. And this gap here, we see 2. Okay, let's check now. Okay, this is better. And here we just have to put that button we talked about. Just have to put that button there. So what we can do is down here, after all of this, down here, just let's say button. We're going to have a class of btn ascend, yes. And here we can just say follow. Okay, we have the button here. So this section now here is done. We can now go to the right side and we build this right side section here. Now we can just come and give some comments here. It says this, let's give some comments here so that we know where we are. Here we say this is going to be the left side, and down here this is where we have the right side now. So right side. Okay, we can now begin building this right side here. It's good. We begin building this right side. So here the first thing we're going to have in this right side here is an h2. We're going to have an h2 here, and this h2 is going to be our product title. Product dot title. It's our product title, and here we'll give a class. Let's say font of medium and text of 2x large. Yes, I think these two. Okay, give a div here. This div is going to take this div is going to have our product price. Yes, we have a product price. So here there's a flex and gap of 4 item center. Yes, and here I just h1 Now inside this h1, so in here we can say product. If we have a product dot discount, we've done this before. We're just checking if we have product dot discount price. If we have product dot discount price, then what we want here is the product dot discount price. But if we don't, what we want here is the product dot original price. And now we just have to append the dollar behind this here. Okay, this h1, let's give it class text x/4 margin top of, let's say 3. Okay, this one is good. Now below this, we're going to, if we have a discount, because here we're checking if we have a discount, we're displaying the discount price here and the original. And if we don't have a discount price, we don't want to give we just want to display the original price. So down here we can give another check here. Say if product dot discount price, if only we have a discount price, we're going to be displaying this here. If only we have a discount price, then we want to give an h1 here. Just have an h1 here. Let's say class. Let's give a class name of text. Text is 4x large margin top of 3. Okay, and here we just going to have product dot discount price. So this, we're going to see this only if we have a discount price. We have not yet worked on our discount page, so we don't have a discount price yet. But if we have discount price, that's when we're going to see this section here. So let's see. Okay, this is it. Yes, so this is good. This is the original price here. Okay, let's work on the other sections. So let's minimize this. We can have another div here. Here we're going to have let's have a div, and let's give it class, let's say of batch, and it's going to be batch asin, and rounded is going to be, let's say, medium. And here we're just going to give the product size here, product dot size, and this last one as a flex items center justify between. Yes. While down here we can give a p tag here for the date. Let's give a p tag here for the date. So format. Now remember, this format is coming from it's not even important. This format is going to come from our time library, which we put in our application. So let's say format is coming from timeago.js. So here now we can say format product dot created at, if only we have this product here. So let's check. Okay, now you see this, our size here is kind of small, and the date here, we need to give a class name to this date here. So what I'm going to do is, with this batch, I need to give a padding to this batch. Let's say padding of, let's say 2, let's say, and here before this size, I'll just say size here. Okay, I think this is better. And now we have to give a class here, and let's say text dash this is going to be text gray. Let's give a gray of 400 and see. Okay, this is looking good. Let's see. Okay, it's better. But look at the size. We have the size here is actually an outline. This product size here is outline. So here you can say batch outline. This is outline here. Okay. Yeah, but our size, the size is not being applied. Let me see. Let's increase the size to, let's say, 4. Let's go and check. Okay, we don't want this. We want this. Yes, I think the size is okay now. Okay. Product size 44. Yes. Okay. This now we can just give a small margin on top here. Let's say margin top of 1, margin top of 1. Okay, this is better now. This is a lot better now. So only if we have this size, then if only we have the product size, that's when we're going to be displaying this size here. If not, we just have to display this date here. So you can see all of this will happen if only you have product dot size. If only we have product dot size, then that's when we have to display this. Okay, this is good. Now let's see the other things we have to do here. Yes, we just have to give this button and this line down here. I have to give this button and this line down here. So I think you see, the size here you need to increase. Like no, it's okay. Yes, this is okay. We need to just have these buttons here. So next is going to be those buttons. So after this, we're going to have the buttons. Going to be a div. We're going to give width of full, flex, yes, so lie them horizontally. We're going to give half a gap of 6. It's going to be a gap of 6, and margin top of 4. Justified is between. In here, we just have a button. This button. First here, we're going to have BS of fill, BS of fill heart, BS fill heart. Let's give it class name, text. Let's see. For now, let's just give it text of red. Yes. For now, we just want to say this button here is it has been light. Yes. So after we can change that. And here we'll give it P. Let's just hard code the number of likes here to 12. So okay. So with this button now we can say width. Let's give a width of 16. Let's give a width of 16 pixels here. Width. Oh, what am I doing here? Class width here of 16. Let's see. Go to the main application. Look at the button. We need to center them. So flex call items center like this. Okay. And here, let's just make this a button. Since this is a button, we need to give a btn class here. So btn outline, right? Btn outline. Okay. Let's see from this. We just have to, let me increase the image a bit. This, I'm going to give a size of say 23. Okay, it's getting too big. Let's give a padding. I'll give a padding here of, let's say 1. Let's check. Okay, this is okay like this. Yes. Okay, it's okay like this. Now here we can give another button. Here we can say button. This one is going to be BS chart dots. Yes. And the size of this is going to be like 25. It's going to be 25 and down. You just have text here that says chart, and we'll give a class name. We're going to have a class name of text large. On this button itself, we need to give some classes to it. It's going to be button, flex, item, center, btn outline, btn accent, and width is going to be like 36. And on bigger devices, the width is going to be 52. So let's just copy this. Down here, we're just going to change a few things. Item center, instead of 32 here, we're going to have 48. And this is going to be AI outline dollar circle. So this is not coming, so let's copy and import it manually from here. This is going to come from AI. Good. Now we have that. So with this, we can just say, instead of chat here, we say pay save. Okay, let's see how it's coming. Chat pay save. Okay, pay save button is not coming. Okay, that means the importation of this here is not working. So let's try. Let's import it from here. AI, say outline dollar. So outline dollar circle. This is it. Need to copy, come down here, paste here. So let's go and check again. Okay, we have it here. It's a pay save button here. Good. Yes, with this here, this button here is neutral. This button here we have. Let's change this button a bit. So what I'm going to have to do here is we'll come back up here. Instead of button outline, I just want to have a button. Let's just put a button. Okay, this is better now. This is much better now. Now below here, we just have to put a line down here. Let's put that line we talked about. So below all of this, let's put a break. After that break, we have a div, a class of divider, width of full, and we have another break. Now we can have our product details here. Here's a product description. Our product description. Sorry, product description. So let's see. We're going to give some classes. Text, class text, large, yes, white space. We're going to set white space to pre-lined, and break normal. This is so that when we reach the end of a new line, you want to break into a new line. Yeah. So let's give a leading here of 10. So okay, this leading of 10, you just give a line height of like 40 pixels. Yeah. So there. Let's check. Okay, we have our product description here. But if you look here, everything is glued to this container here. This here. So we need to give a gap between these two containers here. So what we can do is, let's come here. This is the left and this is the right section. This is the left section here. So here we just have to give a gap. Let's give a gap of like 4. Let's check. Okay, it's 4. Let's increase it to probably 6. Let's say 6. Yes. So okay, this is much better. This gap here is okay now. Yes. Okay, this is a product description. Now below this product description, let's see what we can have again. We're going to have our tags and the shipping information. We're going to have tags and shipping information. So let's do that. Okay, this is the right side. We have product description. Yes. After description, we're just going to have our product tags. Here, just let's have a class, and in this we have an h2. Here we'll just say, in this h2, we're just going to give say tags. Here, give a class, font bold, margin bottom. It's going to be 2. Yes, and under this we have now this div. Let's give a class of flex. Flex will wrap and gap of 2. No. So in here we can say product. If we have product or tags, then we can show our tags here. Here, only this is a product dot tags dot map. For each tag, we are going to have a div here. This div is going to have a class of batch, cursor, pointer, and batch outline, a height of, let's say, 8, and rounded, okay, rounded large, something like this. And here we just need to give the hash symbol, and we say tag. Let's see how this looks. Okay, we just have to, we have to give a break up here because this tag is glued with this up here. So let's give a break. Let's see how. Okay, this is much better now. Down after this tag, we can now put our shipping information. Now with this shipping information, there is nothing to calculate there. So I'm just going to have to copy it from the GitHub repository. It's just, if you look, we just have shipping information with this logo and this H1 here. That says seller can take care of the shipping. And we have the delivery fee here, the fixed delivery fee, which is $4. So this is just the shipping information. Here, the seller is taking care of the shipping because we do not have a shipping fee. The shipping fee, the seller gave 0 for the shipping fee. But the standard shipping fee for all products is 4. So when the seller does not give a shipping fee, that means the seller is going to take care of this $4 here. So that's the logic we're using. So let's go for shipping fee. Yes, I'm just going to copy it from the GitHub repository. So come here. After this break, we need to give another break. We need to give another break here, and let's paste what we get. So you see, this is what I'm talking about. We say if product the shipping fee is equal to 0. Here we say buyer, we say seller. That means seller will take care of shipping. If not, we say buyer is going to take care of the shipping. So here, if product the shipping fee is 0, we just put that $4 here. But if there's a shipping fee, we put the shipping fee here. So let's see. Let's go and check. Okay, we have this. Okay, solid. We are not importing these 2 icons fonts there. So let's go and import these 2 icons here. So the first is this. Control C. Let's come up here. Let's duplicate this. Say V. Oh, what am I doing here? Let's copy. This is Control V, and here I'm just going to say this is li. Okay, the next one was RI, so let's copy, come up here. Now we are going to build the user order product section. Let me show you the section I'm talking about. If we go to our main application here, scroll down here, is this section I'm talking about. The user order product section. This is it. Sellers order product order items. Yes, because we're building this section. So if you see here, this is just a card. It's a card here, and we just have the title, the price, and the month. It doesn't contain a lot of information. So let's go and see how we can build this section now. Now, if you come to our application here, when we created the backend, we didn't plan for this user order items. So what we do is we'll go back to the backend and we're going to create the route endpoints for that. So while we are there, we just take the advantage to just create the recommended product section because it's almost the same idea of this user order items. So let's go and do that. So if we go to P, let's go to product controller. So we are here. Now we're going to create it here. Let's give a comment here. Say seller order items. Here we just say export dot get seller order items. Say request, response, and next. We are not going to be using our traditional cache async handler because what we're doing here is we're just writing a middleware. That's what we're going to be doing here. We're just going to write a simple middleware that will preset some values for our request body. Yes, we'll preset some value for our request body, and those values we're going to append them to this request.query here. We'll preset the values to this request.query so that when the query reaches this get all method here, it already has some values to work with. So you just have to return the results which we want to return. So that is the idea. That is the idea behind this middleware which we're writing here. So it's just a middleware that sits in between this our auth controller and this get all products. That is it. So you see how it works. So in here we're just going to say request.query dot what do we want here is the user, because we can filter our product by the user, actually the user who owns that product. So here we are just setting now the ID of that user. Before we reach our get all product handler, we already have the user who created this product. So that's the idea. So here, where are we going to get it from? Let's get it from request.parms.user ID. So you can set another. You can set another values here. It's a request.limit. You can set the limit also to request.query. Sorry, request.query dot limit. You can set the limit here to 20. And okay, this it's like this. Here request dot we don't want to send everything, we don't want to send everything down to the user. So we want to specify some fields for the user to have. So here now we're going to have to set the fields. So request.query dot fields. This is fields, yes. And what fields are they? We're going to have the product title, the original price. We're also going to have the created at date stamp, and don't need this comma here. And we're going to have the user also. Yes, I think these ones are okay. Now while we are here, we need to do the same thing for recommended products. But this time around, since I told you that the recommended product, we're going to do what the logic will be using is we just want to get the other products for that category as the recommended product. So you just have to remove this. Let's set the limit to maybe 30. And here, instead of request.query.user, there's a category. And here, the category is going to come from category. So this is it. Instead of get seller order items here, say get category. So get categories. Yes, this is now okay. Now let's go to our product route and try. Say product route. Here now we're going to create route handlers for those endpoints which we just created. So this is going to be get seller dash order dash items. And yes, the user is going to be authenticated. Now we need to drop our middleware in here, in between this authenticated middleware and the get all product middleware. That is where we need to drop that middleware. So let's say get seller order items. Yes. So when the request.query.user reaches this point, when the request query reaches here, we already set the user to the query to the request.query.user property. Yes, we already set the user. So what will happen here is when this request leaves this middleware and it's getting into this middleware, it's already going to contain that user property. It's already going to have a value for that query, that request query. So what this method, this route handler will do is it's just going to give us the result based on what we specify in this other middleware here. So, and if we go back to this middleware, we are lacking something here. Here we just have to call next, because if we don't, since these are middlewares, if we don't call next, we are going to be stuck in this middleware here. So we need to call next, and here also we need to call next. Please don't forget that. Make sure you call next down here. If not, we'll be stuck in these middlewares here. So let's go back here. I just wanted to correct that so that we do not forget. So if you come here, we have yes, and now we just need to pass the param is going to be user ID. Let's copy. And let's do the same thing here for recommended products. For recommended products, we're going to have recommended. Just say recommended, yes. Instead of category here, instead of user ID here, we have category. Okay. I think with this now, we can say get categories. Get categories. Yes. So recommended category. Let's see. Is that what we get here? Yes. Category. Okay. Now let's go and try to see if we can get this product. So let's just close this two. We are done with these two methods here. Let's go to our agent here, where we are getting the product. After we get the product details, here we can say get order seller items. It's expecting an ID, a user ID, right? So yes, it's expecting a user ID. So request dot get, and here we're going to pass the product slash get dash user order, those user order items. Let me see. We have seller order items. So let's go back to agent here. Here we can just say this is seller order items. Okay. And here we need to just pass the ID, the user ID, which we are getting from here. Okay, that's the first. And second is we're going to say get recommended product. Recommended. Get recommended product. And here we're going to have the category. Dot. It's going to be a get request to, and here we're going to pass the product. It's going to be slash product slash recommended, and here we need to pass the category here. Okay, let me see if this route here is correct. Let's go to product route. What is it called? It's recommended. I'll pass the category. Okay, let's see if this one is going to work. Okay, now we can go to our product detail API here. Let's copy this. Let's copy that. Review this here. Instead of product details here, we see order seller. This is seller order items. Here we just say user ID. This is going to be products, and here we say get order seller items, and we just pass the user ID here, user ID, and we throw the error. Now let's duplicate this and do the same thing for recommended products. Instead of order items, seller order items, here we say get recommended products. Here we're going to say get recommended product. Here we have the category, and here we also have the category. Here we have the category. Okay. Then the product, and we're showing the error. Okay, this is not good. Let's go to our product details here and call this endpoint here. Since we are getting, we're going to copy this. And down here, we'll paste this. We'll change this use product to use seller products. Here, I'm going to pass the user ID. So we're passing the user ID here. And we're taking, here we'll just say seller order products. Seller order products. It's loading. Yes, we don't need the loading state here, but let's just have it here. And here we just have to get seller order products. This is it. Seller order items. Yes, this is it here. And it's expecting a user ID, so we need to pass in this user ID. We're getting from here. The key. This is going to be user ID here, and the key here we can just say seller dash products. Okay, here instead of products we say seller order products. This is what we'll be getting, seller order items. No, we want this seller order products, not seller order items. Seller order products from here. We're getting it from here. So, well, let's just say seller products instead of just a seller products. Seller products, and here we say seller products. Okay, now this is good. This now is good. Let's do the same thing for recommended products, so that we will not have to come back here again. We'll come back here again. Actually, there's something I need to show you here. So this is use recommended, and here it's expecting the category. So let's just give Ctrl+D, and here we'll pass the category. That's the key here. Instead of seller products, here we say recommended product as a key. Seller order items. This is going to be get. Instead of seller order items, we say get recommended. Get recommended products. Yes, this is it. Get recommended products. And instead of seller products here, we say recommended products. And we don't pass the recommended products here, right? Recommended products. So we have the product key. Yes, I think it's looking good now. Okay, let's go now to the product details, which we're working on. Here, let's call this just down here. Let's call this down here. This const product. This is going to be use seller products. Yes, so it's expecting a user ID, and we need to get the user ID from this product section here, from this product section. And how are we going to do that? Because this product, it has a user. So say products. If you have a product there, that user thing ID. This is how we're getting the ID. So remember that this product has a user, a user property that contains this ID field. So here now we can just destructure seller order products. So let's log it to the console and see if this is going to work. So CLG, this is seller products. Okay, you see at the beginning we had undefined, then we get our data, right? Yes, at the beginning we just had undefined and we get our data. So if you look now, you see that we are getting our data. Yes, we're getting only the fields which we specify. We are getting the user, the created ad, and we have the original price. So we are getting only the fields which we specify there, created ad, the original price, and the title. So these are all the products which we are getting now. So my problem is that this first render, we first of all try to get undefined, then our result came, because this is the first thing that came to us, this undefined, before our result came. Why is that? Because this query here is dependent on this other query. This use seller product query is dependent on this product, the use product query. So because we're getting the ID from here. Yes. So that's why we saw that undefined before we actually get our product. We saw that undefined before we actually get our product. So by the time this query was running, that means the ID, this product haven't finished executing. So it had to throw undefined. Until this product finished executing now, it came and we run back this query. So that's what React query does. Because if it tries to run a query and it shows us an error, it's going to try to run back that query in the background. Yes. So by the time it was running back the query, it already has that user ID. But we do not want that. We want a situation where we do not want to even see this undefined. We don't want to even see this undefined here return to us immediately. So we're going to this here is called a dependent query. This use seller product is dependent on this use product here. So let me show you what is happening actually. So if you go to our application now, this is our application. So let's try to refresh this application. You see, reading cannot read property of undefined original price. So cannot read property of undefined original price. Where is this one coming from? Product details. Yes, let's try to fix this error first. So you see, this is what I'm talking about. Everything is undefined. But I think this error here is coming because let's see what the error is saying first. Original price. Let's come here. No, it's not there. So let's look for where we define that original price here. Okay, here. Let's just put a question mark in front of the original price here. If it's available, then we give the original price. So product or shipping fee. If only you have a product or shipping fee here. So let's go and refresh. Reading shipping fee. Let's see shipping fee. Okay, here. Where again? Let's check here. Product tax. Okay, let's fetch. Yes, you see, we are getting invalid parameter. All of this is happening because of that, because that query is dependent. You see, all these errors is happening because this query here is dependent on this other query here. You see, this one is dependent on this one here. So the thing, what we can do here is, we can set a property in our query. We can set a property in our query that will evaluate to true when this query finish running. Yes, when this query finish running, we want to set a property that will eventually evaluate to true. So let me show you how. If you come to the product details here, you see, this is where, okay, this is where everything is happening. Now, this use query, it has a property. It has a property which we can put here. It's called enabled. See, this is enabled. It's a boolean. This enabled is going to, if you put enabled here to true, let's just put it to true. If you put enabled here to true, what will happen is that this use seller product is going to run only when this use product is finished running. Yes, going to run this use seller product only when this use product has finished running. And how do we know that this use product has finished running? When we are able to get the values from used product. When you're able to get the values from used product. And to do that, we are going to pass here. To do that, here, this user ID, what we'll do is, instead of just putting true here, we're going to say user ID, and we're going to convert this user ID into a boolean property here by just giving this double mark here. Yes. Instead of just setting this enabled here to true, what we'll do is we're going to convert the user ID into a boolean here. Okay, user ID. You're just converting this user ID into a boolean by putting this double exclamation mark in front of the user ID. Now, here, when this query runs, if the user ID is still undefined, this is going to return us false, and this method is not going to get run. This method will only run when we have the user ID here as true. That's when this method will run, when we have the user ID here as true. So if you go back now, let's go back to product details. You see, if we refresh this query, you see that we are not going to get any error, because this query now is going to run, this use seller product is going to run only when this use product is finished running, and that's been dependent on this user ID here. So let's see that in action. So you're still getting a product here, fine, but now no undefined. So let's refresh here. Let's refresh. You see, we didn't get any message. That means our products are just coming. Why is that? This product details will run first, then our use product is going to run back. So that is the experience which we actually want with React query. Okay, let's go now. You can just pass this use this seller product. Let's pass the seller product into where we need seller product. Okay, now we're done now with this section. What we have to do is this right and left section. We're done with it. Yes, we can now begin working on the other seller items. Here, just going to give. Let's create the function first. Let's create the component first. Come to your file and we say seller order items.jxs. Okay, seller order items.jxs. Good. So here say rfce to bootstrap a new React component. Let's go back to product details, and down here we just have to call that seller order items here, and we need to pass seller products here. There's a seller products. We just pass it down here, seller products. Good. Okay, let's go into this method and see what we can do. Yes, let's get the seller products. So seller products. Let's log it to the console here and see if we're actually getting the seller products. So seller order items. Oh, seller products. Okay, we're having it here. Yes, so we can without wasting any time, let's go and write this function. Now there is one thing, as I told you, that this method is simply is just a card. So we're going to copy our card from our card section. Yeah, but before we do that, let's just give a class here too of section, and here we have an h1. Let's call it seller. Seller order items. Let's give it class name. Here we just say text left, padding left is going to be 2, font is going to be bold, and margin bottom is going to be 4, and the text is going to be large. Okay, down here now we can have this div. So relative width full, background here is going to be base 200 and padding of 2, rounded large. Inside this div now we can paste our individual product items here. In this div we can paste our individual product items, but before we do that we need to make this container here a carousel, because actually what we're going to be having is a carousel which we can scroll back and forth. So let's give another div, and the class name here is going to be flex. Give a gap between the items, between the cards. Let's give a gap of maybe 2 between items. Width is going to be full, of course, and we need to give a class of carousel here. Overflow x scroll. Let's say overflow x scroll here. Good. Now here we can just loop between our products. Let's say product. This is not product, seller product. If only we have the seller products, that is when we are going to be looping over. If only we have seller products, then we want to say seller products dot map for each item, for each product. Just call it product. We're going to have here, we can now place our cart. We're going to copy the cart which we get from our cart section. So let's say cart. Let's just copy like this div from here, and we'll just make some changes to this cart which we are copying. So let's copy that cart. Come back to select other items here. We'll just paste that cart here. Instead of this, let's paste the cart here. Okay, we're going to make some changes here. We're not going to need this. We're not going to be having this likes here, so we need to remove this. Yes, we're not going to be having the brand, so we need to remove the brand and the product condition. So all of this section here, we need to remove this. Oh no, Let's see what's happening here. And product title, yes, we're going to have this, but instead of setting it to like 12, let's set it to maybe 13 or 14 characters here. Set it to 14, and here just say 14. Okay. Maybe 2, yes. Shipping fee, we're going to have shipping fee. No, we're not going to have shipping fee information here. Just going to remove this. The date, yes, we're going to have the date. And yes, images. Are we getting our images from here? I'm not sure we are getting our images from here. So let's see. We have the title, original price, user, created at no images. So we're just going to add it in this list from the back end. So let's first finish editing this. So div, card, background, shadow. We're going to give a width. Let's give a fixed width for these card items here. Let's give a width of say 44. Yes, but on bigger devices, we're going to give a width of 52. On bigger devices, we give a width of 52. Now, this is going to be width dash 52. Of course, cursor pointer. So, okay. With this, let's go and add that image from the back end first. It's a product controller. This is category. Product controller. Here we need to add images. Images here. Let's come back. Let's go back here. Let's check if we're going to have the images here now. No images, but I think if we refresh, seller item, you say format is not defined. Okay, we do not have format here. We need to get it from, let's say, import format from React time ago JS. So time ago JS. Let's come and refresh. Okay. So we have the seller order section here, but look at where the seller order section, other items is coming. It's coming right here in this section here. So, okay, what we'll have to do is we want it to come down here, but we are squeezing it inside this container, which we set as flex. So we're going to come to product details here. Instead of having it here, we'll remove this, Control X, and just after this, just before the footer, we'll paste it here. Just save. Let's go now. Okay. Okay, this is it. But you see, all the items are just entering in here. We do not want that. We want only like 6 items to be inside this container. So let's go and fix that. Here, let's remove this relative here. This image. Okay, we are setting the height of this image too. We didn't change the height of this image. Instead of, let's give a height of like 28 pixels, and width, instead of width to be full, here let's give a width of 28 pixels too. Here, height, let's give a width of 44, the same. And on bigger devices, I want to give a width of, same as above there, 52. So let's see. Okay, this is a lot better now. Yes, it's better now. Here we just have to, let's see, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, we have to just put the buttons here. We have to put these buttons here and here. So let's go and do that. So to put those buttons there, what we'll do is, just after this, let me see. Okay, after this div here, we're going to check if only we have products. If only we have products, yes. If only we have seller products. As a seller product dot length is greater than 6, then that is when we want to display this the buttons to go back and forth. So we just have to give a div here, and this div, we want to have another div here, and this inside this div we need to put buttons to go like back and forth. We want to put the buttons to go back and forth. And here we can, let's say chevron, BS, chevron, BS chevron left, BS chevron left. Yes. Let's just give a size of say 25 pixels. Yeah. Let's duplicate down this. Instead of chevron left, yeah, what is this? Chevron right. Yeah. Okay. So let's just start this container here. We've done this a lot of times. So absolute. We're putting absolute here because this container we're setting it to relative here. So we want to position this absolute to this relative container. So flex, justify is going to be between, transform minus translate. We have done this, guys. So here will be translated through the y-axis, and this is going to be a half. Yes. Left is going to be 5, then right is going to be our 5. So top is going to be half. Okay. Let's give this here. This has to be buttons. So let's say btn circle. Put btn circle. Yes. Let's copy this class here and paste them here. Okay, you see, these are our buttons here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 items are entering here, and these are our buttons. You can click on this button to go back and forth. Now, the functionality to going back and forth is not yet working. That is what we are going to write now. We're going to write the functionality to move those buttons to the left and to the right. So let's go and do that. Okay, if we come to application here, just like before, we need to give a reference to this container here. Yes, where is it? Yes, this one. We need to give a reference to this container here. So here we're going to say ref. It's a ref. Here we let's call this let's call this item ref. Item ref. We don't yet have this, so we need to get use ref from here. It's a const item ref. So use ref. Now we'll pass null by default to that use ref. Then so we'll come here. Let's create a method here. There's a const scroll left. I thought you were going to do this a little bit different from what we did the other time. So it's similar, but we just have to do it different. There's an item ref dot current if we have that. So this on this current element we have a property. There's a scroll left. It's called scroll left, and with this scroll left property, we just want to minus like 800. We want to minus 800 from it. This 800 is no calculated value. This is just an arbitrary value which I measure and I place it here. I just say we want to move this container like 800 pixels either to the left. So I minus this 800 from the scroll left position. So that is just what we're doing here in this scroll left content, in this scroll left function. Let's copy here and create another function here, and we'll just call it this. Instead of scroll left, it's a scroll right. This is container we're going to be scrolling to the right, and here instead of minus we'll just say plus. We'll scroll to the left with a plus. So you see we're still using only this current object here to do all of this. Okay, now we need to handle this scroll event. We need to handle this scroll event in a use effect hook. We need to handle the scroll event in a use effect hook. So let's come and write a use effect here. Let's say use effect. So in this use effect, we're going to take a dependency array here. Now, what do we want here? Let's say let scroll item. Let's say scroll item is equals to the scroll item is going to be item ref dot the current item which we are currently scrolling. We need to check now if scroll item, if only we have the scroll item, because it can be null actually. If only we have the scroll item here, that is when we if only we have the scroll item, that's when we want to add an event listener to this scroll item. So I say scroll item dot add event listener, add event listener, yes, and this method is going to be scroll. There's an O here. Yes, this is going to be scroll, and here we need to just put the event handling method here to handle the scroll. For that, I'll just write a function out here. So let's say const. Oh, instead of writing it out here, let me see, there's a const here, handle scroll, and what will this handle scroll function do here? It's just going to take our scroll, it's going to take our scroll position. It's going to take our scroll position and set some values to this scroll position. That means we need to write a use effect. We need to give a state here to show if the item which we are currently scrolling, are we going to the left or we are going to the right. So we need to come here, let's say const show, let's say show left button, show left button. I will set show left button. Why do we need this button? We want that when we are on the first, when we are viewing the first 6 items, we don't want to show the left buttons. Only when we scroll to the right before we can show the left button. So you say use state. Here by default we set it to false. By default to set it to false. So here now you can see, let's come here, and here we just give the scroll position, and we set the show left button to to the current scroll position here. So here say set show left button. We just want to set it to the current scroll position, and what is the current scroll position? It's going to come from the scroll item. So we need to move. Let's move this here. Let's move this up here. Okay, so here we just need to say scroll item dot scroll left. So yes, scroll item dot scroll left if it is greater than 0, because this set show left button here is actually a boolean. So we are just checking if the scroll left position is greater than 0, then we can set this show left button to true. So that's what we are doing here. And now here we can just pass this handle scroll to this event listener here, handle scroll. Okay, since this is an event listener we are writing here, we need to clean after ourselves. We need to clean up this function when we return from here. So we need to return, write a function here to clean up this event listener. Here which is scroll item, if we have scroll item dot remove event listener. Here we just pass the scroll event and pass the handle scroll here. This will remove our event listener from there. So here, okay, we have an error. Looks like we have an error somewhere. So let's check what is happening here. So it's complaining of this line here, this scroll left and scroll right buttons here. Let's see. What are we doing? Let's just remove this optional chaining here. Okay, it stopped complaining. Alright. So now we can just go and hook our left and our right buttons where we're here. We're clicking to the left. Let's just say on click. Here we just say scroll left. And on click here, say scroll right. Okay, let's go and check. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, yes, we're scrolling, but we need to add animation. But when you're on the first item, we are still seeing this button. We don't want to see this button. That means our logic is not quite working. Let's go and see what we can do to fix that. We are actually not yet using this show left button, so we need to use the show left button. That's why we are still saying that left button there. We need to use that show left button. So if you come here, let's do that in this class here. So let's just give like this, and here let's remove this in here, and here we just have to say if it's show left, if this show, if we have show left button. Right, if we have show left button, we can just set here to visible. Let's set this to block. Yes. Else, I want to set this to hidden. Let's check if this is going to work. Okay, this is now working on the right side. Okay, when this leave leave, this button, it takes its place here. So it takes its place here. So rather than setting it to hidden, we want this to be available on this container, but it should just be hidden for us. So here, instead of doing it like this, let's write some. Let's just write CSS. Let's just write some CSS classes for that. Here, I'm going to remove all of this back. Let's remove all of this. And down here, I'm just set styles. Here we set visibility. The visibility. Now, on this visibility, this is when we're going to conditionally set this. So we say show left. If we say visible, else you say hidden. Okay, let's check now. Okay, it's gone. It's now gone. Voila, you can go. Okay, you see when we start scrolling now, it appears here. Scroll. Yes. You see. Now, with this scrolling done, we can now come and add our recommended products. Now, we recommended products. We're going to just come here. We'll create another component here. Here we'll say recommended products.jsx. Here's the error FCE recommended products. So down here we just need to, okay, we'll finish here. We just come to product details, and just below the seller order items, let's paste our recommended products here. Say recommended products. Here, say recommended products. This is going to come from recommended products. We don't yet have it, so let's go and call. Let's call this here. So use recommended. Yes, and here recommended products. With the recommended products, we are, instead of passing an ID here, we need to pass a category. So instead of product.user.id, we just need to say product.category. We need to pass in the category here. Yes, and here we come down here, we just pass the recommended products. Recommended products. Let's go into this recommended products, and here we just get the recommended products. So recommended products. Let's see if that's what we passed. Yes. Okay, let's lock this. Undefined. Why is that? Let's go and check. We have it undefined. So let's see. Let's go to product details here. This is use recommended product to get recommended product. We're passing the category here. Okay, for the same reason we did this here, we need to do it for recommended products. So we need to say enabled. Yes. If we have category. Let's go back here. We're still getting, okay. Let's go back to recommended products here. Okay, we're still getting undefined. Let's come here where we are calling this. Instead of seller here, let's just put our product here. And here, description, rule, condition, category. So, category, shoes. Let's try to lock the recommended products here. Let's say recommended products. Recommended products. Okay. Yes, we are having the recommended products here. Look, these are them. Let's see, we're having the recommended products here, but why is it not coming to our? Okay, so let's copy this. Let's come down here. Let's paste here. If we go now to recommended products, Yes, we have them here. It was a spelling error. So we have the recommended products here. So let's go to application here. There's one thing I've noticed here in this application here, in this other seller items. If you look here, we are scrolling back and forth, right? As we are scrolling, since we are currently viewing this item here, we still have the same item down here. See, this is it. This soccer boots here. This is the same soccer boots which we have here. So we are still saying the same product. We don't want to see this product inside this seller order items here. We don't want to see this product. We need to find a way to filter this product. And also we're going to do that with reactquery. Reactquery keeps giving us amazing features and a lot of amazing things we can do with reactquery. So with reactquery, we can use the enabled option in order to transform this result here, to filter the result here using the enabled key, using the enabled option in our reactquery. So let's go and do that. So here, we'll come here. What is it? Let's come to product details here. Where are we calling use seller items? Okay, here. Now we can just pass the product ID. So this is product dot ID. Rather than doing this like this, we just get the product ID from here, from this params here. So let's say params dot ID. Let's get it from the params dot ID. And that means this method here is broken now. Let's go here. Instead of with user ID, we just need to pass the product ID as well. And now here, let's say seller enabled. Okay, now we're going to give another option. We're going to give another option here. Here we'll just say select. So look at what this select does. So if you hover your mouse over here, you see the select option. This option can be used to transform or select a part of our data returned by the query function. So we can use to select a part of our data that's been returned by this query function. You can see the syntax here. It gets a data, which is going to be the current data which we are getting from here. So let's just get that data from there. And here we can just use the filter method. You can look through the data. Let's log this data to the console so that you see what is contained within this data. You just see that it's just our array, our other products array. So let's log this data. Here, you see, it's just our other product array, 14 of them. So what we can do is, let's just say data dot filter. We need to filter, since this is an array, we need to filter by, it's a product. It's just that the product dot ID is different from product ID which we are passing in. It's different from the product ID which we are passing it here. So just the same role which we specify. If we are putting an item here, that means in this query we need to put this query key. We need to modify back this query key because you see this product ID is changing this function here. So we need to pass in the product ID to this query key here. Okay, now let's go and see. Yes, if you look now, this product is going to leave this array here. Let's check. See, it's cool. We've gone to the end, but we don't see that boot anywhere again. So you filter it. So that is it. That's the power of React query. Let's go and continue with this recommended product section. Let's finish out with this recommended product section. Let's go back to our code. Where is recommended product? Okay, we are here. So here now we're just going to give, let's just say this is a section. Here, let's give a class. Let's give a class name of section. Yes, padding of 2, correct. And here we give a h1. We give the title as recommended products. Let's give it class text, just as usual, text 2x large, font bold, and margin bottom is going to be 6. Okay. Now down here, we need to just get our div. Let's set the grid column, that's 1. That's for the first set of devices. Then for smaller devices, it's going to be grid column dash 2. For medium devices, it's going to be grid column dash 3. Grid column dash 3. Yes. Then for large devices now, it's going to be md grid. No, it's going to be grid call dash 4. Okay, here now we can just loop over our recommended products. Let's say if we have recommended products, then here we just say recommended products dot map, recommended products dot map. For each product here, we're just going to we're going to call our cart. We're going to pass our cart here. It's the same cart which we created, so we're just going to pass it here as a cart. It's not, please don't take this cart from Material UI. Let's get it from our product cart. And here we just need to pass the key down here. There's a key, and the key is here is going to be product dot ID. Yes, product.id, and product, it's expecting the product. We'll just pass in the product which you are getting from here. So this is it. This is recommended products. Let's save. Beside this recommended product, let's see, I think where we're looking over these other items, we didn't pass a key to it. Let me see. Yes, we need to give a key to this class here. Let's give a key. This is going to be product dot score ID. Okay, now let's see. Okay, we have our recommended products here, but it's not looking great. We need to give some gaps to this here. So let's come to recommended product back. Let's just give a gap of say 2. Let's go back. Okay, it's looking much better now. So it's much better now. Okay. So we only have four shoes at the moment. As 4 shoes. That's why we're just seeing only 4 shoes here. So the same thing we did with this product, recommended product. We don't want to recommend back this product which we are currently seeing. We don't want to recommend this product which we are currently seeing. So we can come and filter it from our. Let's go back to product details here. Let's just copy this line, select line here. Let's copy it. Come down to this. We'll paste it here. Product ID. That means this is also going to receive the product ID. Product ID. And here we say product ID. Don't forget this, please. Product ID. And let's go back to where we are using this use recommended, which is in product details. Should be product details. Here now we just need to pass this. Let's pass this here. Okay. Yes, now it's done. Let's refresh if everything's okay. Yes, everything's good. So with this, we are done with this section. Not quite done. We need to, when we scroll down, we need to append that bar around here, and we need to hide this container here. You see, this is leaking. There's way too much space here. So we need to break this off around here. We need to break this container off around here so that user can scroll in between this section here. So let's go and do that. And we're going to go to the product details for that. Okay, here we are already here. We can remove this, and let's use this is loading. If it's loading, we just want to give our spinner. We created a spinner here, right? I hope this is what it was called. If it's loading, we want to return spinner. Here, let me check how this was called. Spinner is from our components. It's in our component, so we can import it from here. Say import spinner from component / spinner. Okay, that one will do. Okay, to hide that section, we're going to, let's say, we're going to give a height here. Let's give a height of 650 pixels. Let's see how that one looks. 650 pixels. Okay, around here, you see we are breaking off around here, just after the seller store. Yes, we're breaking off. At least this cap to here is enough. 650 pixels is enough. Now we don't want to cut off our remaining items down there, so we just have to make this container a scrollable container here, and we just hide the scroll bar. So let's go and do that. So here, what we're going to do is we're going to say overflow y is going to be scroll. Yes, and let's just give a custom scroll here. It's a scroll bar, and I'll set it to none here. Scroll bar none. Then we'll go and write this scroll bar method in our app.css. Go and write this scroll bar method in our app.css. So let's just copy it. Control C. We'll go to app.css. Control P. App.css here. Yes, we're going to write that method here. No, instead of app.css, this is index.css. In index.css here. Okay. Yes, I think we already wrote it. This is scroll bar none. And we're just prefixing this WebKit scroll bar to it. And we're setting the display to none. Yes, we already did it here. So this is it. Let's go back. Now let's check if it's working. Yes, you see, you can scroll down here. We'll scroll and reach here, it snaps. So what you want to do now is that scroll bar. When we scroll and reach around here, bam, the scroll bar is going to appear. That up bar is going to appear here. So let's go and do that one. Let's go to our application and write that product bar. Go to application here. We'll come to product details here. Write the product bar here. Let's create a new folder, and here we'll just say product bar.jxs. Yes. Now, guys, we've wrote product bar. With this product bar, it is everything which we've done. Yes. So I already have a snippet for that. So I already have a code snippet for this product bar. What I'm going to do is I'll come here. I'll just copy the snippet. This is it. It's simple. I'll just explain to you. It's everything we've been doing. So there's no need for me to be writing this again. It's going to take us a lot of time. This section is already running too long. So let me paste this. So product bar. Okay. Now let me explain to you what this code is doing. We're just setting this is like here to true. The reason we're doing this is we just want to give that heart. Let's remove this. This is not coming from here. Now we just want to give that. We just want to make the heart to be red. That's what we're giving is like here to show. We're just simulating that the user have liked that product. So, but it's not real. We're going to adjust it later. And here we are. Yes, we're just setting the container to flex. On bigger devices, we're setting it to flex roll. That means it's going to lie horizontally like that. So if you check here, so you see we have both styles for mobile and for the bigger devices. We have styles for we're writing styles for mobile and smaller devices. So that's what we are doing here. You see, on big devices we have a gap of 4, while small devices we have a width of 2.5. So see here we have the description. Is the title of the product. We have here is the size. It's the same thing which we wrote over there. It's just we're just placing the items together in this section. So we're just doing the same thing. It's basically the same thing. So let's go and see how this is working here. We'll just place it down here. Let's say product. This is product bar, and it's expecting product. It's expecting product, which we're going to get from product there. It's also expecting a user, which we're going to get from user too. So with these two pass here, let's see if we're going to get. Okay, you see, this is the product bar here. You see, the code is fairly simple. The only thing here is, let's see if we try to, let's minimize. You see, this product bar is going to stick down here. See, this is it. It's instead down here. When we minimize, we want to send it right down to the bottom of the page here. So this is how it is. Now, what we're going to do is, what we'll be doing here is, we're just going to write the we're going to write the JavaScript to position this bar up here when we scroll around here. Yes, so that if there are many recommended products and the user like to have scrolled down here and said no, the first product I selected, that's the product I'm going to buy. So the user can now have access to all this information here already here, rather than for the user to scroll right to the top before they purchase their good. So I think this is something nice we can place here. So let's go and see. Let's go and do that. So if you come to product details here, the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to create a use effect. Yes, we're going to create a use effect, and we'll do something very similar to what we did in the seller order items. Yes. So let's start by creating some states here. I'll set const here. I'll set is visible. Is visible. This is going to determine if that container, that product bar is visible or not. So we'll set is visible. Let's set is visible. This is use state, and we set it to false. Initially it's going to be false. So here now, we can come here before the spinner. Let's create a use effect here. So use effect. And here, this use effect, which is a cons scroll container. Scroll container. Okay, so here, where's the const? Inner height. Let's get the inner height. It's going to come from the windows dot the inner height property of this window. So, and with the const scroll height, also going to get the scroll height. It's come from windows dot get the scroll y. Get scroll y. This is it down here. Now, at here, let's just the const is scrolled visible. Let's give a property here called is scrolled visible. We just now, if this scroll visible, to check if the scroll is visible, we're going to set the scroll height. We're going to check if the scroll height is greater than the inner height. So if scroll height is greater than the inner height, then only then we can set this is scroll visible to true. So here we can then set is scroll visible, set scroll visible, sorry, to is scroll visible. Okay, now, so if you're wondering what this inner height and what the inner height and this scroll y is, let's just log the value to the console. And that way you'll be able to see it more clearly. So for us to log the values, let's log the values here and call this container already. So let's say const g, and let's say inner height, and let's say scroll height, and let's just call this here. It's a scroll container. Let's call this here. You see the inner height. This is the inner height, and this is the scroll height here. This is scroll height. This is where we have scrolled to. Now the inner height is the height of the viewport. Yes, of the Windows viewport. So here, you see, we are right down here. This is the height. This is where we are right now. If we scroll up to around here, because we want it to be around here like this. So if you refresh now, you see the scroll height has reduced to 911. So what we want is, if this scroll height is greater than the inner scroll, that's when we want to display that bar up there. So it is going to be around here. Yes, it's going to be closely around here. That's when we want to display that bar around here. So let's go and continue the implementation of this. Now here, instead of calling this here, we can just say window.add event listener, and this is going to be a scrolled event. Okay, this is going to be a scrolled event, and here we just call the scroll container here. The scrolled container, yes, we just call it there. And last, we can just clean up this event listener. Let's return. Here we'll say window dot remove event listener, and this is going to be the scroll event, and here we just say scroll container. Okay, with this now we can come here and we pass is visible down here. So is visible. Yes. So if you come to the product bar here of 12, you get the is visible. Is visible. Now we want to write some CSS in order to display that bar when the container becomes visible. This container becomes visible. So we'll just use CSS in order to do that. So let's do it. We are going to be doing it up here, because if you look here, this method here, this is running too long, so we don't want to add additional stars here. It's going to get very long. So what I can do here is, I'll just give like this, and I'll call here, I'll just say this is visible stars. Let us say visible stars. We have not yet created that, so we can come here. Here's a const visible stars. Okay, this visible stars, let's say if it's visible, then we are going to give some stars here. We're going to say fix 800 pixels. It's 800. On large devices, we want the top. We want to position this to the far top of the page. So this is top is 0, bottom. On smaller devices, we set bottom to 0. On smaller devices, we set bottom to 0. And why on bigger devices, we set bottom to, we're just writing some styles here for both bigger and smaller devices. So on big devices here, we want to set the bottom here to be full instead minus full. So bottom dash, this is going to be full. We're setting the bottom here to minus full. What this minus full will do is it's going to set it to minus 100%. Yes, minus 100%. I'll position it to the top. So here we're going to set the left going to be 0, and right is going to be 0 for smaller devices. So else, this is when the container is visible. If the container is not visible here on bigger devices, we're just going to say hidden. Fixed on small devices, I'll set the bottom to dash 0 and left also to dash 0. Right, set the right to 0 too. These are tailwind CSS classes. So let's see if this is actually going to work. Okay, you see, we already have it here. This is it up here. So when we scroll past this point, it disappears. Yes, nice. It appears. It disappears. So let's give a little bit of transition. Yes. Yes. Okay, the transition is working. Yeah, see? Yes, it comes. Bam. On smaller devices, let's see. Yes, it's just remains down here. It remains down here. See? You can scroll, it's fixed down here. Good. So this is working as expected. So next, what we're going to be doing is we're going to use this button here to sell our items. We're going to actually sell our items now using this button here. So that's what we're going to be doing next. So before we go and register for a new product, to see how we can register for a new product, there is something I want us to just finish first before we go and do that. You see these buttons here. I want that when we click on this button, we should make these buttons dynamic. Yes, all these buttons all over here, down here, I want us to make them dynamic. So let's go and do that. We already wrote the back end for that, which is to like and unlike a product and get all the users likes. Sorry. So we'll start from our agent here. So start from the agent here. This account product. We're going to create another. There's a cons like, and the first is going to be, we're going to say like products. It's going to take let's first see what this takes a product. Yes, I'm sure of it. It's going to take a product and say request dot post here because it's slash like slash. So let's see, instead of this we'll have this like this. So now let's see what we name this like. I've forgotten the routes which we gave to these likes, so we can go to Insomnia to check. Let's see. Okay, if you look Insomnia here, we have click on likes here. This is like, we have after like we have the product ID. Yes, after like we just have the product ID. So here we're going to need to pass the product ID here. So the same thing for unlike. Yes, I think the same thing for unlike. Let's say unlike. Instead of doing that, let's just duplicate down this line. Instead of like products here, we'll just say unlike product. It also takes a product ID. It's a post request. Now instead of like here, we're going to have like slash unlike, I think slash product ID. Let's check in Insomnia here. Unlike, yes, we have like slash unlike, then we have the product ID. So, and it's also a post request. Last here we have get all product. So let's see, get users likes. Sorry, it's just a like, and we are passing nothing to the body. So we're using the login user. So here we're going to just remove this. It's just going to be like, and instead of post here, we're just going to say get. It'll be a get request, and here this will be empty. Instead of unlike product here, you say get user product. So with this, now I think we can just call like here. So we have the like now. Let's come here. We come to APIs here and hooks. Let's just create the files. API here, we're going to say like. Let's just say like API.js. And here, create a new file. We say like.js. Good. And get rid of that now. Okay, let's begin with this like API here. So let's export const, and we say we can say like product. Yes, this is going to be an asynchronous, and it takes the product ID. And here we can just try catch. Down here, we just throw back this error. Yeah, okay, up here now, we can just return agent.like product, and here we just pass our product ID. So this is copy this. We'll do the same thing to unlike a product. Instead of like here, we say on like product, and here we just say on like product. Let's copy the last one, which is to get the user likes. We'll paste here. Let's say get user likes. And here we're going to, instead of just returning, let's store this in a response variable here. Yes, since this method is an asynchronous method, we need to await this call here because we're making this call to the database. The same with here, we need to await, and the same with here, we need to await. So forgot to do that. Here, to get user likes, we don't need the product ID. So what we do here, this is going to be get user products. No, this is get user likes. Oh, did I just call that user products? Oh my god, this is get user likes. Okay, this is get user likes. It doesn't need the product. Okay, now we can just return this response. This is going to be response dot, I think this is going to be likes. We return it. Return. Let's go and check. Okay, yes, it's likes. So a like has an ID, which is the ID of that like, and it has the user ID and the product ID here. So that's the structure of the like. Now let's come to this like here. This is where we export const, and here we say use like. Okay, and this is going to be a mutation. Let's say const use mutation, and here we'll just give the mutation function here, which is going to be like product. Here it's expecting a product ID, so we need to first pass the product ID here. Product ID like this, and here we just call the like product and we pass the product ID in here. So that's the first thing we have to do here. Yes, so, and yes, this is okay. We just have to get the mutation from here, and here we can say like this like product. Okay, we're already having like product here. So what we can just call this as let's say let's say like a product, Yes, let's just put this a here, like a product. So here we can just export return, sorry, we just need to return this like a product from this method. Let's copy. We do the same thing for, instead of use like here, we're just going to say use on like. This is, instead of like a product, we'll just say like on like a product, on like a product. And instead of like here, say on like product. Yes, take a product. So here we'll just say on like a product. The last thing we need to do is we need to write a query. So let's export const use, we call this likes, use likes, and this it's going to have take data up there, but we're not going to put it down. Let's first say use query, and here the first thing we need is the query function, which is going to come from get user likes, yes, and the other is going to be the query key. This is going to be the query key. It's an array here. We just say likes, yes, and here we need to get data, and let's just call this data likes. Good. Now, okay, we can return. Let's just return likes from here. We don't need any loading states for all of this, so we just let it be like this. Okay, we are done here with this. So how are we going to be using this? Here we're going to get the user's likes, and the best place to get this user likes is to put it at the root of our application, and the best place I can put this is our app.js. Let's come Control P, say app.js here. Okay, here we can just say use likes. This is it. It's expecting nothing, but we need to get the likes out of this likes. So now when we get this like, what we will do with it is we need to store it. We need to store this like in local storage. So the first thing I'll do here, I'll check if we have likes. If at all we have likes, then we're going to store it in local storage. Local storage.set item. Here we say likes. Let's just call it likes. And the value, what we'll be storing inside the local storage is, because if you want to put anything in local storage, it has to be a string. So we need to first stringify it. Let's stringify, and we just put the likes here. So with this now, let's first go and check if we're going to see the likes in local storage. So let's go, let's refresh. Okay, let's F12. Let's go to our local storage. Likes, okay. Yes, okay. I tested our like endpoints, and we are already having some likes with this user, almost 3 likes. Yes, with this user. So I went to the backend and I tested the like endpoints if they were still working. So we have 3 likes here with this user. This user has 3 likes. Now, if you come and lock, let's go to our product details here. Let's lock this user. Let's lock this user here. You'll see that we virtually put a like property on this user object. Yes, we put a like property on this user object. So apparently, we are not going to be using that like property which we put on the user object. So we can go to the back end and remove it. So let me show you. If you lock the user here, let's scroll down. Let's scroll down. I think this is the likes here. Okay, you see, this is the likes here. You see this array? We are getting also the user's likes in this array. We are getting the user likes in this array. So, but we do not, we are already calling the user like using that endpoint, using the endpoint which we have. So, there's no need for us to store back this user in this property. So we can go and remove it. Yes, you can go and remove it if you want. But if you want to just keep it, because it makes no sense to be sending this likes array back to this user, why we can also get the like array from here. What you can also do is you can also not implement this endpoint, this get user endpoints, and you just implement the like and unlike. You can also not implement the get user likes endpoint and instead use these likes here. That is still going to be a good option. So you can choose between the two actually, but make sure you abandon one of them. So okay, let's proceed. Let's proceed with this. So let's remove this here. We don't need this for now. Okay, here we can say const, and here we're going to say use like, and we need to pass in our product ID here. And you know where our product ID is coming from params. If we have a params, we need to pass the ID there. And also we can just say here like a product. Let's do the same thing for unlike a product. Unlike a product. So here we say unlike, oh, this here is use unlike. So here we can say unlike a product. Okay, now if I scroll down to where we have this, no, this is not it. Yes, this. So what we need to do is, let's just first create, what we need to do is, before we go and hook this up, we need to, let's get our like state from local storage. Oh, let's do it after this. Let's just come down here. So it's a const likes is going to come from local storage.get items, and here we just give a string of likes. So since this is in a string, we need to pass it. We need to pass that string to an object. So we can say JSON dot parse. We can pass this and copy all of this and paste it here. So here we have likes. Yes, we have our likes here. Let's log it to the console and see likes. Okay, we have them here. Now what we can do here is we can say const is product liked. I check if a product is liked from this liked array. You can say is product liked. You can check this by using this likes dot sum. This sum method here, you see, it takes a predicate, and for each items it determines whether the specified callback returns true for any items in the array. So here, if any item here returns true, it's going to return true for when we loop over each item of this array. So that's what the sum method here is doing. It's just looping over this array, and it returns whatever field that returns true from our given expression, from the expression which we supply to this method here. So we're going to say, let's just say pt for product, and for each PDT, I want to say product dot, we have this. This is actually not the product. Let's just say LK. U stands for like. Say LK dot product if it is equal to our params dot id. Yes. So let's log this to the console. CRG log is product like. Okay, it's returning us false here. That means we have not liked this product. We have not liked this product. So it's returning false here. So okay, yes. So we can now come and check. Let's give a state here. We say use const. So use state. Let's say is like. Now say set is like. This is going to be use state, and we just set this use state to is product like. We are setting this to is product like so that we have the current state from the database. We're having the current state from the database here. This is product like. So now what we can do is we can come down here. We check for, let's see, yes, well, okay, here we need to check if it's like. If it's like, then we need to give a set of class, else we want to give another here. So let's copy this, paste it here, and let's track back this too. We'll paste it here, and here instead of BS heart field, let's just say BS heart. BS heart. Okay, if this product is like, we want to show this heart field. If not, we want to show this heart outlined. So the text here is not going to be red. The text here, I'll just say text dash slate. Let's say slate 400, something like this. Slate 400, or let's just say black. Text here is just going to be black. Text dash black. Okay, and here we just need to give some buttons here on click. Let's just give some on click. Now when we click on these buttons, what are we going to do? The first thing is we want to set is like to whatever the like state is currently. So to whatever is like state is, I want to set is like to whatever is like state is currently. So currently now is like state is false. So if we click on this button, it's going to turn to true. And the same thing we're going to do here. So we could copy this, Ctrl C, and we'll paste it here, Ctrl V. Yes, this is going to be the same. Now, okay, then for this, where is it? For this number of likes, we're going to create another state for the number of likes. For the number of likes, we're going to create another state here. Where is it? Where are we defining that other state here? I've just pasted this state here and it's difficult to find. Okay, it's down here. Okay, here we'll say const. Here we'll say num likes set num likes. This is going to be used state, and here we are going to be passing. We're going to pass our this. We're going to pass this likes array, the length of this like array here. We're going to be passing it here. So we say likes dot length. Likes length. If only we have the likes, we want to pass the length of that array there. So with this now, we can just come down here, and here we set this to num likes, and here, where is it? Down here, we set this to num likes. Okay, here now, when we click on this button, when we click on this button, we want to like, after we set the is like to this, to whatever the is like state is, we want to unlike the product. So say unlike a product, and here we just passed in the product ID. Remember, it's expecting the product ID. So we can say params dot ID here, and we can also set this property here. Then set num. We can set num likes to whatever we have here. That's the previous value which we have. We want to take that previous value and we just decrease it with 1. Decrease it by 1. Sorry, just decrease it by 1. So like this here, and you come down here. Here we just want to like a product, and we pass params dot id. Pass param dot id, and here, oh yes, so pass param dot id, and down here we say set num likes. We just set the num like. We take the previous value, and the previous value in this num like, we just want to increment it by 1, not 0, 1. Okay, I hope this is going to work. So let's see what we can adjust here again. Okay, it's good. Let's go and see. Okay, you see, now we have not liked this product, but you see the total number of likes we have is 3. We have 3 likes here. So if you click, we are incrementing the number of likes to 4, and we are having our like icon here. You see, if we go to the database, not to the database, let's go to our DevTools and see. Okay, the number of likes has not come here because we had 3 previously. So let's try to refresh the page and see. If we refresh, yes, we are still having 4 here, and our button is showing that we have likes here. Okay, it has come now. This is it. We have it now here. Now, the reason this is happening is because we have to refetch this item when we click on it, because we have a still time of 20 seconds that our application is going to be in before we can fetch for new products, or before our background update can kicks in. So within that time, we are still having our old data. That's why we're seeing only 3 items there. So what we can do is, when we create a new product, we need to refetch the list of products. So with React query, that is pretty simple. What we'll have to do here is, we'll come to this likes. Here we can say const query client. Let's say query client. Query client. This is supposed to use query client. Here you just come and say on success. We want this to happen when we have successfully pushed our product to the database. So here on success, what we want to say is, we just want to say query client dot refetch. We want to refetch the queries. So this takes an object. We're going to pass a filter to it, and this is going to be our query key. And what is our query key for likes? Is this likes here? Where is it? This is it. This likes. So we just need to pass the likes here. So we're passing the likes here. So with this is all we had to do. We just have to refetch the query. And what query? We're just giving the query by specifying the query key here. We'll do the same thing for when we are liking a product. when you're liking a product, we want to do the same thing. Here, just a const query client is equals to new. No, use query client. Use query. Use query client. So with this, let's go and see if this is going to work. Okay, let's click. It decreases to 3, and you see the button changes. No, let's come. Yes, you see it's gone. It's gone from here. See, this is it. It's gone from here. Let's try again. It goes up to 4. If you go to our database now, you see it's 4. I mean, to our developer tools, you see it's 4 here. So that is working just fine. Okay, that section is working fine. So you can even try it by getting some more products. If you come here, you see, I think this is one of the products which I liked here. Yes, you see, this is it. If you unlike it, you see, it goes to 3. This product is no more liked. So let's go back to the other product. Where is it? It was this one here. You see here, it's like it's 3. If you unlike it now, it's 2. If you come to our dev tool, you see we have only 2 remaining in the dev tools there. So this like or unlike portion is working just fine. So what we need to do now is we need to pass these values right down to this button here. We want that when we reach here, you see, everything we have up here should be here. So we need to pass those like and unlike state also to this button here. So let's go and do that. So let's come to the application here. Where's product details? Okay, we have product details here. Let's come right down to, okay, this is the right section. Let me just close this so that we have short distance of code is scrolling. Okay, we have the user there. Here we're just going to give this is going to be like a product, and here we say like a product. The next is going to be unlike a product, and this is going to be unlike a product. And here we're just going to pass is like. The is like state. Going to pass is like. Okay, let's go to the product bar. In the product bar here, we need to get those states which we just gave there. So it's on like a product and like a product and is like. So since we have is like here, we need to remove this is like from here. Then we'll come down here. Let's first check if it's already working. Let's go to our application here. Here we have not liked this product. So let's come down. You see the product is not liked. Also, we need to pass the like, the num like. Also, we need to pass the num like. So here, what I'm going to just do is I'm going to pass the num like, num likes. Yes, I think this was num likes. So let's come to product details here. So num likes is going to be num likes. Let's come back to product bar here. Okay, here now we just need to fit these items to where they belong. So here, upon clicking, okay. So if you see here, we are doing this in a little bit different way, because see, we just have one button here that's controlling the like and unlike state. So here we're just changing the text depending on if it's like is true. So depending on if it's like is true, we're just changing the state here. We don't need this extra. Yes, this extra div here. We don't need this. Yes, we don't need this here. Let's just remove this. Okay, it's good like this. So what we have to do, what we can do is we just say on click. Let's just say on click. Here we say handle. Let's say handle likes. Let's say handle like, and here we can come and call the handle like here. Where is it? After this, there's a const. We can define the handle like here. Handle like. So this handle like is going to depend on this is like. If you say if it's like, then so you say if it's like, then we want to do, if it's like, if this button is like, then we want to call on like here, and we pass the product dot id here. Else, if it is unlike, then that is when we want to like the product. So we can just call like a product here, and we pass the product dot id. Okay, this num like. So we also need to pass the num like. We also need to pass set num like status here. Yes, because those are the state that's controlling whether our product is being liked or not. So we need to pass them also down to this array so that when we click on these buttons, they have the same effect. Yes, they have the same effect. So first, before doing that, let's just give this num like here. Let's say this p was a p tag. Okay, here we say this is num likes. Okay, here is 2. It's good now. Now we want that when we click on it, we should toggle the state as well. So we need to pass the set state to this method too. So we just come here. Let's just get it from here. Let's say set likes, set is like, and here we want to set num likes. So let's go here and we pass those there. So set is like, you say set is like, and down here so set num like, just to set num likes. So with this now, let's go back to product bar here, and let's call this in their respective areas. So here, this is going to be else. It's going to be like this. Good. Okay. If this is like, we just want to toggle. Let's say set is like to whatever is like is. Yes, and we want to decrease the set num likes. Want to decrease the set num likes. Pref and pref minus 1. This pref is the previous value which we have here. We just want to subtract 1 from it. So we can. This is not right here. We can copy this. This 2 actually. We can copy this 2. Bring them down here. And here instead of minus, we just have to say plus. Okay, I think with this now, yes, with this is going to work as expected. So if you come now and click here, yes, it's 3. If you come here, you see that it's 3 back. So this is working as expected. Now what we have to do is we just have to change the state of these buttons, also these cards, the like states inside these cards. We need to change them also. So for that, we are going to go to the card. Let's go to card, and here with this card, what we'll do is, how are we going to approach this? Okay, let's just first come to product details here and copy some of the things we already have here. Let's copy these 3 things. We need these 3. Let's copy. Go to card. Let's just paste them here. We need this use state, so we get it. We also need this is coming from local storage. Let's come back to here. We also need this liked product and unliked product. So let's copy it too. Let's come to cart here and let's paste it here as well. So here we are calling use like and use unlike here. So we just import it from app hooks. Let's import it. Yes, and here we do not have params, but we have products. We have products, and here we have products. Okay, yes, these ones are good. Now if you come here, let's replace this is like with is like. Let's first see how this is coming, whether we are having any errors. Yes, params is not defined. I thought we changed that. Params, okay, here we have params here instead of product. We have instead of product here. Okay, let's try again. Yes, you see everything now. It's showing that we have not liked any of these products here. That's what this is currently showing us. But let's do some quick debugging here. So let's get all the like products from here. Let's try to log them to the console here. What I will see. Let's say clg.is product liked. Oh, is product liked false. Okay, we have only 3 here, and both of them are false. None of these products have been liked. So let's refresh the page. Let's check. Okay, we have 3 likes here. Let's go to the main page. Let's go to the main page. That's where we can quickly visualize this because we are liking this product. I want to see if we're going to see this product as marked as like in our product. Okay, it's not marked as like. That means we are not getting that product from, or not getting the correct values from local storage. So let's try to debug. So what I'm seeing here is we are putting .id here, which is not actually an ID. This is actually a underscore ID. It's not directly an ID. So it has underscore ID. So let's just put the underscores here. Let's see again. Let's refresh. Okay, you see this one is showing like. We've liked this product. This is also showing like. That means we like these 2 products. Let's go and check the one which we recently like. Yes, we like this product too. So all of them are showing up here. Okay, what we have to do here is we just have to take care of this state here, and we can just do all of that in here. Let's just say on click. Let's say this is going to be a function. So the first thing here is we need to get this e value. To get e from there, let's say e dot prevent default. I want to prevent the default here, and here we can say set is like to whatever is like state is. And since we don't have num likes here, it's okay. We don't have num likes here, so we can just do it like this. And here we can just unlike the product. So unlike a product, and here we pass the product dot underscore ID. So let's copy this. We're doing a lot of copy and paste here, but it's okay. It's not something very big that we can be afraid of. We'll make little mistakes, but we'll just go find out or correct the mistakes ourselves. So here e dot prevent default, yes. Set is like to, is like yes, and here we just have to say like a product. Okay, with this I think everything is now really set up. Let's check. Yes, if we unlike this, voila, it's gone. Let's go and check. Yes, 2 is gone. Let's unlike this 2 here. Let's unlike this. It's gone. Let's check here. Okay, it's gone. Can unlike this 2. Yes, it's gone. So finally now the user is having, see, 0 likes. But if they like this product now, voila, this is good. So you see they're liking it. It's persisting. If you go click on it, yeah, voila, he has 2 likes. You can unlike this back. So the like and unlike functionality is working. We can now go and create our new items. So let's see you in that video. Bye. This section. So let me show you a demo of it in our main application here. This is it. You come click here. You come to my profile. Here you see we have this banner. If you click on this banner, you can select an image and change it. Also, you can change this profile picture here by clicking on it. Yes. And we can also, we have on the right here, we have this this left bar here. It contains the user's information, contains the user's followers. They are following those who are following. So here we have goods, and over here, this is where we can change the user's information. So you can change the name. Say Lisa. Say you change. You see name updated successfully, and here the name changed here as well. So here you can. This is the store name, yes, the store name changes here. If you look here, the store name has changed too. So with this set, you can also change the introduction, but you can change your email as well. You're not going to have phone numbers in this application, so you can remove this. But you can also change password here. This section here, you can change your password, put your current password, and change your password here. Just cancel. So this is what we are going to be building in this section. So without wasting much time, let's get into it and finish this section quickly. So what we are going to do is let's just unpin this because we are done with this product section. Let's delete it. We'll come here. Let's come to features here, and we create another feature here called profile. It's a profile, and in this profile here, we need to create a new file. It's a profile page.jxs. So RFCE. Yes, we created this. And now let's just, oh, where's it? Profile. I hope you see here. Yes, I wanted to pin this. Let's pin this here. And let's go to routes. In the routes here, we can create another route. Let's copy this and we'll paste it here. Here we have profile page, and here we're just going to go to /profile. Okay, with this we're done here. Now if you come here, there are a few things we have to do. First, we need to import our header, and we're going to take it from import header from /components /header. Yes. So, and here let's just give a div. Let's give a div here with the class name of section and normal flex responsive. Normal flex responsive. Yes, because we want this to be responsive. And here we're just going to give two divs. The first is going to be, let's say, sidebar. It's going to be the sidebar, and the next is going to be, let's say, content profile content. This is going to be a profile content. So here, let's just give them some styles here. Here we're going to give a width of touch full on smaller devices. Yes, we're going to give a width of full, while on bigger devices here we're just going to give a width of, let's say, around 33%. Just 1 on 12. Let's say, yes, a width of 25%. It's okay. And self, what is a start? To align this to the start, margin bottom is going to be 14, and on bigger devices, the margin right, we need to have a margin right of 12 pixels. And also on bigger devices, we need to have margin bottom of 0, like this. Yes. While here we're just going to say width full on small devices, self start, while on bigger devices we're just going to have a width of 8/12, because we have 3/12 there, so this is going to be a width of 9/12. Yes, going to be width of 9/12. So let's see. If we go to application here, this is our main application. Okay, let's just hook this up to the profile bar, Control P. Let's go to header. Here we have profile and this new batch. We don't need this new batch. Let's just remove it from here. And this, we can just turn this here into link. And here we say to/profile. Oh, this, let me see. Okay, this is in the notification. So I'll copy this. Sorry, this is for notification. Let me copy this. Become this for chat. And now this is for our profile. Where is it? Yes. I'll paste this here. Okay, let's go and try. Let's see. Click here. Profile. Yes, and we are here. This is a profile. You can. We're locked out. How comes? Let me see. I think here is, say, pass 1 2 3 4. Login. Password with email is incorrect. Pass 1 2 3 4. Alright. Let's change password. Okay. Let me see what happened. Come to profile and we are logging out. Oh my god. Come to profile and we log out. Let's see what's happening there. On click. Okay. Let's see. Handle lockout. E that prevents default. Yes. The reason why we are receiving that error is because we do not yet have a user in the header. So we are calling the header here, but we are not yet passing a user, which user is a required parameter. So in that case, we can just come to the header here. I will get our user. We say const user is equals to user. I think. Let's import it from, let's say user from slash, this is going to be app slash hooks slash lot user. Yes, user. Yeah, so we can just pass the user here, user, and here we say user. If we go back to application, let's try again. Here, if you click on this, and now let's refresh. Okay, we need to come here. This looks like, let's remove this. And we did the changes here. Copy from here. And we paste it here. Come now, go to profile. So everything stays the same. We have our user and yes, the sidebar. So we can now begin building the sidebar. We can now build the sidebar. Then we'll go to the profile content. So let's come here. What to do? We are going to create a new file here in the profile and call it profile sidebar. New file here, we say profile sidebar.jxs rf say, and now let's just hook it up with the profile page here. Instead of this, you can now say profile sidebar. So let's go to the profile sidebar and let's quickly build it. Here we're just going to give it class name of flex. Let's say flex. Then the flex is going to be column. Yes, all the items should be lie down vertically, and the items set them to center. Padding 4. So, and here we're going to give an avatar. So the same avatar, you can get it from React. You can get it from daisyui. I've been using this avatar always, so I'm just going to paste this avatar here. Since we have our user, let's go and take our user from here. This is going to be user.name, then user.photo. And we're just going to pass in the user from our profile page here. So user, and here say user is going to be user. Come here, I will get the user from here. Just get the user from here. So that's the avatar. Done with the avatar. Let's give a break here. After the break here, we are going to have the user's name. Let's have the user's name. It's going to be h1 deck. Oh no. Here say user dot name. Here, just give some styles. Class font is going to be bold, and text is going to be X large. Margin bottom is going to be 30. After this heading, we need a date. We need a date. So here in this date, you can just say started. Yes, started on the date which the user started. Here, I'm going to so what we are going to do is we're going to create a function. Yes, we'll create a function in our utilities folder that will convert our date to the date to date time. Yes. So here for now, we can just let's just say started on, let's just say Monday. Started on Monday. Let's just put this text like this because we're going to change this, and we're going to give it class name of text slate 400. So let's just select, let's put it to 500. After this, let's give a break, a line break again. And here we are going to put some buttons. Here we're going to put buttons for user to follow if the user is following. So let's come here. What we'll be doing, what we'll put here now is this buttons here: follow, followers, and the following. Yes. And the thing is, we want to make this to be dynamic. If we come to this page, yeah, we want to make it in such a way that we are going to be able to use this sidebar in different parts of our application. Yes, we're going to have to use the sidebar in different parts of our application. But let's reserve that for later. Yes, let's just reserve that for later. We'll do that. Let's just focus on making this application works. So the name Hans started on Monday. Yes. So here we're going to create, after this, we're going to create a link. There's going to be a link of, yes, and here we're going to say follow us, and down here we're going to create another link and we say following. Yes, so here, these links, let's just make them buttons actually. So this will go to, we don't yet have these pages yet, /s/following followers. Yes, we don't yet have these pages yet, but we're just setting ourselves, we're just preparing ourselves for the future. So it's going to be following. Okay, here now we can give some class names to these buttons. Give a class of button dash primary and text dash white, and want to give white 90 rounded, full, and width is going to be 4/5. Okay, let's copy this. There's the same buttons down here, so we can just copy and we'll paste here. So let's check. Yes, so what we need to do is we just need to give a gap. Here we can just, let's say, flex direction column and a gap here. Let's say flex colon, and let's give a gap of 2 pixels. Say items center, and the width is going to be full. Okay, let's check. Yes, it's gradually coming. We have followers, followings, and what do we have to put here again? Yes, we need this here for the introduction and the ratings. Yes, and all of that. So let's go and do that. So after this, let's give another break. And here, let's actually give 2 breaks. You're going to give a div. Class name is going to be width of that full. Give another div. It will be flex items center justified between margin bottom of 2. And in here we're going to have, let's get this p tag here. I'll just say goods. Down here we'll create another p, and here I'll just say user dot num. This is num products. And here we can give it class name of font bold and justify self n. Okay, so this is the first. Let's see. Okay, good. 0. Yes. So we need to copy this. Let's copy this line, paste it here, and we just make necessary changes here. Instead of goods here, we're going to put ratings. Yes, instead of goods here, we're going to put the ratings, and transactional, we're going to put ratings and transactional review. So here we can say this is ratings. Here we say ratings, and what we can do again, let's wrap this in a div, because we want to do something like this. Yes, and here let's say flex item center, and here let's just create an array. Before creating an array, let's put a div here, and this div will get this array. Let's say array dot from, say array of 5, the size dot map. For each of these, we want to get item, where in this item we need now to create, let me say star bi star field, class name pri text dash primary. Okay, and here we just need to give a key of item. So here, okay, flex, let's give a gap of 2. Save. Let's come and check. Okay, we need to let this also have to be flex. This is a flex here. Let's give a gap. Okay, this is okay. And here, this is not going to be non-product, it's going to be our reviews. And here, we are not yet calculating our reviews, so we can just put 2. Yes. I think with this section, let's say, we have this 2 section done. Another section we can add here is this introduction here, and this button to show more text or less text. So let's go and do that. So after this, you can give another break. Here, give a P, and here we just say product user dot introduction. So what we can do is we're going to make this dynamic. We can say if we have user dot introduction, then we want to give this introduction here. But if we don't want to stay here, we'll just say please let's write an introduction for this store. Okay. Yes. What we could have done is we could have put this introduction in our user, like a default, this text here as a default text for introduction in our user schema. Yes, we just forgot that. Let me see. Okay, but we need to push it to the left and make it a little bit thinner. Yes. So I just say class name, so font light, and let's check. Okay, this is good. There's way too much space here. So if there's too much space here, we can remove this break point here. Okay, it's getting too close to this. So let's just keep it. And so for now, I think this is everything we need. No, we also need Let's come here. Let me see. We need this button for my information, and it's pointing back to this profile. It's just pointing to this profile page here. This is my information setting. Let's put that button. Let's come here, and here we're going to say button class name button dash outline neutral, and here say my information setting. So width is 4. Here we are missing something. Say text is left, and also here, what do we have here? Okay, no, it is here. Let's just say text left. Let's say, okay, this text is not getting to the left side here. We need to make this text here go to the left side. Class name, just copy this, trophy, write an introduction for this store. Write an introduction for this store. Okay, so let's just say the width here is going to be full. Width full, and width here full. Okay, so this is good now. Yes, we can now come and take care of this other section here. Let's take care of this other section, the profile content. Now, with this profile content, let's come here and we create a new file in this profile. Create a new file and we call it profile content.jxs. Here, we just come to profile page. Instead of this, and say profile content. So let's come to the profile content, get rid of the header here, and we can send this down there. Now down here, let's go to div, and I'm going to give a height of, let's give a height of 52. On smaller devices, want to give, on bigger devices, want to give a height, let's say of 64. 64. Set this to relative because we'll need to put some items relative to that container there, and width is going to be full. Let me show you this container we are working on now. This container we are working on is this one here. This one, yes. Want to build this, so we are setting relative, and we are going to position this item relative to this container here. Okay, so with that, here we can say label. I'm going to give a label here, and this label is not self-closing. Give it class name of cursor pointer, cursor dash pointer, height full, width full, and HTML4. Let's call it banner. And now in here, we're just going to have an image. Give it class name, height of full, width of full also, an object cover, rounded MD. Give a source. I'm going to say user. We don't yet have the user here, so we can just take user from here. So user dot banner image, user dot banner image. If we have a user dot banner image, go to put the banner image, and the alt text here is going to just be banner. Okay, we don't yet have the user. We're getting the user from here, but we need to pass the user. This is profile page. Here, we need to say user. Say user. Yes, so say this is our banner. We have this because this is the default banner image we have in the database. Yeah, so see. Okay, that is for the label. All of this we are wrapping all of this in the label here. And after this label, we need to have an input. We need to have an input, and this input is on change. It's going to handle on change. Let's just, since we are not doing anything now, we need to just give it like this. Class is going to be hidden. Give it class of hidden, and type is going to be file. Type is going to be file, and name is going to be banner, and the ID is going to be banner 2. Banner. So okay, we have it like this. And now come the part where we are going to, yes, let's say div. Here we say absolute. You want to align this to the bottom. That is, you want to shift it to the top a bit with around 14. And on bigger devices, we want the bottom to be, this will be minus 16. So let me show you what we want to put here. I want to put here this profile picture. I want to put it there. So let's come here. We can say left. It's going to be 1/2. Right, that's 50%. That 1/2, the same. And want to translate. Sorry, to translate. We've done this before. Want to translate to the x-axis. Translate 1 x. No, translate x dash 1/2. Right, as we are translating by 50%. And we can set the width. Set the width of this container to dash 32. And we can set the height to also 32. 32, let's say rounded, full, and background. No, let's not give a background. So with this, we can come here. In here now we can give our image. Source is going to be user dot photo. The alt text is going to be, there's a profile image. I'm going to give it class name of height will be full, width is going to be full to object cover, and rounded full. So Here we can give another label. Class name is going to be absolute. Yes, class absolute. Flex, justified center, item center, and cursor pointer. Height is going to be like 10, and right we have 0, bottom 0, width. The width is going to be 10 to just the same like the height. Going to have a border, radius of 2, and border primary, border dash primary. Background, base, rounded, full. So this is the styles here. And one thing we're going to add to this list is going to be HTML4, let's say profile, that's image. And down beneath this label, we can now put our input. Here, let's just give it class of hidden. This is because these are our file types. That's why we're putting the class to hidden. Name, profile, image. So this here is supposed to be image. Name. So let's just copy this. ID. And on change. Just want to give this like so. Okay, with this, let's check. Yes. So the button here is, we need that button here, this button here. So let's say we gave the label, where is it? But we didn't place anything inside this label here. So here now we can just say fi camera, fi car, camera. Okay, so give us, let's copy, come up here, but from React icons / fi. Here you can give a size 25 and color, let's say hash 006A. Can read property photo. Let me see. Sidebar. So what we can do here is, here, before sending all of this, we need to check if this exists. If we have user, then we send the user. If we have user, then we need to send that user. Okay, that didn't work. Let's say if there is no user. No, here, let's give a loading indicator. It's loading. If it's loading, we need to return here, but our spinner. So spinner. So here we just say spinner. Okay. Okay, so this is how this button is looking at the moment. So what we can do with it is, let's come back here. Let's give a padding of 2. Let's check. Okay, maybe too much. Let's give a padding of 1. Okay, I think this is better now. It's not that much a circle, but I think it's better. Yes. Click here. Yes. So we are done with this section. Now the remaining section, I'm just going to copy and paste it here. Yes, because it's just text input. Just text input which we have been writing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste it here. Okay, so this is the section I paste here, this text input. So what you can see is it's not that difficult. There's nothing there, just the CSS classes and some placeholders. We say store, we're giving the label as store name, and we're setting this as flex and the flex direction to column, and we are just centering the items. Yeah, you see, there's nothing complex about it. So you can just look throughout the code. See, our final result is this. Yes, is this. So you see here the store name, we are populating the store name here and the emails. Here there's no description. That's why you see it like this. So this is it. So here now we are going to hook up these handlers. That's the main focus of this video. After all, is to hook up this. When we click on this button, we want to change the store name, and when we click here, we want to set the introduction and all of that. So let's see how it's done. Let's go and do it. So we're going to start from our agent here in the agent part here. But before we do that, if you come here, you see here we need to put our footer. Let's say footer. No, we're not importing. Okay, it's going to be footer. Let's import it from, say, footer. Okay, with this, I think we have the footer now. Okay, this is it. Okay, cancel. Now everything is working. We can now go and hook this up. Come to agent, and this is going to go on our account. Yes, because it's dealing with our account. So you can come here, say update me. It's going to take data and request dot. It's going to be put request slash user slash how did we call this? Me, I think, slash me. And here the body is just going to pass the data here. So with this, we can come to profile here. We create, let's come here, we create a new file, say profile dot profile api.js, and let's create another profile api profile.js. Okay, let's give that back. Come to the API here. So export const. Let's call this profile update async. It's going to be a synchronous method. Takes that data. Here we just say try catch. Here throw the error, and here we can say const let's just say a response. We're just going to get the response body, all of it. We're going to get all of the response body, so we just got to return from awaiting agent dot account dot update me. Here we just pass the data here. Then we come here, say const. Let's first export const used update me. I'm going to say use mutation and use mutation. We have the property. We're going to write the mutation function. The mutation function here. Get data, and here we'll just we'll call the update profile update. Yes, profile update, and pass the data. Let's see, profile update. Couldn't find profile updates. This is profile update, and we pass data to it. Yes. So on success here, what we're going to do, let's just get the data. Here we say toast data, toast.success. We say the message, let's just say data updated successfully. So we can remove this data here because we're not needing it here. So with this, let's just get const, get our mutate, yes, and is loading. This mutate here, can just, let's just call this update me. So we've done this for a very long time now. So after we finish here in this success, we need to invalidate our user so that we have the users, so that we are able to have the new users. Let's just return from here first, and we'll remove this mutate. Yes, and here we need to call the instance of the query client. Let's say query client, use query client, and here we just say query client dot invalidate queries. Here we say query key invalidate queries. Here say query key. We just passed the query key for user was user. So with this, we can now go and update our fields. Let's come to profile content here. We can start with the email. Here. Here we can just call const, say use update me. Here we passed the data, but now we are not going to be doing it like this because we don't know which function, which section the user want to update at a particular moment. So let's just cut this for now. Here we just begin now to hook the event here. So the thing here is when the user click this button here to update, that is when we're going to call this method. This is a mutate update me. This update me here. Yes. So when the user called, let's say it's loading too. So let's try. Here we can say update. This is going to be update store name. This here is going to be update store name. So we just copy this, come here to const update store name, e.prevent default. Okay, and here we just have to say update me, and we pass the data which we want to update here. It's going to be the store name, and here where are we going to be getting the store name from? In this method here. Now what we're going to do is say on change, we're going to use state. We're going to put all of this in state here. We're not going to use reacthookform here. So let's just put our use state here. We're going to say store name. We'll go to the default. Just give it an empty string here, and here on change, I want to set store name to e.target.value, and here whatever the store name, we pass it in this update me here when you're updating the store name here. So just part E here. So okay, let's see. Let's try to update the store name here. We'll see whether you update here. Let's just remove this from here, and we'll change. Okay, we didn't receive any message and it didn't update from there. That means that didn't work. Let's check our console here. Router caught the following errors during render. Cannot read property of undefined store name. Okay, let's see. Okay, we just need to change this here. Yes, let's just remove. We don't have to wrap this in another function. So to get rid of that, let's come and try. Let's change the store name to Hans. Let's change. Yes, data updated successfully. So if you see here, the store name is changed to Hans. So there's one thing here. You see this gap between this gap here is too big. So let's come back here. Let's go to provide sidebar. I'm sorry for skipping between these components and everything. So yeah, you can just give a margin top of, let's say, 1. And let's check. Yes, this is better now. This one is better now. So let's come and continue. Let's continue working on this. This is profile content. Come to profile content. Now we are done with the username field. Here we just say store name field. We're done with this one. You can come to the introduction field here. What we will do with this one is, let's just give here on change. We want to set introduction, and we come here. Let's duplicate this. Introduction. So here we are setting the introduction to e.target.value, and here in this button we just want to say handle change intro. Handle change intro. Let's copy. Rather, let's bring this down here and change the name here to change intro. Instead of store name here, we say introduction. So we can change this one by one and change the items we want one by one. Let's say, welcome to Hans store where we sell all kinds of stuffs. Let's change. Data updated successfully. So if you come here, you see this is our data here. See, this is our data here. Change also here, and we still have that data here. The same thing goes with our email. You can come and do the same thing with our email. So here we'll duplicate here. Instead of handle change intro, say handle change email, and here we're going to say email. We don't yet have this. Let's get that here. Email. And now we're done with introduction. Let's work on the email field here. On change, we just need to say set email. This is going to be e.target.value. And in this button, say handle change email. So with this, the change email field is going to work. Now, if we come to password here, remember that our password, we are not updating our password using this .me route. We're not going to update our password using this route here. Let's come here to the agent. We are not going to update the password using this route. So we can only update the password using the password route. Yes. Because there are certain things we need to do, like we need to, when the password change, we need to set the date at which the password will change. We need to we need to encrypt the password and store it in the database and all of that. So we cannot update the password with this route here. So if you try it, it's going to give us an error. So let's go back here and finish the orders. We are done with the emails. Now we have to do the banner, and we have to do our banner and our picture. But we cannot do those two now because we have not yet implemented Cloudinary here. So we will leave that for now. Yes. So when we are creating our product, that's when we implement Cloudinary, and we can finish from there and we come and implement this other one here. So for now, let's just leave that. Let's go and change, but now the password. To change the password, if you come to Insomnia here, changing the user password, we go to the auth here. You see, we had update password for user here. So we are going to this route, user/update password, where we give the new password and the current password. So if we come to here, let's go to here, update me. Instead of update me here, let's just duplicate this down and we say update password. Update password. Text data user slash. This will be update password, and we put our data here. So if we come here, we just need to duplicate this. Let's duplicate this. Instead of profile update, let's just add password here. Pass here, update password. So the same thing. Let's see. Yes, I think it's the same. Let's come here. I'm going to have to do the same thing here. Instead of update, use update password. And here, this mutation function is going to be update. Oh, well. Let me see. Profile update password. Profile update pass. And we pass our data here. So toast.success, data updated successfully. Here we can now say password updated successfully, and we revalidate the user. So with these changes, let's go and call this use password update. Okay guys, remember this is not going to be all with update. Use update password, because remember that when we change our password, we need to lock back the user in automatically. So let me show you. If you come here, you see you are locking back the user in automatically because we are passing here the token. We are sending back this token. So we need to get this token here. We need to get this token and store it back in our local storage. In that way, the user is locked back into the application. So before, when you send the success status message here, you can just say local storage dot set items, and here it's going to be brokang token. I think that's what we called it. Yes, brokang token. And here we just say data. Here now we can get our data. Say data dot token. Let's see, it's called token. Yes, data dot token. Now with these changes, yes, I think this will work. Let's go. Let's check what we have in our local storage. This has to be brokang token. Yes. Let's kill it. Let's come back. Let's go to our profile content here. And now, instead of use, where is handle? Let's first go to handle password. So we can say this is going to be handle password. Handle password change. And here, this is going to be the new password. So this is new password. We say set new password. It's e.target.value. Here is the current password. Here we're just going to say set current password e.target.value. So we just need to give these two states up here. Let's bring this down to give some more room. Yeah. This is going to be current password, and this is going to be new password. Here, just say new. Okay, now to handle it, const handle password change prevent default. Here I say handle. Now let's call our, let's just duplicate this, and here we say use update password, and here copy, instead of update me, here we say update password, update password, and here say update password. In the profile here, if we come back profile content here, instead of update me, we say update password, and here we just have to say update password, and here we pass in the new password and the current password. So let me see if these are the values that's actually needed: new password and current password. Okay, so let's first see. Let's go to our application. Now to change, let's first type in the current password. I'm going to put the wrong password intentionally and see. The current password is going to be, let's say, pass1234, which is the wrong one, and the new password is going to be pass1234. Let's submit. See, we didn't receive any message, nothing changed. That means we were wrong. The password is not correct. If you come to the console here, you might see a message. So E is not defined. Okay, E is not instead defined. Yes. Okay, let's try again. Send. Current password do not match. Please try again. This is the message we wanted to see. Current password do not match. Please try again. So the current password is not correct. That's why we cannot change this password here. Yes. So if we put the right password now, let's say password, and we submit. Yes, password updated successfully, and the user was re-logged into the application. Now, if we log out the user, let's log out and log in with that old password. This is this user. Let's log in with the old password. The old password was just password. So let's log in. So password or email is incorrect, but let's use the new password now. Let's say pass1234. We submit. Yes, we are logged in, so the password was changed successfully. So with that, we have finished that update password section, this profile section here. Yes, we have finished the profile section here. So what we are going to do now is we are going to deal with this here, sell your items. And now, before we do that, we are going to write a protected route, because at the moment, everybody can go to this profile picture here, but you have to be logged in before you go to the profile picture. Go to the profile. This profile section, we need to protect it. It should only be users who are authenticated can go to this profile here. So after we do that, we're going to take care of these sell your items. To prevent users who are not authenticated from accessing those routes. So we're going to come here. Let's go to, where's our route? Okay, here we create a new file here, and we say protected routes.jxs. Yes. Here we're going to export default. Let's just give a function, or let's just const. Let's just a function. Let's say protected routes. Okay. Now here, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get our user, so const user, which is going to come from use user. So, and we also need our it's loading, which is it's loading user. We'll check if it's loading. If it's loading, then we want to return the spinner, the loading spinner. Yes, and we also want to check if we do not have a user there, and at the same time it is not loading, and at the same time it's not loading. If we do not have a user, at the same time that spinner is not loading, then we want to return navigate. This is it. And where we'll be navigating to the login page. This is where we just direct the user to the login page. Say, no, you are not authenticated. You need to go and log in first. And here, if all of this is okay, we just want to return an outlet again. Yes, an outlet. This outlet now, all of our routes that we want to be protected will be passed by this outlet. What we can do also here is this outlet takes a context. That is this context. We can just transfer this our user from here into this context. So, and we're going to use the users in that context. But we already have our users everywhere. So we can just, let me show you what I'm talking about here. You can say user. Let's just store the user here. Call it user. Here. And now, if we come now to our route, Control P, let's go to our route here. Yes. So currently, if a user is not logged in, they're able to access this profile page here, our implementation as it stands now. So let's check, because if we log out of this application, you see, okay, spinning, and let's go to profile. Store name does not exist, so the application is crashing. Let's see. Let's come to profile. So if we come to profile, where's the profile content? Okay. User.store name is a photo. Okay, this is where that error is coming from. Yes, and probably from here. So regardless of the error which is being shown here, we don't even want the user to come here. We don't even want the user to come to this page here. That's the thing. We don't want the user, when the user is coming to this page, they must be authenticated. So we don't even want the user to come here. So the thing here is, if we now call this protected route which we create here, you see, we're not going to have that problem here. This is the children. After this children now, we can create, let's give the option. And here, there's an element. This is going to be protected route, and it has children too. Then we can now copy this, Control X, and we'll paste it here. Okay, let's go and try, because if yes, you see, we have been redirected to the login page. So there's no way the user will come here. If they come, look for the user. Let's go to profile. You check, there's no user. You try to load the user. Router will try to load the user. But if there is no user, it directs back to the login page. It's not going to show us that error which we saw. So here we can now log in. This is going to be password. No, we'll change this password to pass1234. It's login. Yes, the user is logging now. The user cannot come now to their profile here, and they have it here. Now, you see that this context this user which we placed here, where is it? In this protected route here, we set the user through this context. We can now use a hook which has been provided by reactquery. The hook which is, we say, used outlet context, which has been provided by React router, sorry, not React query, by React router. You can come here, you come to the profile. Let's just come to our profile page. Is a profile page where we are getting this user here. If we say const, let's say const, say user, you can just get it from, say user. It's going to be use outlet context here. Use outlet context. So with this, let's just uncomment this. Oh, and let's lock this other user. Let's see if we're going to get that user. Use outlet context is not a function. It returns value not iterable. So what that error is saying is that here we're using angular brackets, which means this value is iteratable. So, but that's not how we stored it in this protected route here. Where's the protected route? We stored this just as an object here. It was not iteratable. So we can come to the profile page. Here, you see, we have the user here. You see, we have the user. This is a user object here. We have the user object here. Now, what we can do is, let's go and check. So its loading is not defined. Okay, we can also get its loading. We can also send its loading along with. Now, here we don't need to put its loading because we already defined its loading in the protected route here. This is it. If there's no user, we set. If its user is loading, we set this loading spinner. So here we can just. Where is it? So profile page. Here we can just remove this. Let's save. Go back here. You see our application is back. Let's try to see if we can change something. Change the store name. This is going to be hand store. Let's change. Data updated successfully. If you check up here, you see it was changed successfully. So our data is still in sync here. Okay, with this, I think we are done. We are protecting that route. This is all I have to show you with protected routes with React router. So let's just remove this, and then we can remove this too. Here we can remove this too here. Okay. With this. Okay, guys, let's go and create a controller to register for a new product, and that controller is when we click on this button here. So let me show you in our application here. So is this button, click here to become a seller. We have this form here, this registration, product registration. We get the product images, we get some description about what we can do with these product images. So here we have the product title, the brand, category, product condition, we have the price, the tag, which is optional, and the product description with the shipping method, which we're going to be using. The shipping fee and shipping method, actually, those two are combined. So this is what we're going to be building in this section. It has quite a lot of things to do. So let's go and do just that. So before we go here, we want that when we click on this logo, we should come back to the home page. Yes. So let's go and do that. So let's go to Control P. Let's go head over to the header. And I think that's what's going to be up. This is the logo here. And here is a div. I'm going to make this a link. Say 2. And this is just going to be, we just want to go to the home page. So let's see. Okay, now let's go and work on this here. Sell your items. Before that, let's just clean everything we have up here. So Control KW, so that we are left only with the agent here, or left only with the agent. Now, okay, let's go and create the controllers for that. We'll come to features here. Let's create a new folder. Here we just say sell. And in this cell, we need to add a new file here. I will say cell product.jxss. let's just bootstrap a new class here, rfce sell product. So let's go to our agent, Control P, agent. So in the agent here, we are going to be putting this class here. Oh no, in the route, sorry, it's going to be our router. Let's come to the router here. Since we do not want unauthorized user to create a product, so we need to wrap this in our protected route here. We need to wrap it in this protected route. So let's just copy this or paste. Instead of profile here, we just say sell, and instead of profile page here, we say sell products. Good. And if we go to the header, Control P, let's go to the header where we are specifying that the user to sell their product. That's surely in the below bar. Let me see. This is nav up bar, nav below bar. Yes, sell your items here. Here I'm going to put a link. This is going to be a link, and here we just say to slash sell. Close this. Okay, if we click this, yes, we are here now. Sell your product. We are here. Sell your product. So let's get rid of this. Come to sell product page here. Here, the first thing we're going to be needing is our header, and we know where the header is coming from. Yes, and we're going to need our footer. And remember, our header needs a user. So user, and the user is going to come from our protected route. So we'll say const user, which is come from let's say use outlet context. Use outlet context. Get the user from the use outlet context, and now we just need to pass that user here. So now we need to create, let's go back to this. Inside this cell method, we need to create a new file, and we call it cell wrapper.jxs. This cell wrapper is going to be the class that will coordinate a lot of things for us. It's going to do most of the things for us. And the reason why I'm creating this new component is because we can use this cell wrapper to both create a product and to edit a product. Yes, so that's why I have to extract it into this new component here. Just rfce cell wrapper, and now we just need to come to cell product and we plug it here. So it's a cell wrapper. So let's see how it's coming. Yes, we have the cell wrapper here. Now, guys, I showed you this application. Look, everything here, we've done everything here when we're building the user profile. These forms, these are just basic forms which we're just laying them out with flex and items align item center. That's basically what we're just doing here. So I'm going to provide you with the code of all of this, but what we're going to be doing is the implementation. I'm going to show you the implementation. So I'll just provide you with the CSS and the HTML. So for that, I already have that prepared. So I'll go to, I have an assets folder here. The link to this folder in my Google Drive account is in the description of this video. So I'll send a link. You can copy one of the snippets. So all the snippets we've talked about are inside that folder. So you can go and download the snippets which you want from here. So what we want here is this cell wrapper. This cell wrapper here. Let's click Ctrl A. Let's copy everything from it. And we come to our application. Let's go to the cell wrapper. Should be. Let's go to F12. Now we replace everything here. So cell wrapper, we're having an error somewhere. Okay, it's here. Let's remove. Good. So see, okay. So we have everything here. There's something also. We have this cell images. These cell images that just are images which we are laying them out in a flex container. These cell images, they are images which we got from Cloudinary. We are just laying out the images in a flex container. So for that, let me just go and create the images at once. So let's go to our utils folder. Where's utils? For utilities. Utils. Okay, here. Let's create a new file, and I'll just call this draggable items.js. That's what I'm going to be calling this. And I already have a snippet for that also. That is just a list of images which I copied from Cloudinary. So where is it? Draggable items here. Okay, these are them. So Control A, I just copy and go to our application here, and I'll paste them here. So you see, this is just a list of images. I got these images from Unsplash. Sorry, not Cloudinary. Unsplash. Got all of the images from Unsplash. So here we just have an array that contains an object. Each object has an ID and an image URL. So here, so you see, this cell wrapper is expecting this cell images. This cell images is just a list of images which we have. So I created a separate component for that because we are going to be doing a lot of things about images. We're going to be doing a lot about images. So leaving them all in this cell wrapper is going to be burdenous for this controller here. This controller is going to grow very, very long, and it will be difficult for us to look for items or navigate around the container. Just look at the HTML here. It's already almost 200 lines. So that's why I had to create this this cell, a new folder, a new component for this cell images. So here we're going to create a new file. I will call it cell images.jxs. Cell images.jxs, and I also have a snippet for that because it's not something difficult. It's what we've done. So this, you see, this is just a simple code. We're just laying out our images in the flex container here. Yes. So let's copy. Control A, Control C, and here we'll paste. Okay, let's go and check if everything is okay. We don't drag and drop context. Okay, this is coming from React-beautiful-dnd. We don't yet have React-beautiful-dnd, so let's just remove it. Okay, with this now, let's check. Let's go to our main application. We have an error here. Cell wrapper.jss does the file exist. So, fail to resolve import cell images. So let's come to cell wrapper here. We are not importing this. Let's try. I hope the imports come now. Errors is undefined. Okay, we're having another error telling us errors is undefined. And where are we giving errors? Let's see. In cell wrapper. Cell wrapper. Okay. Let's look for where we are giving errors. Let's just search. Let's type errors. Okay, this is it here. Okay, let's just uncomment this. You know, I copied this code from the GitHub repository for the original application. So I didn't do a good job of editing it before bringing it up here. So let's check again. So fetch. Okay. AI of field close circle is not defined. This is coming from cell images. We need to fix all of those small errors. Down here, okay, they said this is complaining that this is not defined. Let's take it. Okay, now we have everything. So these are the images I told you about. So this is how we're going to be displaying the images. So when we click on this button here, we're going to remove the images from Cloudinary. We are going to be posting our images in Cloudinary. Yes, so that is it. This is the product title and everything. None of this is working. We have not yet hooked up reacthookform. So we need to hook reacthookform to this form here. So here we have 4 products. This is just an arbitrary amount which I put here. Now, so let's go and hook this form up with reacthookform. So let's come to cell wrapper. So the first thing you will see in this cell wrapper is this status data. This status data is our status. Remember, in our background, we're building our backend. We set a product should have a condition, and the condition of the product can either be new, the product can be used, and the product can be semi-used. So here we are just giving an array containing those possible values. I remember quite alright that those values were enums. So let's just go and check. Let's not assume. Control P. Let's say product model. Yes. If you check, you see that our product condition here were enums. We have new, used, and semi-used. So this is where that it and see it's an enum. So that's why we are having this. We're just giving a name and a value. The value is what we store in the database, while the name is what we display to the user. So that's the first thing up there. Now, coming down here, we just declare some states. This is for a tag and to set tags. And this is to handle a tag delete. And here is to handle a tag adding, add a tag. So we're going to see all of this. Now, what we want to begin here with is by calling our use form like we used to do with reacthookform. Here we say use form. It's coming from reacthookform. Use form. Yes. And use form, it takes some options. We have the mode here. I'm going to set the mode to untouched. And it has some default values which we can set to this. And we're just going to put images. Let's set the images. I'll set them to an array. And title, I'll set the title to empty string. Category, I'll set category also to an empty string. Original price, I'll set it to it is not going to be a string, it's going to be a number. I'll set it to 0. And the brand, I'll set this brand to no brand to be the default. And condition, I'll set the default to empty string. Tax, set the default to an array. And the size, default is empty string. Shipping fee, default is going to be 0. So we're just setting the default values for these fields, for all the fields which we are going to have in this application. Now here, you can say const. You can get some values from this used form here. You can say register. Yes. We get reset. We're going to need to reset our fields when we successfully submit. We're going to use watch in order so that we can watch some fields which we are not able to watch them from our inputs. You can set value. We're going to use this to manually set some values for this, some of the inputs. And we say handle submit to finally submit the form. Now, of all this, we're going to also need form state. These form states contain some information about the state of our form. The first is going to be errors, and have is valid. We check if this input field is valid. We have is dirty, and is submit successful. This is a boolean that checks if that gives us true or false if when we submitted the form, did the form submit successfully. So that's what this boolean is for, is submit successful. So let's do all of this. Let's remove this, yes, so that we have enough room and we see what is happening here. So this is what we just coded. Now we just need to hook all of this in these fields, these form fields here. We need to hook all of this in this form fields here. So we'll skip these product images for now. See, the first here is going to be the product title. The product title here, as we know with reacthookform, you just need to spread this register here, and you give the name here is going to be title, and you can give a validation message here to check if this title is required or not. So if you give a message here, that means this message is going to be displayed, yes, when you want to give a validation. So here we can say title is required. Okay, we can just copy this. Here, we need to give an error message if the user doesn't provide a title. Errors dot title. If only we have a title, we want to get the message. Just like that. The brand now. The brand here is optional. So instead of title here, we're just going to get brand. Because it's optional because the default is no brand. That means even if we don't specify a brand, we're going to have a no brand. So you can remove this required here. We don't need that for the brand. We'll come to the product category. We're going to spread it here in this select field. Instead of title here, we can just, this is going to be category, and options. Okay, we want the error message here is going to be errors dot category dot message. So now the product size. This product size is going to be dynamic. We're going to make this product size here dynamic. What do I mean by that? That means the product size, we're going to set the product size depending on the value of this category here. Whatever we get from the category, we're going to check if that category, the category, is it a product that we can set a size for? If not, we just keep this option here. So here we're going to check. So we'll come here. Let's see if, okay. So here we'll just say if category, before we check for a category, we need to come up here. Yes, and we say const category. We need to get the value of that category by just calling the watch function here. We want to watch what the category field. Here the category will be available here. The category which we selected from that list will be available here. So we can come down to let's minimize it so that we have enough room to view other items. Let's burn category, have to go. Yes, we are here. Here we're just saying that if we have category, if only category is equal to shoes, or category is equal to clothes, only then, so let's give like this, only then we can display this section here. This fragment, we don't need this fragment here. Let's remove this fragment here, like this. Okay. So let's check if this, what we did here, is working. So let's come to our product here. You see, it's gone. After category, let's see, where is it? After category, you see, we don't have a size. But if we select like cosmetic, we do not still have a size. Let's select shoes. Okay, the size is here now. Let's select children. The size goes. Let's select clothes. Yes, the size is here. So that's how I wanted that section to be. After the product size, we have now the product condition. Okay, let's go and try this product condition. Let's minimize this to give more room to view other items. Okay, the product condition. What are we having here? Here we're just having this div. We are setting to flex, and we are giving a div here. We just have this div, and this div we're just giving a border to run this div, and we are giving the border color to be base 20. This is based 200, which is going to give that gray color to it. And we are just setting sd.name here. Now, the way we are doing it now, like this, is good. But what we have to do is, we want to put, since this is not a input, since these are not input, there is no way which we can spread the register method on a div. So we need to find a way to put it in an input. And the input we're going to be using in order to do that is the radio button. We're going to use a radio button. Since the radio button is an input, we're going to take advantage of that. So that's the input. The type here is going to be radio, because the radio button, we can only select one item. That's why we're using radio here. So that's going to be a radio, and we're going to give an ID of, ID is going to be sd here dot value, and we're going to give a value also to this. This is sd dot value as well. And here we can now spread the register method here, dot register, and here this is going to be condition, and here we can say require condition is required. Okay, down here in this error message, you can say errors dot condition dot message. If we have an error message, we're just going to put it there. Now there are also some properties which we need to give to this input element here, like when it is checked, and by default we want this input here to be hidden. We want it to be hidden. So here we can just say hidden, and here checked. This property to check if, when is this checkbox going to be checked. So this checkbox, when do we want this checkbox to be checked? So for that, we're going to have to create another state. We're going to have to create a state up here, and let's navigate back up here. I'm going to call this state, let's say const. I'll call it condition state. Condition state. I set condition state. So use state, and the default here is just going to be an empty string here. So we can come back down here. I will say if condition state is equal to, if condition state is equal to sd dot value. Yes. So if condition state is equal to sd dot value, then we want to set this input as checked. In that way, now we can get the value from this input. And remember that the value is this sd dot value. So that's the value, sd dot value. So here now, here we're clicking this container. We're clicking this container, setting the value to should validate true. Okay. And now here we can just say set condition state to sd dot value. And now this we are done here. We are done here. this should validate. Since we're just setting the value, let's remove this. Yes, this is okay. And now we are done with this product condition. We're done with the product condition. Let's come now to the product price. Product price, we're going to spread register, and just like say required, this is going to be price. Let's say price, comma, is required. And the other things which we need to set here, we need to set the minimum amount which we can give is $1. So we cannot give more than, we cannot give less than $1 for a price. We cannot give a price less than $1. So what we do is we just give an object here, set the value. So value is equal to 1, and message is going to be we'll just say value is a price can not be less than 1. So okay, and also this field, we're going to set this field as a value. We say as, let me see, input as value. Let me see. This value as number. So I don't know why IntelliSense is not coming here. Okay, guys. So this is value as number. What we are doing here is we are doing something very, very wrong here. If you look, we are not calling this register method here. So we need to call this register method first. So we need to call this register method. And now we can get all of this from here, put in this register method here. Now you can say value. Wait, this has to be register. Oh my god, this is original price. See, original price here. Okay, and now here we can say value as a number here. Good. I will just set this to true. So yes, this is good. Okay, this is how the price is going to be. Price is required, yes, and you can give a message, error dot original price dot message. Now after the price, now we have tags. So you see this tag, we have an input here. We are setting the tag to event.target.value, and we have a button here to add the tag. Here we have this button to add the tag, so we can click. You can see. Let's go up to the button and see what we are doing with this button. So at the moment it's an empty button. So what we can do here is we can just set tags here. Let's say set tags, and this tags we're going to take the previous tag here. Take the previous tag. I will say previous tag dot. No, we're just going to spread the previous tag here, and we add whatever tag which we are getting from this here, from this set tag here, on this tag value. We just set the tag here. Okay, so this is how we are setting our tags. So here, okay, we can just clear the values. We can say set tag to an empty string. When we finish setting the tag, set it to an empty string. So let's go back down here. We'll continue. Now we are here. We are looping over all the tags. We are looping over the tags. And we're just creating this box here with this this empty outline close. This is for us to delete the respective tags here. We can delete the respective tags from here. So what we are going to do is, when we are deleting this tag now here, this is where we can put another input here. But this time, because if you look at the tag here, our tags do not have input, so we can put an input here, and we set that input to hidden. But there is a difference between this input and the one for the condition, because this one is going to be, it's not going to be radio buttons, it's going to be checkboxes. Because checkboxes, you can check many items, and so when you check many items, it becomes an array. Yeah, so we're going to use checkboxes. So down here, we can see, after this, we'll just say input. Type is going to be checkbox. So checkbox. Yes. We can set the ID of the tag. As this is to identify this input here. So as we're just going to set a template string for that. Let's just say tag. I will pass the index here, which is just this I. Remember, we are taking the index from here. So you are given this. Yes, this is the ID. This ID, we use this ID to link this input with this this div here. But this is not actually, we are going to create a label. We're going to turn this div into a label so that we can use the HTML4 property in order to target, to link this input with this div here. So it's the same thing which we did up there. But I didn't think, let me see, did we? Product condition. Here, the input, we are setting the ID here to sd.value. But here we are having a div. So here we need to change this div here into a label. Because if not, it's not going to work. Say HTML4, and a label has a property called HTML4. So we can use that, say HTML4. And now here we can pass sd.value here, which is the ID of this here too. So this is okay. I almost forgot that for product condition. Now we need to come and do the same thing here for tags. For tags, we have the ID here. Let's first finish here. Let's just give the label at once first. This is going to be a label, and we set the HTML4 property, because this HTML4 is going to link this label with that input. It will link the label with the input. So here we just, let's give a tag of, I will just put our index here. So with this now, this HTML, this label here is linked with this input. So when we click on this label, we are clicking on this input. We are selecting this input here. Okay. We have input here. Okay. We can set now the value of the input is going to be just tag. And now we can set hidden to that input. Now we can just spread register. And here we say tags. And it is not required. This tags here is not required. So we can just skip that for now. Okay. This here, after this tags here, we have these descriptions here. These are just some heads up. I'll just give you some head up to the user that one tag can contain up to 10 characters so that the users will know when they're inputting their tags. It should not be more than 10 characters. And we're just telling the user what we are using these tags for. These tags for, yes, used for searching and other optimization techniques. So, okay, this is the product tag. Come to the product description now. In this product description, we're going to spread the register too. So register, and here we have description. Oh, Control Z. This is going to be this. Oh, what is we give this? We don't have description here. There's no description. So we forgot to put description in our fields here. Let me see. Yes, there's no description here. So we said description. This is going to be this. Yes. So let's come back down here. Let's put up description. Here we just need to say description. Of course, description is going to be required. So it's a required. So description is required. Yes, that is all for description. Then last but not least, we have the shipping fee here. Shipping fee. Okay, let's give a message for description. Before we go to shipping fee, error message. Errors dot description dot message. Okay, now to shipping fee. To shipping fee, we spread register, and this is going to be shipping fee is required. So shipping fee is required. Here we're going to give them, we can give a minimum value for the shipping fee. So here we're going to write some logics. We'll just give some constraints about the shipping fee here. So say min is going, let's say value. Let's give a max. Actually, let's give a max. The maximum max is going to be 100. So value and message. So here we can say shipping fee cannot be more than $100. So shipping fee cannot be more than $100. Okay. We have required shipping fee. Okay, now we need to create a custom validation message here because we need to write some validations here. Because if you look here, we are giving users some directives about shipping fee too. So if shipping fee is 0, the seller bears the burden. So if we put shipping fee here as 0, as like I told you before when we were building the product details, so we are putting the shipping fee. If the seller said the shipping fee is 0, then the seller is going to bear the burden for transportation, which is the fix is $4. Yes, for every product. And if they specify a value for shipping fee, so we're going to say, if they specify a value for shipping fee, that means the buyer is going to bear the burden for that shipping. Yes, so that's just a simple logic which we are using here. And we have another directive here that the maximum shipping fee is $100. If shipping fee is greater than 0, buyer takes care of the shipping fee. So this is what I was talking about. Okay, now we can unlock this message, error message for shipping fee here. Okay, now we need to write a custom validation message here in order to achieve what we just talked about. Here we can, here we say value as number, and now we can write our custom validation. So I'll just go to say validate. You see, this validate has a function here. You can specify an object and you put your custom validations in this object. You can give any name here. Here I'll say shipping validation. I'll say shipping validation. Here it takes a value, the value which we are putting into that shipping field. Here the thing here is this method can return true or false. So if it returns true, that means the validation is not going to kick in. That means everything worked well. But if it returns false, that means something went wrong, and we are never going to submit that form if we just return false from that method. So, but instead of just returning false, we want to display an error message to the user. So the logic here is we want to return value if value is greater than or equal to 5. If value is greater than or equal to 5, or value is equal to 0, then we want to return true. Else, we also want to give an error message here saying shipping fee must be greater than 5. Shipping fee must be greater than $5. Not 5%, $5. Okay, so this is the custom validation we are giving here. We're saying if shipping fee, if the value we should put here is greater than 5 or it is equals to 0, that means the range is from 0 to 4. If a user puts a value like 3 to 4 itself, we are going to show an error that you cannot give a shipping fee from that value. So if the user is giving a shipping fee, it has to be from $5. So I'm just tweaking with all of this so that we explore the features of reacthookform. That's why I'm doing all of this, so that you get to see how reacthookform work in depth. Let's save. Okay, with this now I think our forms are done. Now we just have to come and create our submit handler. Just go and create our submit handler. Where can we do that? Okay, let's just do that right down here. Let's say const on submit. Here we just create a function. We take the data which we are submitting. Let's take the data we are submitting and let's just log that data to the console. Say data. Okay, now we need to send this method to our form field here. This is the form here. So now here we are going to call our handle submit. I'm going to call our handle submit. So here we can now say handle submit, and it's going to take our on submit handler. So with this, okay, we are good to go. So we don't even need this here. Yes, let's go and check out everything. Okay, we have value as a number is not defined. Yes, that's because when we do not have IntelliSense, I think we import value as a number from somewhere. Let me see. Control, let's say value as number. Okay, value as number, we set it true here. Let's check again. Okay, the problem is down here. We need to set this to true. Great, let's come back here. Let's refresh. Okay, everything is working out fine. Now let's forget for the moment, just forget about these images. We'll work on these images, don't worry, just forget about it for the moment. So let's put title. See, it's not sure beautiful. You see, we have our validation. It's kicking in here. The brand, if you don't choose a category, if you click here and click outside here, you see category is required. The same thing here. If you click OK, this here is not yet working. Here the price, click as I say, price cannot be less than 1. But if you put 1 here, see, it stops complaining. If you come to tax here, let's put some tax. Yes, tax does not have validation messages. So if you put a number greater than 10 characters, it stops. You cannot put a word greater than 10 characters. So here, these are tax. At the moment, we cannot yet delete tax, so we'll go and fix that. Then we have descriptions here. For shipping fee now, shipping fee 0 is okay, but if you put something like 1, it shows an error. Shipping fee must be greater than 5. If you put 4, the same error. But what if you put 5? It stops complaining. Yes. If you put 200, see, shipping fee cannot be more than $100. So all our validations are working. Now we just need to fix a few things here, which is this tag to delete our tags and to be able to select these product conditions here. Let's go and do that. So let's come here and begin with product condition here. What is happening with this product condition is that we just need to set the color. That means we want to distinguish the product which is currently selected. So we say set condition status. Oh, condition. Set condition. No, this is condition state, not set. It's a condition state when it is equals to sd dot value. Okay, when condition state is equals to sd dot value, we just want to give some stars here, or we just set it to an empty string there. And the stars we want to give, we just want to give a text dash black, and let's just give like a half 50%. Oh, text base. No, this is text black, not base. Black, and we say dash 50. Oh, instead of putting, this is not going to be text, guys. This is going to be the background. Sorry, this is the background. While the text is actually going to be white. Great. Let's check. Okay, you see, it's selected now. If you click here, this is selected. Click here, this is selected. Now let's deal with this deleting. Let's deal with that deleting tags. We already have the function here. We just need to work on it. So it's taking the event and it's taking the tag which we want to delete. Here with this event, we just say e.prevent default. Don't forget to call e.prevent default. And here we can filter. We can delete the products by just filtering them. Just cons the filtered tags is equals to, we get all the tags dot use the filter method on the tags. Then for each tag, let's call it tj. I want to say tj where tj is different from tag, this tag coming in here. So the filter method is going to return an array. So here what we can do is we say set. The first thing is we want to manually set the value for this tags, and the value here is just going to be filtered tags, and here we want to then set the tags to filtered tags. Okay, this is how this is what we're going to do. Let's go now and check. If we delete this, yes, it's going off. It's going off. So the tags, can add new tags. You can add some more. So category now, let's select shoes. Let's select a size. Title, let's give a title to the product. Let's just give some random text here. Brand, none. Description, okay. Shipping fee, let's just give 0. Let's submit this form and check if we're going to receive all these values. Submit. Let's come. Where are we calling? Okay, you see, first thing I want you to do is forget about this image, like I told you. Yes, so we have the title, we have the category, we have the original price, we have the brand, we have the condition, we have the condition, but tax is not coming. Tax, we don't have tax. Product size, we do not have product size too. Description, we have shipping fee. So we are not getting our tax and our size. So let's go and see. Yeah, this thing happened. We can go back and forth just to. The good thing is we are in development mode, so we can do it. Yes. So let's come back to. Let's go to where we have the tax. Let's see what is wrong with tax. This is category. This is the size. Let's deal with this size first. So we have the input, but we're not spreading We are not spreading the register here. Register here, we're just going to give this is going to be size. Yes, this is going to be size. And let's check product condition. That one is okay. What we need to check is our tax. Let's check tax. Okay, this is it here. Let's scroll down, scroll down. Okay, this is it. This is the checkbox here. So if you look at this checkbox, we are not setting checked. So we can say checked. Let's just give check to true, because we want all of them to be selected, all of the tags to be selected. Until we delete a tag, we want to reset the value like we did up there in the delete section. So here we just set it to true, checked. Let's say check to true. Okay, let's go and try now. Let's submit. We have the tags. Okay, let's submit again. Let's come. Okay, the data is not yet coming, so let's come back. Let's delete this. Let's add some. Okay, this is the same as this. Let's add. This is okay. Let's submit now. Hope every field is intact. Good. Let's go and check. Yes. So now I'm sure you're going to see the tags. Yes. So you see, we have our tags here and our condition. We have the tag here, and everything is now perfectly here. But the size is still not coming. Okay, because we didn't give a size. Our brand is true, but we didn't give a size for it. So that's okay. Here, yes, everything is fine. Let's try to change the condition and see if it's going to change. That the condition now is almost you. Let's put it new, and let's delete one tag and submit again. We are doing this so that we know that all our functionality are working. Let's submit. Let's go back. Okay, now you see our tag is 2 and the condition is new. So, okay. Let's just give a size to this product. Let's say X large. So this now show is, let's say 280. Let's add another tag just to be sure. Let's send the third request. Yes, you see the size 280. Okay, everything is now fine. The only thing left is this image. We'll just have to work on this image now. To work on the images, we are going to come to cell images here. Yes, let's delete this. In cell images here. Cell images. Yes, let me show you, let me tell you the structure of the cell images. Here we have this here. This is just a container here where we are setting the width to full. We're setting the height to, we are setting the width to 36 pixels here. Now this 36 pixels is what is the area which we're going to be dropping these images to. You say add image or drop images here. So this is the area I'm talking about. This here. Yes, this. So the whole of that container, this is it here. Let's go back. So here we have this image wrapper. This image wrapper here. This image wrapper, if you look, let's go into this image wrapper. I just define it down below this component here. This is it, this image wrapper. It just takes the full width of the container and it wraps our individual images over. So this image wrapper is all of this here. All of this. That's the image wrapper. And the last thing is this image items here. These image items we have here. It just contains our items of which has our URLs and our ID with these buttons to close those images. So that is it. This is what is contained within this application here. Now let's go and work on these images. These images has a lot of work. So let's go straight to it. So for us to do that, we're going to install some packages. I think 3 packages. So the first one we're going to be using is React-beautiful-dnd. React-beautiful-dnd is used to drag and drop elements on our web page. Yes. So let's go here. Let's kill this terminal. And let's say npm install React-beautiful-dnd. That's the first package you're going to install. So wait for it to install. Okay, we have an error. Npm install React-beautiful. Okay, beautiful is not correct here. This has to be 1. React-beautiful-dnd. Let's install back. Okay, it went through. The next we're going to install is npm install react-drop zone. This drop zone is to drag our images and just drop it into that container. It's installed. It's a very small library which you can use. So npm install. The last is going to be a cloudinary URL gen. So this is going to use to resize our images to a particular size before we send them to the database. So we say at cloudinary /URL, it's URL dash gen. Let's wait for it. Okay, we have our packages, so let's just boot back our application. npm run dev. Okay, the first thing we're going to be doing here is we're going to learn how we can drag and drop items on our container. We can learn how we can drag and drop items, shift the position of our items. Now, the reason we are doing that drag and drop is because we want that, let me show you. We want that when we drag an item from here and drop it in a location. Let's go back here. We want that when we drag an item and drop it in a location like here, we want to change the position so that we know exactly the image which is going to be our main image. So, and the logic we're going to be doing, or what we're going to do is, we're just going to set this first image here to be our main image. That means if we take this image from here and drop it here, whatever image is here is going to be our main image. So it's that simple. Now let's go and see how we can do it. So there are 3 things we are going to be importing from React-beautiful-dnd. So let's go and import them. Let's say from React-beautiful-dnd. Here we're going to get the we're going to have droppable. It's droppable. There's it. And we're going to get the draggables. Draggables, and we're going to get the drop container, which is going to be a container which we're going to wrap in our drag and drop in that container. Yes. So this is going to be the drag drop zone. Drag drop zone. Okay, where is it? It's not coming. Drag drop context. Yes, this is it. Drag drop context. Now here we just need to wrap. We're going to wrap this image wrapper in this drag drop context. Drag drop context. Yes. And this has one required property. This drag drop context has one required property, which is an on drag n. Yes, on drag n. So we can just put it to on drag n. We are going to create this method. Yeah. Let's just create this method here before we proceed. Let's say on drag n. Yes. Oh, what am I doing here? Let's say const on drag n. Here it takes a data. We're going to inspect the properties of this data later, but let's just log them to the console for now. Data. Okay. Now let's come and continue. We are wrapping. The next thing we'll do is we'll go into this image wrapper and we wrap this image with a droppable, because this image wrapper, this is where we're going to be dropping our images. It happens that where we are dropping our images is also the source of our items there. So let's come here. We'll wrap everything here in a droppable. So let's say this is going to be the droppable zone here. Okay, good. This droppable here, it returns a function that takes a provided property as an argument to that function. So it's being passed down as props actually. So the first thing we do, we want to give some required attributes here. The first is going to be the direction. We want this direction to be horizontal. So horizontal, and we are going to give the droppable ID. And the droppable ID, I'm just going to say main droppable. It's going to be main droppable. Yes. And now comes to here. So provided. It takes this provided, and here we can wrap all our application inside this provided here, like this. Good. And here now we can spread some options here. As a provided dot droppable props. We need to spread this droppable props here, and React-beautiful-dnd will know how to drag and drop our items in this area. We need to give a reference here. This reference is just going to make React node to populate the nodes for this droppable for us. So here it's going to be provided dot inner ref, and if you come down here, we're going to spread. We're going to give another property here. So provided dot placeholder. What is the use of this placeholder? This placeholder, because when we drag an item, that space is going to be empty. The other item is going to fill that space. So what we want to do is, when we drag the item, we want to give a placeholder, an empty space, so that we can be able to drop another item. So yes, so that we can drop another item. So why the other items expand to occupy these placeholders. So that's the use for these placeholders here. Okay. The next thing is, we have to come now down to these image items here. Down in these image items, we need to wrap these image items in. We need to wrap these image items here in a draggable. Yes, in a draggable, because these are our individual items. So we need to wrap them in a draggable. So here we're going to say drag cables, because these are actually the items which these are the things we are dragging. So let's wrap all of this here. And just like draggables has similar properties. We have a draggable ID, and with this draggable ID, we're going to make it dynamic. So here, let's say this is going to be image dash, the draggable ID is going to be image dash index. Now, where is this index coming from? So let me see. We need to give an index here. Yes, it's coming from this here. Let's just give an index here, and you see this dot index. Good. Okay, this is the droppable ID. So each of these items is going to have a droppable ID as image dot 01, image dash 02, image dash 03, image dash, and so on. So here you can also provide an index here, and this index we're just going to pass the index which you are receiving from here. So here we just pass that index there. So, and this method, like I said, it also returns the method, it returns another function here that takes a provider also. So you say provider, that is provided, not provider, and we wrap everything inside. No, not included the draggable. Just wrap our divs here. Great. Okay, here now we can spread some properties here. This is similar to what the droppable do. So we're just going to spread some properties here. You say provided dot. We need to spread this drag handle props. Yes. And next we need to spread provided dot. We have draggable props. And again, we need to give the ref. It's going to be provided dot inner ref. Now, so these draggable props, these are the props which React-beautiful-dnd need in order to be able to drag this container, drag these individual items. Now, this drag handler prop here, this simply it tells us the place which we can put on this draggable. That can be the handler for that element. What do I mean by the handler? The handler in such a way that this is going to be a place where we can click on that place and drag this item around the application. So that's why we are just setting this drag handler props here to be our entire image. Yes, to be our entire image. And here we have the inner ref, which, yes, so that is it. This is how this section is. Okay, with this, let's go and try to see if we can already drag an item. But we cannot drop an item just yet. Now we cannot drop an item right now. But I think now we can drag an item around the application. So let's see. Let's drag. Okay, you see, we are able to drag. But if you drop, you see, it's going to go back to its original position. It's going to run back to this original position. Now let's go to the console and see something. Let's climb up back here. Voila, you see, this is this data. You see, these are, this is the droppable ID. That means we dragged on item image-4. This is the draggable ID which we specify. So we have the source here. The source we have, you see, we're having the index. We have the droppable ID here. So, and now here we have the destination. Index is 0. We're dropping on the first place, on the first place. Yes, that's why index here is 0. And here we have the droppable ID also. The droppable ID. That means we are dragging and dropping in the same container. That's why you see the droppable ID here is equal to the droppable ID of the destination. So you see, this data property here is going to be very useful for us. So here now we can just try now and persist our drag and drop functionality. Let's persist our drag and drop functionality before we even move forward. So let's start by destructuring the destination and the source from this data property. Yeah, as a const, we get the destination and we get the source. All is going to come from the data property up there. Now let's first check if there is no destination. If there is no destination, we just want to return. From here. We just want to return from this method here. This on drag on. We don't want to do anything. So let's see. Because if there is no destination, this data property is going to return us none. So let's see. If you drag this item, this is item 4 here, which is the ID is going to be 3. So this is going to be image. This is going to be image-3. If we drag it and drop it like someplace out of this container here, let's go and check. You see, the destination here is null. Destination is null because we dropped it out of our droppable container. So the index here is 3. See the image, the droppable ID here is image 3. So that's why we are returning here. We don't want to do anything. But if we dropped it inside this container, the first thing we do is we want to create a shadow copy of our images. We want to create a shadow copy of our images. And where our images coming from? Our images currently is coming from okay, our images are coming from, let's get them from these drag drop items. Images are coming from drag drop items. So let's say new images is equals to, we just spread here drag drop items. Okay, now we have the new images. We are doing this so that we should not mutate the original array. So we say const removed images, removed image. We want to remove the image which we just dragged. This is it. Here we say new images dot split. Want to split this. The source, want to split from the source dot index, and we just want to take the first item. This is splice. This is splice. Look, the splice method is return an array containing the elements that were deleted. So this is going to return actually an array of the elements that were deleted. Yeah, that's why here we say remove image. This is the image which we just removed. And here we can now say the new images is now going to the new images dot splice. New images dot splice. Now we say destination dot index. So destination dot index. This is the start place. We are starting from here, and we want to move 0 position. We want to move to the 0 position. That means we do not want to delete anything for this with this splice method. So this is just one of the ways we can use to manipulate arrays. Yes. So we are using the splice method. We are removing from this the destination dot index, and we are moving 0 position, and we want to, the third value is a replaced value. We can replace whatever we removed from this first from the destination. We can replace it with another value here. So here we are just going to pass our removed images. Pass 0 because this is an array. We just want to take the first one. Yes, because at any given time we're going to be dragging only one image. That's why we have this one here. So with this now we are able to drag. We are able to adjust the array, but to fully, yes, we're able to adjust the position of the items in that array. Let's go and try. Let's see if this is going to work. Let's drag this, bring it. Okay, it's bouncing back. Let me see. Okay, position is not being returned. Okay, let me see. What am I doing? Let's say destination dot index 0. The reason why this is not working, even after we've changed the position, is because here you see we are just these droppable items. We are just passing the droppable items down here. Where's our image items? If you come here, where's image item? Okay, here. You see, we are just looping over our draggable items. That means this array is never going to be changed. It's not changed. So what we can do in that case is, we just have to create a state here. As a const, let's call it images. Let's say images, and we set our images to, let's say, use state. And here we're going to set our images to these draggable items here. We're just going to set our images to the draggable items. So it's a draggable items. Yes. So that's going to be our initial state. Now, instead of draggable items, we're going to put images. But to do that, we need to pass them down through props. So images, it's going to be images. Now we just have to copy this. Let's come to image wrapper here. We need to go 2 levels down. We need to get it from here. Oh, yes. And now we need to pass it back here. Images, and we need to get it back from here. Images, yes. And now we can loop over these images. Instead of these draggable items, we can say images.map. Images.map. Okay. With this, let's try. Let's drag this, put it here. Okay. Let's try to refresh. Why is that not working? Okay, the position is not being returned. Let's go and say, what are we still doing wrong again? Okay, we are not using the set images. Okay, we are transforming the images here in this onDragEnd method. We are transforming the array here, but we are not setting it to the new array which we just transformed, which is this new images here. We're supposed to set our images now to these new images here. Okay, that is what we're supposed to do. Here we just say set images. We set it to this new images here. Okay, now it's going to work as perfectly. Yes, you see, it's returning its position here. Just drag this one, drop here. See, it's coming. Okay, this one is not going. This not. Okay, this first one can. This is coming. This no. Okay, let's see if there's anything we can improve in our logic here. We are spreading draggable items. Okay, let's instead spread our images, because the images we are using now, the draggable item is just the initial state. So let's spread by our images. Let's see. Let's drag and drop. Yes, it remains. Let's drag this and drop. Yes, it remains. Let's drag this and drop. Yes, so everything is working with the drag and drop. You can drop at any location within this container now. Okay, with that said, let's go and now see how we can upload a new image to Cloudinary. Let's go and upload a new image to Cloudinary. Before we upload our images to Cloudinary, there's one more thing. What I want is that when we are on this first image, I want us to like show an indication to user that this is the main image. This is the image that is going to show on their homepage or on the products which people are going to be browsing. So let's just write some stars to tell the user that that is going to be the main image. So if we come to the application now here, let's go back right, okay, down here where we have this div. Just after this div here, we can create a label. I mean, let's say index. Index is going to be, if index is equals to 0, then, oh, why is this? Okay, we have to do that. We have to do this inside this. Yeah, Control X. Let's do this inside this div. Control V. Yes. If index is equals to 0, that means we are at the first position. Here, we just have to give a padding of 2, a width of, let's say, 2.5. Position is going to be absolute. If we are giving position absolute here, that means we need to make this container a relative. Here, say relative. Yes. Okay, we already have a relative there, so we can just get rid of this. And here, let's say top is going to be half. Top is going to be half. Right also is going to be half. Left is going to be half. Right. It's going to be half. Left is going to be half. Then we need to translate. We need to translate x, because we're going to be moving through the x-axis. So let's just set the bottom. It's going to be 0. We've done this positioning many times, so there's no need for detailed explanation here on what we are doing. So we just have to give a background now. Let's say bg of let's give a background of primary. Yes. Let's check. Okay, it's not coming yet. Okay, it is. It's actually coming, but it is right long. It is very long, so we have not set anything in here inside this div. So what we need to do with this div is we just need to say min image. Let's check. Okay, you see, this is it. Okay, it's not looking great. Oh, what type of styles was I writing here? Okay, let's try to adjust these styles here. See what is. It's not working. And see, the width here is to that. It's not. Yes, this is going to be a dash here. I think that was what was disturbing it. Yes. So this is too big. The height is too big. So we need to adjust it. Now here, since we're using daisyui, instead of we just say batch, just going to say batch. This will style everything for us. Instead of background here, we'll say batch primary. This batch primary is just going to give us a primary batch with the color which we want. Okay, let's test again. Okay, main image is looking better now. Yes. Let's see this text here. Yes, for me it's okay now. So if you drag this here, this is going to be the main image. If you drag this here, this is now is going to be the main image. Okay. With this, let's go back now, and we can now, yes, we can now put our items in Cloudinary. No, before we put our images in Cloudinary, there's also one effect I want us to do with this drag and droppable. I want that when we drag an item like this, we should give a yellow border around the item. Yes, we should give a yellow border around the item so that we know that we are dragging this item. So those are the kind of few little things which we can enhance on this. Yes, we can learn from these these libraries. For us to do that that effect, we're going to need to get another attribute from here. It's going to call snapshot. Call it snapshot. So this snapshot, what snapshot does is it captured that particular element which we have, and it has some properties on it which we can use. So we'll come here. We're going to be working on this container here. So we can just give this in curly braces, and we remove this. I will remove this from here. Oh, yes. Now let's come here. Here we can just say, let's give like this. You say snapshot. This is snapshot dot. It has a method called dragging. If we are dragging this container, then we want to give some styles to it. Else, we just want to have our normal styles. So the styles we are going to be giving here is, we say border, that's primary, and we just say border, increase the width to 4. Just give a big border around it. So if you drag now this, you see, that's the border there. Yes. So with this now, we can go and upload our images to Cloudinary. We are done with this drag and drop container here. Let's upload our images to Cloudinary. Finally. Now, let's set up the scenes for uploading our images to Cloudinary. So what we're going to start by doing is we're going to import drop zone. Let's say import. We're going to import drop zone from React drop zone. And here, what we import here is drop zone. Drop zone. Drop zone. I think this drop zone is a name import. So let's just say drop zone. Drop. This is drop zone. Okay. And we just wrap the area of the application which we want to drop the item to in there. Let's say drop zone. Here. This is going to be drop zone. We don't need this parenthesis here. We just want to wrap our application with this drop zone. So this drop zone, it has a method. Okay, from drop zone, it has a method called onDrop. This is with this method we can do we can drag and drop our files. We can upload our images to Cloudinary. So let's say onDrop here. We just have to create that method here. Let's create that onDrop method here. We have onDrag here. Let's minimize this onDrag, and we create another method here. Let's call this onDrop. So this method, it takes a data. So data. Let's lock that data to the console. Instead of putting data, let's just say files, because it's going to be our files. Let's say files. Let's lock that file to the console. Yes. So here now, yes, we are calling the onDrop here. This onDrop, it returns also a function here, and in this function we can get input props. So input props. So get root props, get root props, and is drag active. So these are the few things which we can get from here. And here we just have to wrap our application around all of this. Okay, HTML for image. So here we want to render this text dynamically using that is drag property. Let's say is drag active. If is drag is active, then we want to do this. Let's copy this and paste here. Let's copy back this and put here. Now, if is drag is active, I want to just put a message here that you can drop your items here. So you can drop items, let's say images here. Else, we just want to give a different message. Say, add images or drop here. Let's say add images or drop here. So if drop is active. Now if drop is active, I want us to give, let's give a different color for this. Let's give that, let's give us that secondary, let's say secondary content here. Okay, now let's use these props here. These props down, just the div below this drop zone, we need to spread this get root props because this is going to be the root element. So you say get root props, you spread it here, and here with this get input props, you spread it on our input here. So we just have to spread this on our input. This get input props. Okay. Actually, we need to call this because this is a method. So we call this, and here we need to call this also. Okay, so let's drag and drop an item. See if we're going to get the files here. Let's drag and drop some items here. No, let's go to the application. This. So here I have some images here. Let me just drag and drop 3 images and let's see. Okay, you see the text here change. You can drop images here. Yes, so we can drop. Let's come. Yes, you see we have the files here. It's an array of the files here. These are all the files we have here. Okay, this is good. We are able to drag and drop images. Now let's begin to work on saving the images to Cloudinary. So there's a const new images. There's a files. This is going to come from files dot map. Yes, files dot map. For each file, what we want to do is, for each file, we want to create, as a const, we want to create form data, a form data, as a const, form data. This is new, as a new form data. Yes, we create a new form data like this. And now here we can say form data dot append. And what do we want to append? Let's just say file, and we give the file. So form data dot append again. Here we can say upload preset. Upload dash preset. Now this upload preset, this is what Cloudinary is going to use. We're going to use to upload our images to a particular location in Cloudinary. So we're going to use this upload preset here. I'll show you how to get your upload preset. Mine is set to upload. Please don't use the same as me. It's not going to work. Don't use the same as me. So you go to your Cloudinary and copy your own upload preset, or you create a new one. I'm going to show you how to do it. So here we just say upload preset, but you need to type this just exactly as here. This upload preset. It's upload preset. Upload underscore preset. Type it like this, and you just put your upload preset name here. Mine is just upload here. And now here we just have to return. Let's return from here. We just return the form data from here. Okay. With this, okay. Now before we proceed, let me go and show you where to get this upload preset from. If you head over to Cloudinary here, I've already opened Cloudinary, and this is my media asset. But here, if you come down here to settings, this is the settings here. If you click on settings, it will take you to this page, the settings page. On this settings page, you look for upload. This is upload here. On this right panel here, you have the upload button. You click on that upload. On upload here, scroll down until you see upload preset. This is upload preset here. So these are my various upload presets I have. I have about 4 of them. This default one is a signed preset, but you don't want to use this because this is for kind of like pro accounts. So you have unsigned. We're going to be using this. This is my own. I'm using this upload here. If you click on this, you see this is the upload preset name here. Uploads. This name is what we are supplying here in this uploads. So we are supplying that name there, and you can configure it. But the main important thing here is this sign-in mode. So whenever you convert it, please, this sign-in mode, you should set it to unsigned. You should set that sign-in mode to unsigned because this is going to be an unsigned preset. So the folder, you can create a folder which and the images is going to locate in. So the folder here is uploads. And yes, you can, these are the various options which you can set. Access mode is public. I set it to public. So you can adjust all of this. So when you finish now, you can just save your changes. And save your changes. And you leave. So this, you can edit your upload with all of that. So that's how we get your uploads there. Now let's come back to application, and here we'll continue building from where we stopped. Here we're returning the form data, there, and now here we can say we can upload now our images. We can upload our images using a URL which Cloudinary is going to provide for us. So we can get that URL from our Cloudinary page. So let's just go back to Cloudinary here. You have to leave this certain page. You leave this certain page and you come to, let's come to Cloudinary here. You click this Cloudinary button here. It will take you, okay, let's click this one here. Digital assets, you come to, okay, this is our media. Yes, you click this button here, it will take you to this product environment credentials. Here you have our cloud name, our API key, our secret. Yes, we have all this here. We need to copy this and paste it in our backend because we're going to need it to delete our images. So this is the cloud name, API key, and the secret. We're going to copy all of this and we'll put it in our backend. So let's do that. Yes, let's just do that because I know we didn't do it at the backend because we hadn't reached that position. We're not implementing it in the backend. So let's say Control P. Let's go to .env file. Here you see we do not have any of that there. So we can go to product controller here. If you look here, you see we were setting them here. We had Cloudinary API key here. So I'm just going to copy this Cloudinary API key. You come here and you paste. I'll just give another. I'll just copy all of them before I substitute the values. Copy. Come here. You paste. You go again. Oh no. You go here. You copy the cloud name. Just see. And come here. You paste it. Paste the cloud name. Okay, I already know my cloud name, so I'll just say Queen Tech. I sure. Yes. Now let's come here. I've put my cloud name, API key. I'll copy. Come here. This is the API key section. I just paste it here. You go back. You copy the secret. And you paste the secret here. So with this, okay, you can close this .env file now. We'll come back, close this product controller, and let's go back here. Now this is this API environment variable here. If you click on more info, here you can select the URL. We're going to take this API base URL. This is what we're going to be using. So if I click on this, I'm going to copy that URL. So if you copy that URL, you close this, you come to the application. In the application here. Okay. So this is where we are going to be pasting. We're going to be fetching our product using this API. So here we can just say, wait, we're just going to use the native fetch API. Fetch. And let's paste our URL here. Control V. Yes. Since this is await, we need to make this method here asynchronous. Oh. Yes, asynchronous. Good. And here we need to pass some options. We have the method. The method here is going to be post. It's going to be a post request. The body is going to be one of these images which we'll get from these new images, because these new images, it contains our this form data. It's coming from this form data. So what we'll do is we're going to loop over these new images. You see, new images dot map. Want to map over the new images, and here we'll say async because we're going to be using async here. This async, we're using it in this method. That's why we have to set this method here as asynchronous. Yes. So here we just have our image. Let's say img. We can now copy all of this and we paste it here. The method now here is going to be img.form data. This is it. You know, this form data is what we are returning from here. From here. This is it. Form data. This is it. We are passing in the request body there. So, okay. Here now, we can say const. Let's say const. Oh. Let me see. Yes. Let's say const response. I want to get the response. Const data is equals to response. First of all, await response dot JSON. This is going to give our result in JSON format. Now, what we can do is we can just return from here. We're just going to return. We'll be returning the ID, and our ID is going to come from data dot public. This public ID, I think something like this. Yes, data dot public ID, and our URL is going to be coming from data dot secure URL. So this is what we are returning. So in the end now, so yes, if we return all of this, we can just set this. Okay, now there's one thing before we set the value here. If you look here, we are fetching these items and we are returning here. So everything we are returning from here is a promise, right? Yes, because it's a promise. So what we need to do is we need to handle all these individual promises here that we are littering everywhere here. For us to do that, we need to say promise dot all. This is going to handle all the promises for us. This promise dot all method here, we just wrap everything we've done here inside promise dot all here. Good. And here we just need to say const image object, and we just await here. So instead of logging this file here, so let's log this image object here. Great. So this is how we upload a file in Cloudinary. Now, what I want to do is I want my images to be in the upload folder, my upload folder. So if you come here, if I come here, you see this is home. This, you come to assets here. I have, these are all my assets here. But if you check folder here, where is it? Folders. You see, I want my images to be in this profile folder. So you can create a folder. You can name it whatever you want. So you can create a folder. This for my profiles. This is my uploads. This is where all my uploaded items are for the brokang application. So with that, what I can just say do here is I'll just say /image/upload. Yes, it's /image/upload. So okay, let's go and try to see if this is going to give us our desired result. So let's come back to our React application here. Let's drag and drop some items here. Let's drop this. Let's just drop these two items here. Let's go and check. Yes, of course, this is it. We have our URL and we are having our you see, this is our ID. This ID actually is this ID is our this ID here is our public ID, which we are going to use to delete these images. This is our public ID we're going to use to delete these images from the backend. Okay, now we are having our images very well. Now, before we actually save these images to the database, let's just transform these images at once. I want us to transform these images at once. So for us to do that, we already get the package which we're going to use to transform the images, and it was that at Cloudinary URL gen. That's the package we're going to be using. So you can say, come here, let's say const Cloudinary, let's say cd for Cloudinary, and we say we create a new instance of Cloudinary. Cloudinary is not coming up, so let's import it manually from here. So import Cloudinary from at Cloudinary. This is going to be at Cloudinary URL gen. So here we're going to say Cloudinary. So here we say new Cloudinary, and we're going to pass some options in here. The first option here is going to be the cloud, and this cloud also has another option, which is going to be the cloud name. I'm going to pass our cloud name here, and my cloud name here is queendev. Okay, now we have an instance of Cloudinary here. With this instance of Cloudinary, we're going to use it in order to we're going to use this instance of Cloudinary to resize our images. These resize images, we're going to store them in the database. Yes. So let's go scroll down here. We're going to be doing that work somewhere here. Okay, yes, where we are returning all of this. So the ID, we are returning the ID here. Now this URL is not going to be the secure URL. What this URL will be is, let's say cld cloudinary.image. Call this image, you say data.public ID. Yes, so we're going to say data.public ID. That's what the image takes. You see, it's expecting the public ID. And after that, we just change some methods here. We change the resize method. See, that's a resize method up there. In this resize method, we want to call a resize. This resize, we're getting this resize from Cloudinary. We're getting this resize from Cloudinary. So let me import it. It's not coming up here. So what we need to get this Cloudinary, this resize from here. This will come from Cloudinary /actions. /actions. Yes. So here we just say resize. Great. Let's come back down here. So here we say resize dot scale. We want to scale these images to a particular width. So we just change the width method here, and it's going to be 500 pixels. It's going to be 500, and the width, the height is also going to be 500. With this now, oh no, you can say you go out from the outer, this here, from this resize method now, you can say dot quality. You want to give the quality to auto. Let's just give the quality here to auto, and we say dot format. The format is going to be auto too. And the last thing we do here is we just say dot to URL. This is going to generate us our URL. So we just call the URL method here. So with this, we're going to have our images here. This object now is going to return us our set of images. So for us to confirm that, what we're going to do is, I'm just going to set our images here to this. I'm just going to, instead of console.log these images, I'll just say set images. Let's first take the previous images we had, and we just spread them here, previous, and to that we want to also spread this image object, because it's actually an array. I want to spread this image object too. Okay, now with this, if we come to this set image, if we come here, instead of this drag item, we just have to remove this drag item from here. Yes, remove that drag item from there. We'll come, let's come to drag n here. You see, are we referencing that item anywhere again here? No. So here we are done with this drag item. We can just remove it from here. So now let's come and see. Another read property on define map. So map here is on defined at the moment. Here, let's come down. Where are we getting that error from? We are getting that error from here. I think, where is it? Yes, here. Here we're going to check if only we have images. That's when we are doing all of this. Let's just safeguard ourselves here. Let's go back. Okay, you see, we do not have anything here. Say add images will drop here. Let's go and add. So before we go and add, let's see if the images which we uploaded are in Cloudinary there. Let's check. So let me refresh my media file here. Upload. Yes, you see, new. These are new images that came in. So they are here. So they uploaded successfully. Now let's go and choose different images. Here, I'm just going to take this two. Let's come here first. Take this to drop here. Okay, we have a problem. Pref is not iterable. Okay, you cannot iterate over that, but let's check if it was uploaded. Yes, they were uploaded. But here we are having a problem. Where is that problem coming from? Here, when we are spreading all of this, okay, let me check the way we are declaring this up here. Where's our state? Okay, this state, yes. So we need to set this state to an empty array, because like this here, this can be, if you just leave it empty, React is going to set this to undefined or probably null. So, and we cannot iterate over something that's null. So let's just set it to an empty object. We cannot iterate over something that's undefined. Let's go back. Let's drag and drop. Here I'm going to get this one and this. Hello there. You see, we have our images here, and we can, you see, we can change the position of the images. See, yes, it's working. Now what is left for us to do is we just have to find a way to delete these images. Now we are going to call our handler to be able to delete these images here. So let's go and do that. Okay, to delete the images, let's go and check. Let's go to our backend. Let's check the way we are doing the implementation for deleting. We already did that in, I think it was lecture 2, in part 2. So let's say product controller. In this product controller, let's see. Here, if you scroll right down here, we have the delete image from Cloudinary here. See, here we are returning, you say try catch, and if I respond to status 200, we give a message that image deleted successfully, or we return an error, So let's go to, let's say control P. Let's go to product route. Let's see the way we are deleting that image. Okay, we are just passing this post here, and we're just saying delete image from product. Okay, with this now, let's go to our agent. Control P agent. Let's go to our agent, and let's delete our images. We're going to write the route in this product here. So come here, we say, let's say delete images. Here, oh, yes. Delete images, you say request dot post, and here we just pass our URL. We just passed our URL. So slash product slash delete image, and here we are going to take, and we're going to have data here, which this data property is just going to contain our public ID. It's going to contain our public ID. So data, and here we just passed that data here. Okay, this is how we delete image. Let me see. Product controller. So deleting an image, you see, we are getting the public ID from request.body here. So we need to pass this public ID in request.body. Okay, with this, from this agent now, with this delete image, we can now go back to our cell image. Let's go back to cell image here. We are going to do everything inside this method, because this is the only place which we need to delete these images. But for things like creating a new image in Cloudinary, we are going to extract this functionality, because there are many places where we need to store image in Cloudinary. So we're going to extract the functionality to store image in Cloudinary and put it under our utils folder. But for now, let's just go and let's write our logic for deleting an image in here. So here we have on drop, and now here we can write our logics for deleting an image. So the first thing we're going to have to do here is we'll create a method called delete image. Let's say delete image img. This is going to be an asynchronous method. Yeah, so public is going to take in the public ID. It's a public ID, and let's say try catch. If an error occurs, we just throw that error here, and here we return. We have done this here like 10 times now. So agent dot product dot delete images, and here in this data property we just need to pass our public ID here. So just a public ID. Yes, it's the same thing here. Okay, down here now we need to, let's call use mutation. This use mutation we're going to use to delete our product. It's a use mutation from reactquery. So it's a mutation function. The mutation function is going to be this delete images, and here we just pass a public we pass our public ID. So we need to get a public ID from here. So public ID, and here we pass the public ID. Okay, this is great. So comma on success, if this was successful, we need to get the data, and let's just give a toast. The toast dot success. You just say data dot message. If everything went on successfully. So this is what we're going to do. Now here we can finally just write a function to delete the image. So handle image delete. So this is going to take E, which is going to be the event public ID, and here we say E dot prevent default. So you say mutate. No, because we're not even getting mutate yet, so we need to get mutate from here. I thought I already get that mutate. So const mutate. This will be like this. Yes. This is mutate. Okay. See. So here we can say mutate. Pass our public ID, which we are getting from here. We pass the public ID here, because this mutate function it needs a public ID. This is it here. So we pass our public ID there. So on success, if we were successful on success, we just want to filter our images. We want to filter our images and set a value, and we set the value for our images so that when we submit our form, we'll obtain our images. Yes. So here we can say on submit, on success. This is on success. So this is it down here. On success, let's say const filter images. It's going to be images dot filter, because our image is an array. For each image, what we want is we want to check if that image dot public ID, is different. Actually, the images which we are storing here, it doesn't have a public ID. It's have an ID, which is the public ID. So the images.id is different from the public ID which we are passing into this delete handler here. So this is the filter images here. With these filter images now, we can then say set images to filter images. Yes. With this, we can now go and hook this handle delete images. We can go and hook up this handle delete images to where we have to delete it. So we'll come here, we'll pass it down through props here. But before we pass it down through props, what I want to do is let's get in this method here, because we're going to be passing the register method in here. So let's just say register and set value. Yes, register and set value. So let's go to cell wrapper here and just pass them one time, straight away. Here, let me see. Images. Okay, here. You see here that we can pass the register here. We'll just say register. And here, set value, can pass set. Oh, yes, we can pass set value, which we are getting from here. And the register, we're also getting the register from here. So that when we are passing these values into these cell images, we just pass everything at once, so that we will not be moving up and down through this container. It takes a lot of time. So here we pass our images, and we need to pass the register. This is equal to register, and now we need to pass our handle delete method here. So handle delete image. This is handle delete image. So we need to, what I'll do is, we need to select this, and I also select this. Oh, okay, that selection is not going. So what we'll do is, I'll just copy these two, and let's move to image wrapper here. I'll paste them here, and I'll just have to delete this here, and I'll delete this one. Now we are left with this here. Now in this here, we need to pass it also here. We need to pass those two values down there. So Control V. You pass register and handle image delete to pass it to this image items here. Press F12. You come here, you receive them from here. See, register, and handle image delete. Okay, this is where we finally need those items, the register and the handle image delete. In order to delete an image, we're going to come here. Yes, we'll see we already have here. We just pass the E here, and here we see handle image delete, and here we pass E, and we also pass item, because here it's item we are using here. Yes, item.id. The ID is going to be our public ID. So item dot item, yes, dot ID. Now our key, we are using the key as item.id here, but we don't want to send this our public ID to the browser, so we can just say index here in this draggable item. Let's just say index here, and let me see if you come down here, image, the alt text, instead of ID here, I'm just going to pass the index in this alt text here. I'll say index plus, let's just give a string here and say uploaded images. Okay, so with this now, let's see if we can delete an image. Let's upload new images. Let's upload this here and this here. Okay, we have them here. Let's delete this one and see. Okay, we are having a message here, but that message property is not being displayed. That means we have an error. Let's go and check what might have gone wrong. First of all, let's check if this image was actually deleted from Cloudinary. So this image we deleted, but this one here, let's check if it was deleted from Cloudinary. Let's refresh here. Okay, it's still there. This is it. It's still there. That means the image was not deleted. We didn't hit that endpoint very well. So let's check what might have happened. Let's go to our dev tools here. Maybe there we can see the message, error message clearly. So cannot destructure property data in error.response as it is undefined. Okay. Sort images. Now let's go back to application. Now I think our problem is coming from the back end. Yeah, our problem is coming from the back end. According to the message we are saying, let's go to product. Control P, product controller. Product controller. Oh, no, not product category. Control P, product controller. Okay, this is our delete method here. It's taking request.body. Okay, guys. Another thing I thought of, because remember that we changed our environment variables. We say n.env. Yes, we set these environment variables, but we need to restart the server. We need to restart the server for this environment, for the changes to be picked up. So let's come here. Let's go to node here. Let's restart. Yes, want to terminate. Yes, say npm now on dev. I think this is the problem, because those values are not being set. Let's just restart the server and see if this is going to work. Let's come back here. Okay, let's try now to delete again. Yes, image deleted successfully. So let's go to Cloudinary and check. Let's refresh this. Okay, it is gone, guys. It is gone. So we are successfully deleting the images. The images are being deleted. Now what is just left for us is to get the image which we have uploaded and we send it to reacthookform. That's the only challenge we are left to complete this section now. So let's go and do just that, what we just talked about. So in order for us to implement that, we are going to use the same technique we use for the tags. We use the same technique which we use for tags. So let's come to cell images here. If we scroll down right to our draggables here, yes, here, this is where we need to place our input. We need to place our input here, right down here. So let's hide this here. Let's hide this under here to have more space. Okay, what I'm going to have to do is, first I need to wrap this in a label, because as I told you, we'll be needing label. This only works if we use a label. What to use? Let's say image dash. Here we just put our index. Index is the same thing we did for tags. Let's get this. I will put it here. Okay, beneath this is where we want to put our input. The type is going to be a checkbox, yes. And the ID is going to be image dash, and here we just put our index, the same thing. The value is going to be our URL. It's going to be our item.url. That is going to be the value. And then what else can we put here? Our register, the register which we imported there. So register, we're going to spread our register here, and here we can just say images, and these images here is going to be required. Is it required? Images are required. Yes, required. Here we say image is required. Images are required. So let's just say at least one image is required. At least one image is required. So at least one image is required. Now we just have to set hidden. Just set this to hidden. And also we need to set check to true. Check. This is going to be true by default. Okay. Okay, this is completed here. Now we need to do a few things here. When we are deleting this image, where is it? So this is where we are deleting this image. When we are setting this image here, we need to also set this value, because we imported set value also here. This is it. So we need to, when we delete the image, we need to set the value to these filter images here. So we say set value, just set it to, the value is going to be for what? Images, and we say filter images. Yes, when we delete an image, we set the value to that. So also when we delete an image, yes, also when we drag an image and drop to change the position of the image, we just have to set, we need to set also we need to set the value too. So set value, this is going to be images, so that our image is rearranged in the order in which this array is being rearranged. If not, we are not going to have our images. Yes, so here we say images. This is going to be the new images here, the new images dot, let's say map. We need to map over them, and we just need to get the image dot URL, because that's what we are interested in, setting the value here. So with this now, I'm confident that this is going to work now. So let's try. Let's come back to application here. We have this image here. Instead of dragging and dropping, let's see if we can click to get some images. Yeah, we can click to get some images. I'll just come to pictures here. I'll get some, let's say, I'll come to, pictures. Okay, screenshots. Yes, in screenshots here, I can get some additional images here. Let me get this, and also this. Yes, open. Okay, we are receiving two windows here. Look, we are receiving two windows here. That means we need to adjust that. This is happening because of Dropbox. Yes. So, but let's just see if this is working before we go and adjust that. The brand here, let's just leave it to known. Categories, let's say cosmetic. Let's just give anything there. So let's say used, and product price, let's say 58. Tax, let's just give some random tax here. And now let's give a description, and product fee, let's just give something like this, and let's register. Okay, every field is okay. Let's go to application, let's go to cell wrapper and see if we have everything in place. Yes, so you see these are our images. We have it. Let me just put it at the sidebar here. Let's dock it. We have 3 images. We have 3 images here. Let me draw it right to this end so that we can see them very well. We have 3 images here. Yes. Yes. So these are, everything is here now. Everything is here. Apart from this size, everything is here. We can now send this to our database because we have all our fields intact just the way we wanted them to be. We can now send them to the database. But before we do that, let's test if we interchange, if we change the position of our elements, we are also going to change it in this array here. So let's mark, we're just going to do this manually. So the first item here ends with SN, the second ends with YZ, while the last ends with MX. So let's see if the position here is going to change. Let's come back here. Let's take this first one, let's take this last one and interchange it with this. So this is now our main image. If we go to, let's go back to our application here. Yes, if we go here now, you see, you need to click on this. This is the one we want here. Okay, this is the last one. This is the one we want. No, this lock here is for the drop. Is for our drag and drop container. So this is what we want here. Yes. Let me see. So it's apparently, it seems as if nothing changed here because we still have SN here and YT. Okay, we didn't submit the form. We changed, but we didn't submit this form. So let's submit. Let's submit. Okay, if we come now, you see, these are our new images here. Let's check if they're going to be different from this ones here. SN, YZ, and MX. Let's check. Let's come right down here. Yes, of course, you see, it has changed. SN has now come to the second position. Why MX here, which was the last item, have come to the first position. This is it. MX was the last, has come to the first position here. So everything is working. So everything is working now. We can close this. Let me close this. Okay. So now what is left for us to do is to just submit this form. You just submit this form with everything we have here. Just submit this form with everything we have here. But before we do that, let's correct what we talked about here. That when we click here, we open this form twice in two different locations. That happens because of Dropbox. So let's go and fix that. Cell image, you come to cell image. So here in job zone, we can set a property here in job zone, or we say on no click. Sorry, I wanted to say no click. I said on click. This is, we can say no click. Just set no click to true. Yeah. So no click to true. Let's go and see. Let's open back. Yes, we are here. Let's get this other image here. Open. See, only one time it opens only once. No more two box opening. So only one box was open. So here we have these four images here. We have these four images here. So now I'm going to refresh this form so that we can register for a new product. We can register a new product. Yes. So let's see. Before we actually register a new product, let's just go and set that functionality of registering a new product. Let's set it up. So the first thing we're going to have to do is we'll go to our agent. We'll go to our agent. Okay, we are at the agent here. We need to create a new request here. Let's say create product. Of course, this is going to take data. Here we have our request dot post, and here we just say product. I don't think we have anything to pass behind here. Just say data. Yes. So let me check. Let's go to product route. How are we creating a product? Rather than checking here, let's check it in Insomnia. Let's go to products. Creating a product. Yes, we're just passing the product here. Okay. So this is good now. We can now come to, let's come to our cell. Okay, here you create a product here. So let's add a new file and say create product api.js. Here we can say export const create product. This is going to be an async, and it takes data. Let's say try catch, and we just have to throw that error here. Let's move up here, and here we say const response await agent dot product dot create product, and we pass in our data here. So here now we can say response return response dot product. Yes, I'm sure we called it this. Let's go to Insomnia and check so that we don't run into problems. Yes, product. Okay. Now let's create another method here. We'll call it, instead of create product here, we'll say create product. Instead of create product API, we'll just say create product.js. Okay, and here we export const, say use create product. This will take nothing. The const, so use mutation, and here we have the mutation function. Get our data, and here we just need to get, say, create product, and we pass in our data here. Here we just need to get our mutate function, and is loading. Here we can pass, instead of, we can just say here, let's say here that create product, and here instead of is loading, we say is creating. On success, here let's just give a comma. On success, we just want to give a toast. Let's say toast dot success. See, product created successfully. And when we create a new product, we need to unvalidate our create product, our get all products. So here you can say const query client is equals to use query client, and here you can say invalidate, you say query client dot invalidate queries. It takes a filter, and we're going to pass our query key here, and the query key here is going to be get dash all dash products. Let's see if this query key is okay. Let's go to Control P product. No, let me just search it from here. I'm just going to look for it here. Use product here. Okay, get all products. Yes, that was the query key. Yes, we need to validate this get all product queries. What this invalidate does is that it's just going to trigger our query to fetch a new query, the new data for us. Yes, so that is it. Create product. Let me see here. This create product here, we need to change this method from create product to, let's just say product. Let's say create a product. Create a product. Yes. Now we just need to return create a product and is creating. Okay. With this, let's go back to our cell wrapper here. Come to cell wrapper here. We can just say use. Say use. What are we going to do? We say use create product, and in here we are going to pass. We pass nothing. We just have to get the const get is creating, and here we get create a product. Now in this create a product, this is where we're going to use create a product. You can just say create a product, and we pass our data there. We don't need this anymore. We pass our data there, and what again? This is creating. We need to use this is creating with at the end here where we're using these buttons. We need to use is creating. Where are our buttons? Let's check. Let's minimize all of this. Okay. If come down, okay, this is our button here. On submit here, we need to say disabled. We need to disable this button if this form is dirty, or if this form is dirty, or if this form is not valid, or is creating. That's when we need to disable this form. When these three states are occurring, we need to disable this complete registration form here. So if we want to cancel this, cancel creating product, we just have to go to the home page here. Okay, so here there is one last thing I want to do here. Let's see, when we create a new product here, let's say on success, I just want to navigate to the home page. For that, I'm going to import navigate here. See const navigate. Do we? No, because a user can create more than, let's not navigate to anywhere. Let's just remain here when we create a new product, because a user can want to create like 10 products at a time. Creating the product and navigating to the home page and coming back is not a good experience. So let's just leave it as it is. Yes, so on submit, this on success. Now I'm going to remove back this on success here. Okay. And let me see if we've completed everything here. What's left is this is submit successful, and for that we're going to have a use effect. Say use effect, and the use of this use effect is just to reset our fields. You see, if is submit successful, if we successfully submitted that form, we are just going to say reset. We're going to reset the whole form. Reset the whole form, and right down here we just have to pass is submit successful. Okay. Yes. With this now, I think we can register for a new product without any problems, because all the fields are completed. We just have to delete some locks which we put around here. We have to delete this one. If we come here, did we lock anything down here? No. So yes, so let's go and see. Let's go and check if we can delete a product now. So we can come here, let's just refresh all of this. Oh, I think we have a problem. Our page is not refreshing. Illegal new line after throw on cut syntax. Create product API line 8. Let's go to the create product API line 8. Where is it? Create product API. Okay, here we need to throw the error. Here. Okay, let's refresh now. Okay, let's create some products. So I have this folder open here. All of this image, I got these free images from Cloudinary. So you can go and download some images from Cloudinary in order to use. So I got these free images from Cloudinary. I'm just going to use these free images for the demonstration we'll be doing here. So we'll start with yeah, I'll just copy like these images here. I'll take this one, I'll take this one, take this one, and take this one. I'll just drag and drop them here. So this is set as our main image, but I don't want this one to be our main image. I want this, so I'm going to drag it here. Okay, then our title is, let's just say black. I mean men. This is men's black t-shirts. That's going to be our title. The brand, no brand. Category, I'll say clothes. The size, I'm going to say XX large. That's going to be the size, and this is new. Product price, I'm just going to give this, let's say 20. The tag, I'm going to say t-shirts, and let's say yes, let's just say men. Let's add this. Okay, now let's add a description. I just got some descriptions from ChatGPT, so I'm going to paste them here. Let's get the description from ChatGPT. So the shipping fee, let's set it to 0. It's going to be free, and let's create. Yes, product created successfully. Okay, I'm so happy this section is done and the product was created successfully. Okay, our images are not being reset, so that's not a problem. Because if we delete these images now, we're going to delete it, so we need to come and find a way to remove these images from here. So, okay, now Also with our categories are not going. These fields here with this. So the fields which we set manually, they're not going. We'll come and look for a way to deal with that. So what I'm interested in now is to go to the home page and see if I'm going to get our product. Yes, this is it. This is our product. You see, this is it. No brand. It was new. This is the price. Men t-shirt, free. See everything. 44 seconds ago. Let's click on it. Let's see. Okay, we are the owner of this product. When in future we cannot show this page if we are the owner. If the person who created this product is the owner of the product, he cannot show this. We cannot show this page to him to buy the products, like these buttons to pay, to chat. No. So see, this is the size here. 1 minute ago. So voila. You see, this image here is our main image. So this, it's working just fine. But we have to deal with that image problem here. So guys, there are a few things which I want us to improve in this application. Yes, we have a few things we can improve in this application. If you look at these images here, the sizes are not okay. We need to adjust this. And also you see the gap between this items here are way too big. We need to reduce that too. And if you look here, this we are locked it as hand store. So we can like our own product. Yes, we do not want that to happen. And we can chat with ourselves. We do not want that to happen too, and we can buy our own product. So we need to change all of this. Yes. And what again? Yes. Here in the recommended product section, if you look at these two product this locked in user, they own these two products. So we don't want to suggest these two products as recommended product to this user here. See, because right now they can like this product, their own product. So we don't want that to happen. Yes. So that's this. We're going to change all of this in this section. And also, there is one more thing. If you click here, if you come to profile here, we are going to upload our images now. We already have Cloudinary, so we can upload our images now. Yes, we're going to be uploading our images, and this banner image here, we're going to be uploading this banner image too. So that is what we're going to be doing in this video. Yes, so without wasting time, let's go and see how we can improve this application with the features I just talked about. And also one more thing. If you see here, we're also going to change this here, this introduction here, because a user can write a very long introduction. Yes, a user can write a very long introduction. For example, let's just put some stuffs here. Let's just write something very long. Let's hit change. You see, all of that is going to come in here, but we want to shorten the text. It should occupy only like 2 lines. Maximum should be 2 lines for this introduction, and we give a button for the user to see more of. The user to see more of this introduction. So that is something we're going to have to adjust to. Yes, I think for now, those are the few things we can improve in this application. So let's go and improve that. So let's go to our application here. Let's start with the images. First, let's start with the images. With the images, what I'm going to do is, I'll come to utils. Let me see, where is utils? Because we're going to use the same functionality we use in uploading our product images. So I'm just going to extract that functionality here. So you say, let's say Cloudinary upload.js. Yes, and here let's make this like this, so we have enough space to work with here. And here we need to come to cell. Let's come to cell images and copy a few things, because we already built this. So by now you know everything we did here. So I'm just going to have to copy this, and I'll copy the Cloudinary imports. Yes, copy this too. Let's come to Cloudinary. I'm going to paste this here. And here, I'll say const, now export. I'm going to be exporting this. Export const Cloudinary upload. This is going to take upload options. Let's say upload options. And here now we can copy everything we have here in this where is it? Yes, this undrop, everything we have in undrop here. Let's copy. So we can copy all of this. Come to Cloudinary. Let's just make this an asynchronous method and paste it here. Okay. Yes. So here we're just going to have to return this object from here. We'll return this object. So here we just need to return image object from this method. Okay, so now here our upload images. What this upload images is going to contain is as a const with the structure some values from upload options. Sorry, upload options. Upload options. Here we're going to pass the file. We're going to take the file from here, and we're going to stick our upload preset. Let's say upload preset. Upload preset. We're going to take a width. We're going to need a width also, and we're going to need a height. So remember, when you're passing your options here, when you're passing your options, you need to put all of these options in here. Yes, you need to give your file. You need to give your upload preset. You need to give the height and the width of the image you're uploading. Yes, you need to give the height and the width. I think this is all. Yes, so in the place of this, let's say files, this is going to be files, not files. Okay, here, yes, we have files. Getting the form data. Okay, here now, this uploads, we need to change this uploads. Change this uploads to upload preset. Yes, and okay, then form data from there. If you come down here, yes, everything stays exactly the same here. Also with here. So the only thing we need to change here is the height and the width. So we need to just pass a width here, and we need to pass a height here too. Okay, with this, I think we've extracted that functionality. Let's go on. If you come here, if you come back to our seller here, we just have to say, let's remove all of this. Yes, let's remove all of this, and here we just have to call our cloudinary upload. It's called cloudinary upload, and it takes options, and the first is going to be files here. So we are passing our files which we receive from there. The second is going to be our upload preset, and upload preset. The upload preset here, we're going to set the upload preset to let's say upload preset. Upload preset. I'll just set it to uploads. Yes, that was the name of my upload preset. I set it to uploads, and here we have the width. Let's set the width here to 500, and also the height. Also the height is going to be 500. So when calling this, you make sure that you do not make any spelling errors. Like you're going to run into a problem. So let's check. Let's cross check. We have files. Yes, we have files here. Upload preset, width and height. So I think we are spelling everything correctly. So upload preset, width, height. Let's come and check. Upload preset, width, height. Yes. So with this, we are back to where we are here. We can just say const. Let's say image object. Yes, img object, because this is what we are spreading here. Img object. So just give it like this. So okay. So with this, yes, with this we are ready. We are ready to go from here. So okay, let's see if this is going to work. I think everything should work fine. Let's go back here. Let's go and create a new product. So to create a new product, we just have to come here. I have where are my images. So I have these images here. I'm going to be, let's select this. I'll select this, and I'll also select this. Just drag this here. Okay, we have an error. Image object is not iterable. Okay, so cell image line 61. Okay, let's go and check. So here, let's await this. Let's say async, because this method here, you see, is actually a promise of array. So let's just await this here. Let's try and see again. Let's go. Let's copy back this, drop. Yes, it's working now fine. What I want is wish. Yes. Okay, let's just go with this as the first image. Yes. So here we'll just say Nike Air Max brand. It's a Nike. Choose your category. It's going to be shoes. Size. Let's just say 45. New. Yes. Price. Let's say 80. Product tag. Let's just say Nike. Again. And let's just say Air Max. Let's add here description. I already have a description too, so I'm just going to have to copy. It's probably the same description which I gave for the other product, so it doesn't matter here. You can write any description you want. Shipping fee, I'm just going to leave it to 0 and hit complete. Yes, let's go and check. Okay, we created the product, so our images are binned. We are successfully creating those images. Yes, so what we can do now is, since that one is working, we can now go to our profile here. Let's go to our profile and change our images by just using that method. Yes, we're just going to. So let's get rid of all of this. Control K W. It's very messy up there. Okay, what we can do now is let's go to our profile. Control P. That was profile page. Yes, in this profile page, we had this section where we have the profile sidebar and the profile content. Here we need to move into this profile content. Press F12. Yes, we come here. This is where we are handling everything concerning our profile, the user's photo and the banner. Yes, so now we are going to change our profile picture and even our banner image. We're going to change it here. So for that we're going to have to create another method here. So let's do that down here. I'll say const. This is, we'll say handle image upload, and here we're going to have this e here, which is going to be for our event. The first state we say this e.prevent default, and okay, down here we can also const. Let's take our files. You know, we are passing an array of files, so we can just say e.target.files. So we are getting these files from there. So let's see if we're going to get these files, because we need to have these files as an array, because we are uploading like an array. Our uploading result is coming as an array. Yes, so these are files. Sure, yes. And let me log this file to the console and see. So files. And this handle upload here, let me see, handle image upload. Instead of image upload here, I'll just say handle profile upload, because we are going to be uploading two types of images here, profile and our banner. So handle profile upload. Here in this profile, handle profile upload. Where is it? Okay, this is where we are doing that uploading here, this profile image. So unchanged here, I just have to say handle profile upload here. So whenever we click that button, we're going to be able to get the files. So let's try. Let's click. Okay, let's check. Yes, you see we have the files here. We have the files as a file list here. Okay. Okay, now we need to send these files. These files is what we're going to be sending. Yes, so let's just call here. You can say const upload images. We say use. Now this is going to be cloudinary upload. Let me just import it. It's refusing to come, so I'm just going to import it manually from here. Let's say import from this is going to be utils / cloudinary upload. So here we say this is going to be cloudinary upload. We can now come here and say cloudinary upload, and we passed our options here. Here the first thing is our files, right? So we need to pass these files here, and we have our upload preset. So let's have our upload preset, and my upload preset for profile because my profile pictures have a different folder. So I'm just going to put profile. I created a different upload preset for profiles. So let me show you. Let me go to Cloudinary. Here, let's go to settings. Okay, I come to upload here. Here I have upload preset. If you look, you see my upload preset name here is profile. This is it. It's unsigned. So I can get the upload preset name here. This is profile. So let's come back to application. I just wanted to show you. So okay, this is actually profile, not profiles. Yes, that's profile. So now we just have to, let's log this to the console and first see if we're going to receive an error or we'll receive our image. First, we are not done here. We're not done. We need to specify the width. We need to specify the width. And I'll say 300. And the height. And the height. I'm also going to say 300. Okay. Yes, with this. Here. I'll just log to the console. I'll just log this. Upload images. So now I'm going to try to upload these images and see if we're going to receive it here. Let's go to the application. Let's click and let's upload. I'll just choose that one. Upload. Let's come. Yes, so we see we have a promise here, but since this here is returning a promise, we need to await it here. We need to await. Here, since we are using await here, this method here has to be asynchronous. Asynchronous. Therefore, let's go back and check. Let's get this one. Let's go back. Okay, we didn't receive any uploaded images. Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. So what that error message is telling us is that we cannot map over this file here because this is a file list. This here is a file list. This file here is a file list. So what we can do on our part is that let's say files. So this is a file list. Let's convert this file list into a list. Yes. So we can say files. Let's take the first option because this is actually going to be only one. So we're taking that one and putting it in an array like this. So let's try now and see if this is going to work. Get this image. Okay, you see it's working. We have our ID, which is the profile, and we have our URL. If you look at the URL, see it has scaled to 300 height and 300 width. See, this is it here. Okay, now we are uploading that profile image. What we can do here is, what we can do now is we can just, since this is an array, we're just going to take the first option. We're going to take the first array and we just take the URL and put it in our upload me, because you remember that here the endpoint we're using to update our fields here was update me. Yes, so here we can just say update me. Here it's expecting us to pass an option, and the option here is photo. I'm going to say photo, and where will our URL come from? It will come from this upload images. Upload images. Well, this upload images is an array, so we need to take the first value of that array. On it we have a URL option here. So with this now we are able to upload our photo. Let's try that and see. Let's try to change. Let me choose one of these images here. Let me choose this. Upload. Okay, there you go. This is the image. We have it here. It has changed everywhere. Yes, that's changed everywhere. Yes, so we have that image there. And now let's change this banner image, because to change the banner image we just need to click on the banner. It's going to change the banner image. So let's change that one. That one is everything we've done here. It's the same thing. So I'm just have to copy this, and paste it here. Instead of handle profile upload, say handle banner upload. Here I just need to change the size here. The height, I'll set the height to maybe 400, but the width I'm going to set the width to something, let's say here, maybe I'll say maybe 970. Yes, this I'll set it to 970. It's going to be we're going to upload it in this profile upload preset. So here, instead of photo here, we're going to have banner picture. This is going to be banner image, sorry, not banner picture, banner image. Yes, we're just going to take the URL from there, and now here, this is where we are uploading the banner image. So handle banner upload. Let's save. Let's go and try. Okay, if you click on this banner, what I'm going to do is I'll get this from yes, I'll get it from, come to pictures here, come to screenshots. Let me just look for a banner here. Okay, it's not here. Let me go to desktop. Here I have this brokang images. Okay, we can choose this. Let's choose this. Yes, you see, our banner is here. Our banner is here. Yes. So you see, this is the banner picture. So next, what we have to do next is we need to change. Let's come here. Oh, let's go to the home page here. Yes, good. We need to work now on this. This here, this image is here in seller order items. Seller order items. We need to work on these images. So let's just go and do that. You've come to application here. Let's close all of this. Control P. I will go to seller order items. Now in seller order items, here we are handling the scroll event. Yes, we don't want that. Okay, here this is where we need to work on. Instead of this width, I'm just going to set this to full. Here, yes, let's check. Okay, you see, it's full, and I just need to decrease this here. I just need to decrease this sizes here. So for us to do that, we're going to do that in here. I'll just set gap to 0, and probably this height. Let me probably increase this height a bit too. 32 maybe. Yes. Okay. Yes. This is looking a lot better. This one now is looking a lot better. Yes. Maybe let's give that 6. Okay. Yes. This one now is good. And what did we say we're going to change again? We set. Okay. Let's go back to profile. This profile here. We said we're going to change this. I forgot, and we just left this page without changing this. So let's change this first. Let's change this. So what we're going to do here is we're going to just write a component that will do this work for us. So we're going to write a component that will do this work for us. So if we come back here, let's go to our components. We have a components folder here. So let's create a new file here. You see, let's just say long string.jxs. Here we're going to create a component that will do that work for us. Okay, let's just give this base structure. This is the base structure of a component. We are exporting it as a default export here. So the first thing we're going to have to do here is let's put some classes here, some styles. It's a class. The text, I'm going to send it to the left. Text is left, and the margin top, I'm just going to give it like 3 pixels. 3 pixels. Width is going to be full, and font is going to be light. These are the same fonts which we gave for the seller order items. So I'm just giving them back here, and here we're going to put a use state here. Let's first say use state. Here we say show full. This is going to be a boolean, so by default is false. This boolean, we're going to toggle between this state, either to show when the text is full and when the text is not full. So with that, I'm just going to have to create a function here. That's a toggle content. Set show full to whatever show. We just want to toggle it to whatever show full is. here. So now in here, what we're going to do is we're going to say if show full, then we just want to pass our text. No, let's get our text. Let's get the text which will be passing to this method from here. Yes, because we're going to pass it through props. Let's just get the text. We'll be passing the text through props, and we need to also pass the max length. This max length is going to be the length of the string, how long we want that string to be, each word in the string. Yes, so here we can now say show full. If show full, then we just want to pass our text. Why is this not coming? Return. So before we do that, even let's say const truncated. Let's say truncated array is equals to the text dot split. I want to split this text into empty spaces. Yes, and here we can say const truncated text. This is going to be the truncated array dot slice. We're using the slice method, and slice method, it takes a start number and an end number. Yes, the index to the beginning of a specific portion. Okay, is index based, so we can start from position 0 and we'll go right to the max length here. So okay guys, look, we are destructuring this, but in this toggle content here, this is not where we want it. We want it in this long string. Yes, so we want to destructure the text and the max length from here. Yes, so we have the max length, and what we just have to do now is we just have to join. Let's join this with an empty space. So here we are splitting with an empty space. Okay, now let's see if show full, we want to pass the text, else we just say truncated text. So truncated text, and down here let's say truncated array dot length. Yes, if truncated array dot the length is greater than the max length, only then we have to show this button. Only then we want to show this button. This button is going to be the button that we'll use to toggle the state with. Yeah. So let's say the class name is going to be btn dash sm. It's going to be a small button. I want to give a margin length of, let's say 2, and it's a lowercase. It's going to be a ghost button, dash ghost. So here now we can give the text depending on the show full state. If show full, then we want to say show less. If not, we want to say show more. So this is how we are going to write that this method here. We can just say on click here, we say toggle content. Now we just have to call this long string method in profile sidebar. So let's say profile site. Did we call it profile sidebar? Profile sidebar, yes. See, okay, here this is where we are writing, where is it, right? An introduction for your store. So yes, so here now we just have to, instead of all of this, I'll just get my long string here. Remove all of this. This long string, it takes a max length. We can put this max length to, let's say 10, and it takes a text also. The text now is just going to be our user dot introduction. So let's say that if that's going to work. The use state is not defined. Okay, come to long string here. Let's see. Let's go back. Okay, this is it. Show more. You click yes. You see, we are showing the other text. Show less. Okay, this is good. That's good. Now the other thing we had to do here was we had to, let me say, let's go to individual products. Yes, when this user, when the login user is the current user for this, is the current user viewing this product details page, we don't want to show them these buttons. We want to show the different buttons. So that's what we're going to do. And we want to remove their product from here. So let's go and do that. So here, what we're going to do is go back to our application. Let's go to product details. So let's get rid of all of this. Let's go to product details. This is not it. Product details. Yes, this is product details. This is where we are going to be doing that work. Specifically, we're going to do it in this right side here. The right side, and where do we have our buttons? Okay, this is where we have the buttons. Let's just minimize that. And here we need to write an option like this. It's a product. This current product here. Remember that this product has a property of user, and since we are viewing an individual product, it has in this user property we have ID. Now here we need to check if this product.user.id, if it is equal to the currently logged in user dot their ID, then only then we want to give the styles which we are about to give now. Only then we want to give the styles. So the first thing, we're going to give a div. The width is going to be full, of course, and this is going to be flex. The same styles down here is a gap of 6. Oh, this is gap 6. Yes, and a margin top of 4. So yes, this is how this one is going to be. And in here we need to create another div. In this div, we'll just give a class of drop down. In this drop down class, we need to have a label. Let's say label. This label, we're going to have, let's say, tab index. Let's set the tab index to 0, and let's just give it class name. This is going to be a button with a width of 36, and for bigger devices, the width is going to be something around 52. So let's just say width dash 52. Yes, and the button is going to be an outline, btn outline, and it's going to be an accent button. So accent, just like this. Yes, so this is the label. And what are we going to have in this label? This label we're going to have, let's say FA. Okay, this FA stance is not coming from Material UI, so let's go and get it. Having it from Material UI, but let's go and get it from our, remove this, we don't need this here. Let's import it from React icons here. We don't have any FA here, so let's say FA. Let's say FA exchange. Auth. Okay, this is it. And we're also going to need another button which is going to be for editing. So here, let's say BS edit. Okay, BS don't have an edit here. BS edit. Okay, it doesn't have an edit button. So let's try another one. Let's say BI edit. Okay, let's get this one. So let's go back down here. We need to say FA exchange here, and right down here now we can give a size of say 25, and beneath that we can just say change state. Yes, change state. Good. Now beneath this label we're going to have a UL, an order list, and since we are giving a tab index of 0 to this label, we want that when we click on that label, this UL is going to open, so we need to give a tab index also of 0 to this here. Good. And in here, let's give a class. No, that's not going to be there. Let's give a class here. This is going to be a class of drop down content, drop down content. All of these are daisyui classes. Let's give a z index of maybe 10, and let's say this is going to be menu, padding of 2, shadow, the shadow orange, no, let's say shadow, let's just give a shadow, yes, and background is going to be background base 100, yes. So yes, let's surround it. It's going to be box, and let's give a width of this to 52, the same as up here. Let's give the same width as here. So here now, inside this UL, we can now have our individual ally items. So here, I say ally. This ally is going to have a class, and this class is actually going to be we're going to put this class dynamic, so that when we select an item, we know the item which we have selected. So this ally is going to be our status. It's going to be product dot status. Now we need to put some status here. So in order for us to, rather than for me to copy and paste everything here, what I will do is I'm going to create a status. Yes, I'm going to create a status array here. I'll say const status. This is going to be the first our status. Let's go and check from product model, because we gave them as enum our status. Okay, these are them. So I'm just going to copy. I'll just copy this array here, so that we should not make any mistakes. Copy that array, come out to product details. I'm just going to paste that array here. Okay, this is our product status here. Now we can come back down here. We're going to be looping over this product status. Where we said, yes, here we're going to be looping over this product status before we display these individual items here. You can just say product status. Oh, let me see. What did I call this? Status. Okay, I just called it status. So I'm going to say status dot map here. We just have to cut our allies and put here. Now we have to give a key. The key is just going to be st, and here now we need to give some stars here depending on the status. Here we need to check if so st, if st is equals to product, if st is equals to product, no, this is product dot, we have status, product plus status. Then we want to give a background, want to give a different background color to this. I want to say big G background slate. I want to give a background slate of maybe 300. Yes, and here just give an empty string here if we do not have, if these two products do not match. So here we're just styling the items when we select them. We're styling the items when we select them. So here now we can give an on click on this list. So on click. We just want to do something, but we are not going to implement this on click now, so we'll do that later. Yes, so okay, this is looking good. Here actually this is not going to be, let's just put an a tag here, and this is just going to be the status which we are receiving from up here. Yes. Okay, let's see. Okay, you see we have changed state here. So this button, if you click on it, okay, these are the various states. We can change the various state if we click here. Yes, so currently now it's set to sale, which is the one that is currently selected, set to sale. That means this good is not yet under reservation, it has not been sold out. So what we need to do is we need to hide now this. We need to hide this down here. So to hide that, we're just going to check if product dot user dot id is equals to user dot id. So here this is the opposite, it's not equals to. Then we want to display this Okay, now yes, I think that one is okay. So here now, there's one thing we need to do here also. We need to give a button down here, and this button, let's say button, this button, we're going to use this button to edit our product. This is going to be for editing the product, because this is going to be the user who owns this product is going to edit this product from here. So here we can give class, it's going to be btn and flex -1. This button is going to expand to occupy the space available. So active, yes, btn active, and btn touch block, and the text is going to be white. And down here we just need to put that edit button here. So let's say bi edit, have a size of 25, and here we can just say edit product. So let's check how this one is coming. Okay, so this is how it's going to look like. You see, we are on this page now. We are on this page, but we are not seeing the other items which belongs only to we are seeing these items, these buttons here that belongs only to the logged-in user, and this user owns this product. Yes, so this is it. Here now we need to hide, if any of the product belongs to this logged-in user, we need to hide them. We need to hide the products. So from here, we need to hide the products, these ones here. So let's go and do that one, and I think we'll be done optimizing this section. For now, we're going to be done optimizing this section. And what we also, we're going to change this too. Yes, we're going to change this, all of this here. So let's go and finish implementing that. So the same thing we did here, we're going to do the same thing in this our product bar. In our product bar here, if you come down here, yes, in that product bar here, we're going to do the same thing we did there. So let's go into the product bar. So let's go into product bar here. In this product bar, the same thing we did in product controller here is the same thing we're going to do there. So what I can do is I'll just pass the status here. The status we are defining up here. Yes, I'll just pass the status here. It's a status. Going to be status. An array of strings here. Yes, we can come to the product bar here. Get the status. Status. Great. Now we can copy like literally everything which we did from here in product details here. What is it? Okay, this. Okay, this one here. Let's just get this, but this is what we want. Let's copy this. Let's go to product bar here, and in product bar, where are we going to be putting this? Yes, we're going to be putting this here. We're already given the check for this, and now here we need to check if product dot user dot id, if it is equal to user dot id, only then we paste this. Only then we can have this now here. Okay, and now the styling here is going to change, because here we are going to write for both the styles we're going to write here. We're going to be writing for our mobile devices and for big devices too. Yes, so I think the styles here is going to change. Instead of drop down here, because wait, let me just show you what I mean. So, okay, we need to import the things which we need to get from here, and we need to get the edit button too. Right, let's see. If you come down here, right, you see this one, you see that if you click here, this change, it's coming underneath here. This is okay, but if you go on smaller devices, it's not going to be okay. Let's first get rid of that here, those other items there, these ones. If product dot, instead of user id here, we're just going to say user. If product dot user dot here, if product dot user dot id. Okay, here we'll remove this. Okay, If you come now, this is how it's going to be here. But look, we don't want this. It's not okay like this. Yes, we need to push this right to the top here, to the right side there. And also, if you go to smaller devices, you'll see that down here, if you click on this button here, you see the other items are coming back down, but we want them to go up. The list items that are going down, but we want them to be facing upward. So those are the few adjustments we're going to do here. So here, where can we do that? Okay, in this drop down here, this drop down, we're going to give additional styles. This is going to be drop down. This is going to be drop down top. Drop down top, yes, for smaller devices. While for bigger devices, pixel, this is going to be drop down bottom. Drop down bottom. Yes, so let's see. Now if you click here, okay, I think it's still coming down. Okay, change state. We need to click on this change state. Now it is coming up. Yes, so let's come back here. So here we need to adjust this styling here, this styling we're having here. So let's go and do that. What we can change here is instead of width full here for big devices, on big devices we're just going to say we're going to give the width to 800 pixels. 800 pixels. Here we'll give the width to, let's say W. Let's give it to around 2 feet. This is going to be 2 feet. This is 2 feet. Yes, let's give the width like this. And let's say, okay, this is much better now. You see, it's occupying, this section is occupying only 2 feet of the whole container. So with this now, yes, we can change the state from here. Yes, we can go and edit the product here. So now, with this done, what is left is this here. This, we need to remove this product from our search query. This, the user products from our recommended products, we need to remove them. So in order to get rid of the currently logged in user from seeing their own product in the recommended section here, we will have to do a few changes. So the first is, let's first go to the back end and let me show you what we are doing in the back end. If you've forgotten, I'm going to the back end, maybe you must have forgotten. Remember that here, okay, this is get all product. What we are doing here is we are filtering our product. This is the query string here, and we are using this mongodb operator in order to pass our query to this find method. So what we want to do is we want to use this, we want to pass our query string with this find, this f, the find, and this not want to check if our user ID is not available in the ID which we are going to be providing. Yes, if it's not available, then it's going to send us all our products except for the ones that the currently logged in user has. So it's going to send all our product except the ones that our currently logged in user have created. So that is, I just said let me come here and refresh your brain about what we did here. This is searching. Here we're searching, we're filtering our product here. Yeah, so you see, we said filtered product here. Let's go back to our product here. And the first change we need to make is, let's go, this is Control B. Let's go to our agent file here. In the agent here, let me see, where are we getting recommended products? Yes, we're getting recommended product, and we are passing here, there. We are passing here the category. Now, beside the category, we want to also pass params. We want to pass params here. So after category here, let's say params. And I told you this params is the URL search parameter. So let's pass params. And now here, the next argument, you see, it's expecting params. So we just need to pass the params here. Now we need to go to, let's come to our product here. Let me see product details. Okay, in the API section. Yes, this is the API section, recommended products. It's expecting params here. So we need to pass the parameters. We need to pass params here. No, here, this way, it's expecting params here. So we need to pass params here, you see. Now, and where is this params going to come from? It's going to come from, okay. It's going to come from this const params. Params is equals to, let's create a new URL, call it URL search params. This is it, a new URL search params. So here we create a new instance of URL search params. We just have to say params. It's not prompts. Say params. I'll just say params dot append. And what do we want to append here? This is asking for the string name and the value. The string name, what will be appending here is the user ID here. But you know, in our result, we just have but what? User. So we'll be appending this user here. And here we need to just pass that n. We need to pass ne there. This ne stands for not equal to. Not equal to. So here now, we need to give another parameter here beside the category. We need to send also the ID. This is going to be an ID here. So we just have to get this ID in a form. Well, but for us to even do it like this, let's just give this as an option here. Let's give an let's give this as an option here like this. Oh no, it's okay like this. And here we just need to pass in the ID here, because this append method, it takes, you see, the name and the value. The value here is going to be the ID here. ID. So it's good, let me specify it so that you know the type of ID we're talking about here. I'm just going to say user ID. Yes, user ID. And here in this append, we need to pass that user ID there. Okay. And now here we just need to pass the params. Params. Great. That means this our recommended method is broken. It's expecting now 2 parameters. So let's go there. Let's go to where we are calling this, and which is here. Come to recommended, get the recommended method here. We need to pass in the user ID here. I thought we were getting user ID from this method here. User ID. Okay, no user ID. So what we have to do is we just pass another parameter here to get the user ID. Here now, pass the user ID here. Great. Now we need to come to use, when we are calling this use recommended method, and we pass the user ID here now. So let's go to use recommended. Let's go to product details. If you go to product details, yes, where are we? Say product details here. Okay, we're searching for recommended product. It's expecting the product category, the product ID, and now the user ID. So with this, let's send and see. Invalid parameter user undefined. Okay, that did not work. Let's refresh and see. Let's refresh. Okay, you see, we are not receiving any error. That means it was just a first instant thing. So you see, because if you look down here, we are not seeing, this is the recommended product, but we are not seeing any products of this user. Remember, this user have 5 products. This user, they have 5 products. So if you check all of this user 5 products, none of them is down here in this recommended product. You see, it's in this recommended product. So let's check. Come here. You see, this product is not owned by this user. That's why you're able to see the user can pay, chat, buy this other product. You see, we have this, and now here the user is not able to see their own product. You see, this user cannot see their own product here, no matter what. So let's go back to what I want us to do is, let's come here. Something like, you see these 4 dresses, all these 4 items here are owned by this currently locked in user, because we use this item to create this user. So let's go to this dress here. Let's go to this dress. Yes, this is a locked in user here. You see, these are other items, but look at the recommended products. Look at the recommended products. Only 1. You see, we are successfully filtering the user items from this recommended product section. So the recommended product now is showing only 1. The currently logged in user, their product is not available here. So this user can now safely they can like this product here. So you see, they can like this product. So if they click now on this product, you go on this product, you see, they have this. So yes. Oh, let me see. Yes, we have, this is the other seller's product. In the recommended product section, we have nothing here. So you see, that is it. Let's come here. Let's check on for shoes. Yes, if you come to shoes here, you see, this, our user shoes is not, the currently locked in user shoes are not available here. And these are all the other products of this user. See, that means that section was working. Everything is working. Let's check our console and see. At this stage, we're going to have a lot of console.log and all of that. So we need to fix everything. We are logging to the console window here. See, we are logging a lot of data here, many of them. So let's go and fix that. Let's remove all of those console.logs which we have here. So if you come to product details here, so fine, console.log, this, you see, it's coming mostly from this height and width here. We need to remove them because it's been given to us by our school event. So let's check again. Console.log, no result found. Okay, great. Now let's refresh this page and see. Good. Let's check our dev tools. Okay, you have an error here that each child in a list should have a unique key in product images. Product images. Okay, let's go and check. Control P, product images. Okay, we are mapping here. We need to pass a key to these images here. So let's give a key. The key here is just going to be the index. So let's go. Let's see. Another error here is A cannot appear as a descendant. A cannot appear as a descendant of A. Where is this coming from? And this one is coming from product details. Each child in the list should have a unique key prop. So let's go to product details. It's coming from here to where we have the stars for user shop here. Okay, but we are given a key here. So in this case, let's just give a div. Now we can pass the key. The key here as just the rating. So let's refresh. Cannot read property of undefined. Minus ID. Okay. So let me see. Okay. I think this error is users. Okay, this error is coming from here. This is it. We need to check if this user is actually available. Available, yes. So let's try now. Okay, now it's working. Let's go to our dev tools and check. We're still having this error for of product details. Check the render method for product details. Each child in the list should have a unique key prop. So that problem is coming, I think it's coming from tags here, because we just gave this tag. We are looking over the tag here, but we are not giving a key. So here I just say that the key is going to be tag. Okay, and then the other error which is telling us that we cannot have an A in the A element. Let me see. User shop, right? Let me check here. Let's just ignore that error for now. We'll go and look details about that error. Let's refresh this page again. Let's go to our dev tools and see. Yes, we're still getting this error here. Where? Features, product details. Okay. So that key problem, we're going to stumble upon it some other time and we're going to find it. For now, we'll just leave it there. And we'll go to header. Let's go to header. Here. I think that error is coming from here where we are selling our product. You see, this is a link. And we have another link here. Yes. So instead here, what I'll do is, instead of giving this as a link, I'll just give this as a button. Let's see. Okay, now let's refresh. That error must be gone. Okay, we only have this error now here. I don't know where this is coming from, but we can ignore this one. This has nothing to do with us. So I've searched everywhere this, I cannot find this. So for now, okay, this is all we had to do with optimizing. So take a good look at what we built throughout this section. Now what we're going to do here is we're just going to, if we are this current user want to edit the product, by clicking on this button, we can edit the product. So that's what we're going to do next, to edit the product. So let's go and create our edit route. Let's go and create the edit route. But before we do that, there is a small minor problem with our application, and I'm sure you already noticed it. But the problem is when we refresh, if we refresh this application, you see, we're going to get some errors. If we refresh it again, like constantly, you see, eventually we're going to run into a problem. So what I mean is one that we are refreshing in such a way that we want to remove the cache, because the value we're getting now is from here is we are getting the cache here. That's why we are seeing the recommended product here. We're getting our recommended product quite right here, but it's been taken from the cache. So let's wire up React router here. Let's clear our cache. So let me see. So let's clear everything here. Let's come back here. Let's refresh this page. You see, we're going to get an error. And the reason we're getting that error is because of our recommended product. We didn't do something to our recommended product. Let me show you. Okay, let's try again. Okay, now you see, these are the errors. We first had this error at first. Now these values now have been fetched from the database, but the user ID is not available at the moment. So the reason that is happening is because if we come to recommended product here, you see, we are passing this user ID here. But look, in the query key, we need to also specify it in the query key here. So user ID here. But that is not even the main thing. The main thing is this enabled. Since this is a dependent query, this query also, this is product ID. Okay. This query too is dependent on this use recommended is dependent on the user. That's what we are passing the user ID here. So it's dependent on the user. So it's a dependent query too. So what we need to do is to come to product details here. You see, this is the user. We're getting the user from here. This user. So it's dependent on the user query. So what we need to do is we just say this have to be enabled when this, and only when we have a category and when we have a user ID. Only then we can get the recommended product. If we don't have these two, we're not going to get our recommended product. So let's go and check. Let's refresh again. Yes, you see, if you refresh it, no matter how many times you refresh now, we're not going to get that error which we get in the first place. So see, all the data is fresh now. We're getting all our fresh data from the database now. So like after 20 seconds, the data are going to be still. You see, after 20 seconds, the data are still. Let's go and fetch again. So we're not going to receive that error because this recommended product is only fetched when we have a product and a user. Those are the only instances when we're going to get this recommended product. So with that section, we can now go and edit our product. So let's choose a product that belongs to this user to see how we can edit it. Let's get this product. Yes, one that when we click on this edit button here, this edit product button, we can edit the product at this point. We can edit the product at this point. So what we have to do is, let's go to our product details here. We're going to write, no, let's first of all come here. Let's close all of this. Control K, W. Oh, yes, we have to close all of that. And we come to, where are we having the cells? Yes, this is where we are having that cell. We can just write another route here, which is for editing. So let's create a new file here. We say edit products.jxs, and here let's close this file. We bootstrap a new functional component, and let's go to our router, and this is also going to be protected. After this cell, let's copy, we paste. Instead of cell product here, we're going to say edit product, and here we just say edit dash product. Okay, edit dash product. So we can close this. Now we can go to the details product, but before go to the details product to give that handler there, what we can say here is, here we can give a header, as usual, our header. Okay, IntelliSense is not showing up. We'll have to import it manually. So import header. This is coming from component slash header. Now, after this, let's give it dot here. And here, I think we just have to put here our wrapper. We had a product, the cell wrapper. We have to put our cell wrapper. You see, we are using the same cell wrapper which we use in creating the application. But for now, let's just give an h1. We'll come back to this. Let's give an h1 here, and let's just say cell wrapper. We'll come back here after. I just want us to have something here. Here we'll have the footer. No, we need to import it from here. Oh, here, import. Okay, instead of header here, we're going to say this is footer. And now here, we just need to pass that footer here. Okay, here is expecting the user, and the user is going to come from our context. So user is going to come from our outlet context. So pass user, and now we just get the user from here. Const. This is user is equals to used outlet context. Yes, for this, let's go to details, product details here, where we are. Let's come where we are. This is the right side. Okay, this is it. Well, we want to edit this product. We need to give an on-click here. Let's say on-click. On-click. What I'll do in this on-click is I'll just navigate this user. I'll just navigate this user here. I'll just say navigate. Okay, we don't have it here. Let's import it here. Let's say const navigate is supposed to use navigate. And here, okay, down here, I just say navigate to /cell dash product, and here we need to give, this is going to be a query string, and we need to give the ID of the product which we are selling. I'll do something like this. Yes, and here we need to give the ID of the product we're selling. It's going to come from product, comma, dot, yes, dot, underscore, ID. So with this, if we click on this, now we're going to go to the product page. Let's just copy this and go to product bar and do the same thing. Control C. Let me check router. Here I call this edit product, yes. That is good. Product details. Here, sell product instead of say edit product. Okay, this is the name. Let me just copy this on click here. And I have to copy this on click with this here. So copy. Let's come down to product bar here. Let's go here. I'll need to paste this. So let's just paste this here, and this I'll just remove this on click. I'll cut this on click, and I'll go with it down to where we need it. Product discount. Okay, here in this edit button, here just say V on click. Yes. Navigation is not defined. Okay, this one is coming from this here. Let's just get it. Okay, now it's working fine. If you click now on this button, yes, we'll go to the edit page here. You see, this is the cell wrapper. Now we're going to use the very cell wrapper we use in creating the product. We're going to use that cell wrapper to edit the products. Yes, we're going to use it to edit the products. So let's come here and see what we can do in order to make that work. So here, what we have to do here is let's first import our cell wrapper here. Let's first import our cell wrapper. Did you call it cell wrapper? Let me check. Yes, it's cell wrapper. Oh, then why is it not getting applied here? It's cell wrapper. Sometimes VS Code just get off the reader. Let's say import cell wrapper from slash cell wrapper. Okay, now here we are going to send the cell wrapper. Here we're going to send the cell wrapper. We're going to send the product which we are editing into this cell wrapper. We're going to send the product we're editing into this cell wrapper. And for us to do that, we already gave the product. We already sent the product ID to this edit product. Yes. So we are going to get it from our search query. We're going to get it from search query. So what we'll do is we'll say const. Let's say search params. Search params. This is coming from React router DOM. React router DOM. So we say use search params. Here, what to do is we just const id is equals to search params dot get. We just say id here. So let's log that id to the console and see. I'm doing all of this. I'm just doing all of this so that you see the different methods in which we can get items. We can play around with the application. There are many different ways in which we can do the same thing. We could have just use param and we set the property as a parameter, but I wanted to use query so that you see that we can also use search param. And the search param also is very powerful because we can store our state in it. So we can store an entire state in that search param. So we can store an entire state in it, and it's very helpful because like when you share a page, yes, when you share a page with a URL with our state in it, if you share it to a user, the user can get all the information about that particular page without anything breaking. So it's very powerful. That's why I'm showing it to you here. And what we can do is we can get our product now using this ID. This is the ID here. We can get the product using this ID. So here we'll say use product details. Use product. Use product details. Call it okay. Yes, it was just use product. Yes, use product. Here we need to get. It's expecting an ID. Let me see. Yes, use product is expecting an ID. So we need to pass the ID here. Let's pass ID. If only we're passing this ID, we're checking if only we have this ID. Here. So let's pass that ID. And here we can destructure. Let's say product from here, and it's loading. I don't know if this was product. Yes, this is product. Yes, and it's loading. So here now we want to say product. If only we have a product, that is when we can use this cell wrapper. We want to use this cell wrapper only when we have a product. So, and here we just pass this product to the cell wrapper. If you come to cell wrapper now, here we just need to receive this product from here. Receive this product from here. Now, what are we going to be doing with this product? You see, we are setting default values to everything to this empty state here. So what we do is we say if default value, because this is the default value here. We want to give this default value dynamically. We want to set the default value dynamically. So we're going to say if we have a product, then the default value is going to be this, else the default value is going to be this. So here now let me just copy everything we have from here. Just see, and I paste here. So here it's just going to be product.images, product.images, and this is going to be product.title, product.title. Here is product.category, product.category, and this will be product.original price, product.original price. Here the brand is going to be product.brand, product.brand. Here product.condition, product.condition, and here product.tax. Here's a product.tax. Here product.size, product.size, product.description, product.description, And last, this is going to be product dot shipping fee. So with this, let's check how it's coming. Okay, this is our edit page. Let's see. You have product 4, Nike Air Max, yes, shoes. Okay, we're having everything here. Apart from the tags, we are not yet displaying them here. So let's see. Yes, shipping fee for this one is 0. Okay. Okay. So let's see what we can do. Let's come here. Okay, we have the product there. Okay, we are receiving everything from here. What I'm going to do is we're going to wash those fields. Already we are washing no, we are washing, I think we're washing some further fields here. Yes, we're washing the images here. We need to also watch as a const the tags. Let's just call it washed. Wash tags. Let's watch tags. And let's wash condition too. Let's see. Const condition supposed to watch condition. Okay, what we need to do is now what we'll do here now, guys, is we just have to pass this instead of, because if you think about it, look at this wash tag. What we are seeing on the screen is this tags here, is this tags array. That's why it is empty for now. And what we are seeing on the screen as images is, let's see, what images? Yes, probably this one. No, not this one. If you come to our cell images, see, if you come to cell images here, of 12. So what we are seeing on the screen as images is this one here, these images here. So this is what we are seeing on the screen as images. Let's remove this. We don't need this here, this cloudinary here again, because we have removed that functionality. What we have here is this now. So let's remove this too. We don't need this again. So what I was saying is the image which we are looping over is this images here. This one. See, it has a type of never. And if you look right now, we do not have any images here. It's an array. It's empty by default. You see, it's empty by default. So what we can do is a more robust solution to this is that instead of us using the native state, so we are using the component state. Instead of using the component state, let's use the state which reacthookform provides for us. And these are the states which reacthookform provides for us. We have this watch tags and this, all of these states which we are washing. This is the actual value which we can use. So if we come here, and this is the reason why when we were submitting our form, we could not remove the values, because those values were still available in the local state. Yeah, so that's the reason. So here now we can just come and say let's say washed tags. Let's just replace this with wash tag, and we could come here images. With images now, with these images, I'm just going to call it washed images. So washed images. This is what we'll be looking over. Then let's go to it, and I'll just send the washed images here. I'll send it here. See, washed images. Just send it to the watch images. Now let's come to the condition. Okay, we already have tags here. Condition, I'm scrolling, I'm passing condition here. So even with condition, we are mapping over the value here. Where is it? Here, we're setting state that instead of, okay, this is it, condition state. We're just going to set it to condition. Yes. So let's see. Okay. Yes, and the value for this input, the value for this input here is actually going to be, instead of st dot value, is going to be the condition which we are currently washing. Okay, let's see. Let's go now and check. Yes, you see, we have new here selected. Yes, and we have this here. We have Nike and all of that. Now, the only problem left here is the images. The images here, you see the array has gone to the number of images which we had, which was 4, it has disappeared. What we need to do is, we need to come back here, cell images, where is it? Here we need to give a message here. Let's say errors dot images dot message. And here in this span, instead of images, because we don't have images again, we're just going to say image washed images. We're going to say washed images. Yes, see, washed images now is 4. Okay, we just have to go and hook this watch images here. We are passing it as a prop in this cell images. So if we go enter the cell images, we're going to receive it as a prop. So washed images. So washed is actually, it's washed images. Here we'll come here and so washed images. Now, so where are we passing those images? We are passing the images down to this in this component here, this image wrapper. This is where we are passing the image. Instead of images here, we just have to say watched images and say watched images. Okay, let's come down now here of 12. Here we are taking the images and we are sending the images here too. Yes, it's now good. Let's see. If we check now, yes, we have the images. We have the images, but if you look, our images are not appearing here. Our images are not appearing here. Let me check. So here we just need to remove this, our images. We just need to remove these URLs that we are having here. This URL, because now our image is just a string. It's not an object, it's just a string. So we can remove this URL, and here the value too is just going to be the image, which is just an item. And where are we using that URL again? Let's check. Okay, so I think this will fix it. Let me shove that. Okay, here in the handle delete, we are sending items with ID. There's no ID, so let's just send the item. Let's just send the item. Yes. Now let's see if I'm going to check. Yes, we have it here. Everything's here. But now we cannot delete these images. You know why? Because in the handle delete method here, we are only sending our images. There is no public URL. But remember that our images has the public URL in our images. So let's go and check. Let's see. So if we navigate right down up here, yes. Where are we deleting the image? Okay, this is the delete image handler. Now, this mutate function, let's get rid of this. Let's just comment it. Let's just comment it because we do not want to filter images. We don't want to do anything. Let's just comment it. And what I want us to do is, I want us to lock this public ID to the console, because this public ID now is going to be our item. So we can just replace it now too. Let's just replace this to image, because this is going to be the image now. Here, let's just lock this image. So image. Now, come here and click on this button here. Go. You will see this is it. See, this is our image URL. Let me show you where our public ID is located. So if you come here, let's do it like this to show it to the sidebar. So if you see this here, this is our public ID. From here to here, this is our public ID. So we can extract the public ID from this string here. We can extract a public ID from this string here. So this is going to give us our public ID. We can then use this public ID now to delete our images. We can use the public ID now to delete our images. So the way we're going to do is the way we're going to remove this our upload ID from here, this public ID from here, is that we're going to We're going to divide this string here into two, and we'll divide it using this v1 here, /v1. Using this /v1, it's going to give us an array of two strings. We take the second one, and we also split the second one into two using this question mark here. It's going to give us this. It's going to give us this string here. So that's what we're going to do. So let's try that and see. Let's try that approach and see. So here we can just say it's a const split array. No, this is split img is equals to image dot split. Here we're going to split into /v1, and whatever the value we have from here, which is 0, we're also going to say split. Now we can come here and say now our public ID is equals to split img dot split equals split again, and now we're going to split to a question mark, and now we just have to take the first one. Here we're taking the second one, so we'll put 1 here. Okay, let's log this public ID now to the console. It's public ID. Let's go and check. Let's send. Let's go back. Yes, you see, this is the public ID now we're having. This is now our public ID. We're going to be using this public ID now to send to our database to delete our images. So everything is going to stay back the way it is. And now we can go, since everything is now in place, we can go and edit. We can go now and edit this product. And so let's close this. We'll come back to this later. Let's first go to our agent and see how we can edit this section. Let's press Alt-1 to go to the agent file which we pinned here. And now this is creating a product, which you have to say edit product. It's going to take data, of course. Request dot. This is going to be a put. You have public, no product slash. I think we're going to have an ID here. This is product. So if we're going to have an ID here, we just have to make this template string there. That means here I'm going to be sending the ID to ID. Or let's just send the ID with the data. Let's just send ID with the data. So here I'm going to say data dot ID. And now here we just have to pass the data to the request body. Okay, now what I'm doing here, I'm not even sure. Let me check here. Let's check to update a single product. This is it. Okay, product, it has this product ID, and we can pass in the fields which we want to update here. This is coming from the request parameters. Okay, now instead of ID here, I'm just going to put product ID, so that when we are specifying this, we know that this is a product ID we are passing in this edit method here. See, okay, let's go back to edit product here. Let's click here. Now we need to come to, let's come to cell here, create product. Let's just do everything in this create product here. Yes, let's do everything inside this create product, even though we are editing. Yes, but we're going to do it in this create product here. Export, we'll copy this. Let's copy, paste. Instead of create here, we're going to have edit product. Passing the data. Instead of create there, we say edit product. We pass the data there. And when we are editing the product, we're going to receive the particular, yes, product. Let's get back. This edit is finished. Let's see. Let's make sure we don't do anything to run into problems. It's going to be product. Same as here. Though we don't even need it, but we're just sending it. We're just returning it anyway. Okay, let's come now to create product here. We'll copy this. We'll paste it here. This is instead of use create product, say use edit product, use edit product. And with the use edit product here, instead of is creating here, I'll say is editing, is editing. And instead of create a product here, I'll say edit a product. And here create a product is going to be edit product is going to be edit product. Okay, now it's a product edited successfully, and we also want to invalidate our queries. So here we're going to pass, yes, okay, we're already passing in this query, we're already invalidating the query to persist our changes. Now we just need to say edit a product, and here we say is editing, is editing. Okay, with this now we can go to our cell wrapper. We can go to our cell wrapper here, and let's come down here. These are our buttons. We are going to make some changes with these buttons now. Here now we're just going to conditionally render these buttons, the buttons to register a new product and they want to edit the product. So what will be the condition here? We're going to check if we have a product, if we have a product here, if we have a product, we want to edit. If not, then if we have a product, we want to edit. If not, we want to create. If we don't have a product, we are creating. So here we're going to say edit. Instead of registration complete, we say complete editing. So with this edit, we can now come and call our edit. Let's see, we call it use edit product. So we come here, right to the top of the page. So let me remove this. Okay, I'm looking for where, okay, this is where we call the other one. Here we just need to say const use edit product. Yeah, and here we need to pass, edit a product and is editing. So with this here we can give the condition again. So if we have a product, here, what we're going to do is, if we have a product, we're going to be editing. We're going to say edit a product, and now we can pass our data. But what I'm going to do here is I'm not just going to pass the data like that, because we need to pass the product ID into this data property here. So let's just keep that for now. Else, what we do is we create the product. And here I'll just spread data here, and in here now I'll spread data like this, and in here I'll just put our product ID here. Our product ID here is going to be product ID is going to be product dot ID. No, this is underscore ID. So this is how this is going to be. Don't need that. Okay, this is how we're going to editing the product. So here, when we are resetting this form, we don't need this here. We don't need this here. Okay, and so let me see. Yes, we don't need that when we want to reset the form. Let's go back right down to where we have our buttons. Let's see if there are changes we need to do to this product here if we're editing. Yeah, instead of is creating here, we need to put here is editing. Okay, with this, I'm sure now everything is done. We can go and test our functionality of editing the product. So Control save. Let's go and test our functionality of editing the product. Let's come here. Okay. So let's try to edit. Let's just edit this title here by saying Nike Air Max white. Let's just say white here. And yes, the brand is Nike. The shoes. Let's change the size to, let's say, 275. Yes, and let's also change the price. Let's bring down the price to 70. And yes, okay, complete editing. That means our form still have some fields which have not been touched, and I think it's something like this fields here. Okay, no. Okay, yes, we need to like just touch a field here, guys. Just touch this one field here, like this shipping field is set to 0 just as the other one, so you can just touch it here. So we'll have this complete editing here. Select, that means we can edit now this section. This is new, and let's see if this is going to work. Yes, let's see if this is going to work. Yes, product edited successfully. Now to check, let's see the title, Air Max White. Okay, it's not. Okay, it's not giving us the product which we just edited now. It's not giving us the title. So what we need to do for that is, but if you go to our main application here, I'm sure you're going to say it. Yes, it is working here. The reason why, if you come back and try to edit here, you see everything comes back. Everything was edited. The reason why we didn't see it instantly is because here we need to revalidate. We need to revalidate another field. There's another field which we need to revalidate. Here we are just invalidating this get all products query. We need to give another query to invalidate here also, and this is going to be the product, individual products. So just got to say product to invalidate the product, individual product. So let's see, when we are creating a product, when we are getting a single product, let me see, where do we get a single product? Let's go to product details. Product details, where is it? Here is product details JS. Yes, here we are getting a single product and the ID of that product. So we need to just pass the product and the ID which we are going to be yes, the product and the ID which we're going to invalidate. So now let's see, let's try. Let's come back to create product here. Here we're invalidating this query, get all products, and also invalidate product and the ID. Let's see. Get product and the product ID. Where is the product ID going to come from? This is the product we are editing. So we can say data and get data from here. And here we can pass the data. If we have the data, we pass data dot ID. Data dot underscore ID. Okay, so with this, let's try and see if this one is going to work. Now I remember also something, because we're working on these cell images here. Here now we can just remove this, because here we're setting the public ID here. We can just remove this. Yes, let's remove this. Now let's see if we can edit. We can delete an image before we edit. Let's go back here. Let's try to delete an image. This one. Yeah, oh, all the images were deleted. Okay. Let's go to where we are first dropping, because we try to drop it, it's not going. So we're going to see here where we drop. Okay, this is where we're dropping. Okay, we are setting the images here. But what we actually want to do after we set the images also is we want to set value. And the value is going to be for images. And what is going to be this value? This value is going to be our watched images. Yes, it's going to be currently our watch images, and any value which we get from here, because now our watch image is 0, and any value, let's just spread this. Let's spread the watch images, and any value we get from this image object here. Yes, and this, we don't need this. We'll remove this set images from here. And let's come also to here where we are dragging to end, where we are resizing our images. We don't okay, set value, set images here. In this set images, we don't need this set images here. Yes, we don't need this. can just remove this, and this here is just going to be image because there is no URL again. It's just going to be image. And here the new images is going to come from our watched images. So everything is going to be watched images. So okay, now where are we? I think with this we can safely delete these images from here. Let's see. Control. So our images URL is not showing up because if you look at this image object here that we are returning from this Cloudinary upload, this image object we are returning is an object made up of the ID and the URL. So we want but only the URL. We want only the URL. So what we can do is you can either manipulate the URL here, or we go to Cloudinary upload and we send back only our URL, because now we don't actually need that extra property of public ID. We don't need it because we're getting it from our URL. So what I'm going to do is I'll go to Cloudinary here. I'll go to Cloudinary here. Okay, this is it. And if you look very well, we are returning an ID with this. We are returning an object that contains the ID and the URL. So what I'll do here is I'm just going to return only the URL with nothing. I'm just going to return the URL. So here I'll just copy this, Ctrl C, and I'll get rid of this, and I'll paste this here. Okay, that's not complaining. Now we are just returning but this URL here. Okay, now we have our images. Oh, the images were not actually deleted by then. So now let's see if we can. Let's first see if we can rearrange the images. Yes, we can rearrange the images. Now we want this image to be, we want this image here to be the main image. Now here, instead of Air Max white, let's just say black. Let's see if it's going to update. Okay. This is showing we need to. I'm going to remove this untouched in this editing. When we are editing the product, we don't want it to be untouched. We just want to edit the products. We want to show the errors only when we are submitting. So I'm going to remove one of the constraints which we put for these buttons here. So let's click. Product edited successfully. If you check, okay, let's see. We still have the main image here, and Nike Max is still white. Oh, okay, that means we didn't invalidate this section very well. See, look, if you come here, look, it changed successfully. We changed the main image to be this. It successfully changed here, but our invalidation is not working. If you come here, if you come to this image delete here, you see that here we are still passing the image which we are getting from the state, from our local state here. This is the image which we are still passing it to this filter method here. So it will go into this filter method and find that there is no image with that URL, with that ID. So it's just going to show us an error. So what we have to do is that instead of this, we need to take our watch images. And the way we're going to filter is our watch images is not having an ID. So we're just going to, since our watch images is not having an ID, we just want to filter by the image itself. So we'll just pass here the image, and here instead of public ID, we just pass the image, and here we're setting the values to images here. So no, this is img, not image. This is img. So with these changes now, this watched images, with these changes now, I believe if we go to delete the images, it's going to work. Let's go and try. So if you come now here, yes, let's try to delete. We will not receive any errors. Yes, it's deleted. You see, it's gone. Now if you come to submit, okay, it didn't submit because they say product condition is required. That means, okay, yes, let's just click on this. Let's just click on one of this. This product condition has not been set properly. So we're going to, let's check now. Okay, product edited successfully. Now if you go, we are still having this. We are still having this problem here. Yes, we're still having this problem there, but it's no problem. We're going to find a workaround on it. So if you click here now, come to product details. You see, we're having 3 images. We deleted the other image. You see, we have 3 images here. The other image is gone. So guys, This is great. We're able to delete the images. Now what is left for us here to do is, the only thing left for us here is to re-invalidate that query. And what I will do for that is, let's come back here. Let's come to create product here. Instead of get all products here, I'm just going to invalidate this section. And remember, data. Yes. Yes. I'm going to invalidate this section. Only this section here. In this case, let me just log this data to the console and see. Let me log this data to the console. So let's go again and try. If we come back, if we come here, oh, okay. We are working with this. We're editing this product. So let's continue working with this particular product here. So let's not change state. Let's edit it. Here, you see, here we're getting the 3 images. Now let's try to just edit this title here. Let's click. Let's update. Okay, it's not updating. This product condition is not being set very well. So let's just click on one of them. We'll adjust that also. So let's try to edit. Oh, let's come back here. Let's try to send back a response. Product edited successfully. Let's go and check. See, our images is 3. Let's go and check our. See the data. It's having the ID. This is the ID here. And this is a query here. Okay, guys, what I will have to do, the only option I'm left here to do it, so that we can move to other things, is to, as the course proceeds, I'm going to debug this error, what is going on here, and we'll come back to it later. But for now, let's come here. If we're editing the product, send the product.id. So this is a product which we want to edit, and here we just want to, we just say Windows dot reload, Windows dot location dot reload. Okay, so now let's change this. Just change this title like this. Nike Air, let's leave it like this. And here, let's give this to use. While we are here, let's just look. Let's see what is wrong with that condition, with the condition section there. So with condition, let me see. Where are we watching? Okay, we are watching condition here. And if you come here, this is the brand. Okay, this is the product condition. Here on change. So set value. Okay, what we need to do here is, when we click on, okay, we are setting the condition here. Yes, that is fine. And the value here is going to be, yes, whatever is coming from condition. Okay, this is correct. Here we need to check if condition state is equals to value. That way it is checked now. Okay, yes. So with these changes, I think if we go now, let's refresh. Okay, let's try to change the title. Let's try to change the title back to, let's just say air black. I want to change back this product to, let it be the first. So I'll drag it here. Good. Instead of black back, I'll say white. And this is still going to be Nike. The size will be the same. Let me just change back the size to 180. And let's change the price to 80 back. And here, let's send. Okay, now we have the white and we have Nike here. So everything is the same as it was. So if you want to delete an extra product, you can delete this product. You see, product deleted. And you can add more product here. You can add more product. You can get these 2. Let's get these 2. Let's add these 2 products to the list. Yeah. You see, 2 products will be appended behind here. So we can update back. Yes, so we have our 4 products back here. So we're just going to leave it for now like this. But I promise you, before we proceed, I'm going to find a way to correct this here. So with this, we come to an end of editing this product. So see you in the next chapter.